trying not to breathe. She pushed herself up. Oh, nearly forgot. We got you a present. Why? Because. She unzipped one of her pockets and pulled out a very small gun. What is it? It's a toy gun. A derringer, like card sharps and saloon girls carry in Western vids. It's like a clutch piece. And check it. Peabody cocked it, and a sultry female voice purred out of the barrel. Put those hands where I can see them, cowboy. It has all sorts of audio streams, male, female. I figured you'd want the female. Plus, she aimed it at Eve, pulled the trigger even as Eve said, "Hey!" The little gun let out a brave little bang. Next one goes lower, and you won't be poking a woman with that stick of yours for the rest of your miserable life. Isn't it cute? You could play saloon girl, and Rourke could be high-stakes gambler. Then... And that's entirely none of my nevermind. Peabody offered a big smile. Yes, it's cute. No, it's none of your nevermind. Eve took the derringer, recocked it. You'd better hightail it before that tail's sporting another hole. It could use better dialogue, but it's apt enough. Hightail it. Yes, sir. Peabody? Thanks. Eve studied the gun, shook her head. Unable to resist, she shot her computer, her auto-chef, amused by the lame insults that followed. That was another thing about partners, she decided. They knew what would make you laugh, often before you did.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is
Chapter 12. There'd been a time, Rourke thought, not so long ago in the bigger scheme, when a few hours in a cop shop would have been something to be carefully and ruthlessly avoided. Now, he spent so much time in one, he knew which vending areas to avoid, which glides tended to drag or crowd up, and just how filthy cop coffee could be by the end of a tour. His life had taken a sharp and strange turn the first instant he'd laid eyes on a cop, his cop, in an ill-fitting coat and a truly ugly gray suit. He fingered the button from that suit, one he kept for luck and sentiment in his pocket. She'd been a first for him, at a time when he'd come to believe he'd done nearly everything worth doing at least once. Had he been bored, he wondered, as he angled his way onto a down glide? No, not bored, but perhaps a bit unsettled, restless, certainly dissatisfied in ways he hadn't been able to put his finger on at the time. Then there she'd been, and everything shifted. Everything sharpened. He couldn't say what fell into place. Nothing with Eve was quite that easy, but pieces had begun to fit together. Some of them, on both sides, had required a bit of reshaping, and likely still would as more and more of their picture emerged. As he rode down, a pair of uniforms rode up. The rat-tail thin man between them protested loudly and continually. "Somebody must have planted that wallet on me. I got enemies. I was only running 'cause I had a bus to catch. Do I look like a pickpocket? Do I? You do indeed, Rourke thought. And if you can't lift a wallet without fumbling the snatch, you deserve your 90-day stretch. Eve wouldn't think quite that way, he mused. It wasn't the getting caught, but the act itself that earned the stretch. Most of the time he agreed with her, and in fact, had edged over to her side of that line more and more as time went by. But a bit of quick fingers? Well, everyone had to make a living, didn't they? Even a street thief. He ought to know. He crossed into homicide, where the sounds, the sights, the smells had come to be as familiar to him as those in his own headquarters. Detective Baxter stood by his desk, straightening his tie. He paused, tapped a finger to his temple in salute. LT's in her office, trying to get a head. Rourke acknowledged the black humor with a quirked brow. You've had all day, and that's the best you've got. Already used up all the good ones. Anyway, I've been off shift for, hey, look at that, an hour. So my brain's a little detached. Better, marginally. Where's your boy? Sent him home and stayed back to finish the fours and other crap. He's got a date. Is that so? Yeah. Our true hearts finally worked it up to ask out the little red-headed cutie in records. He was seeing somebody else, but it fizzled. Civilians can have a harder time working it out with cops. Present company accepted. Understood. Anyway, he's trying out the dinner in a vid routine, after which they'll likely exchange a friendly handshake. Kid moves like a glacier when it comes to the female persuasion. Otherwise, he's a quick study. You suit each other. Yeah, who'd have thought? Anyway, I'm gone. I've got a date myself, and I expect to be shaking more than her hand at the end of the night. Good luck with that. Friend, it ain't about luck. He gave Rourke another salute and sauntered off. Amused, and considering the concept of dates, Rourke walked into Eve's office. She stood in front of her murder board, hands on her hips. Computer, she said, save and copy all data to my home unit. This is good timing. I need some mulling time. I've your copy, sealed and logged. She took it from him. Aren't you all official? I certainly hope not. You can have your mulling time on the way. I've got a couple more things that can wait, he interrupted. I want dinner. She pulled a derringer out of her pocket. Obligingly, he lifted his hands in surrender. Don't shoot. I'm unarmed. Bet you're not. He only smiled. You can search me later. Clever little thing there. Where'd you get it? Souvenir from Peabody and McNabb. She cocked it. It's small and it's mean, just like me. He laughed and stepped forward to take a better look at it. There was this screen show. Television, he corrected. As it was about a century ago. What was it? In any case, it was in the American West, and the hero was a mercenary, a gun for hire. He carried one of these. I hope he didn't charge much. He had the full size as well, but this was his clutch piece. There you are. We'll have to watch some of them the next time we're free. Now, Lieutenant, as Baxter would say, we're gone. Okay. She gathered up files. You drive, I'll mull. You're looking at his 3 friends, the partners, Rourke said, as they worked their way down to garage level. Easiest access to personal space, most to gain, and most intimately acquainted with the Vic's habits, routines, the business itself, and the game at the center of it. You're leaning toward one. With the regret and grim acceptance he thought they shared, they wormed their way onto a jammed elevator. One more than the others, he continued, jockeying for room in a space that smelled of boiled onions and stale sweat. Which? I'm still structuring the theory. Besides, that's not how the game's played. She shoved her way off again. Which would you pick? It's difficult for me to think of any of them as capable of this. I don't know them especially well, but what I do know just rejects the idea. Why particularly? I suppose, in part, because of the way they came up together. Long-time mates. And you had yours, Eve commented, in Dublin. I did. And while none of us would have been above a bit of a cheat, as that's a kind of game as well, we'd never have hurt each other, or caused hurt. Yeah, it's one of the things I've been thinking about today. Friendships. Long-term, short-term, what clicks and why. Friendships can enhance, right? Complete, in a way. But they can also erode and scrape and simmer under the surface. Add money or sex or ego to the mix, it can boil right over. I'm hardly one to look at things through rose-colored glasses, or for that matter to doubt your instincts. Their footsteps echoed as they crossed the garage. Still, I've watched the four of them together, listened to them and listened to Bart speak of them. You know, I bet when the pizza lady first hooked up with the husband she wanted dead, she had really nice things to say about him, too. He had to shake his head, half in amusement, half in resignation. Back to that, are we? I'm saying relationships change. People change, or sometimes an event, an action, or a series of them just pisses somebody off. She slid into the passenger seat when they reached her vehicle, waited until he'd taken the wheel. Play the game. Let's call it deduction. If you had to choose which murdered or arranged to have murdered the friend and partner, which? And why? All right. If nothing else, he thought, it might help him reach some level of objectivity. First, if one of them did the murder, Syl doesn't have the muscle for it. Well, you might be wrong there. She, like the others, practices martial arts, combat fighting, street defense, weaponry, and so on regularly. In fact, she has a black belt in karate, and she's working on one in taekwondo. Ah, well, it doesn't pay to underestimate small packages. She'd be agile, quick, stronger than she looks. And the weapon itself may have given her more heft. Being a female with a small build doesn't rule her out. The blow came from above, but I suppose it's possible she stood on something or used a leap or jump to give her height and momentum. Now you're thinking. He shot her a mild look. I can't see it, but we'll agree for now she can't be ruled out. Var. The same stipulations apply on the physicality. He'd be as capable of it physically as the others, I assume. Correct. Otherwise, from my outside observer's view, Var and Bart were like two parts of the same whole. Some people get tired of being a part and want the whole. Such a cop, he murmured. They both enjoy digging down into the business side of things, digging into the nuts and bolts of sales, distribution, marketing, as much as the creative side. They enjoyed having each other for the checks and balances, fine-tuning each other's concepts when it came to promotion, expansion, that sort of thing. Bart told me once, when they met Var, it was like the last piece clicked on. I know what that's like. Eve stretched out her legs, comfortable with the way he wound through irritable traffic. And if they disagreed? I can't tell you how they worked things out, as I wasn't involved. But I never heard Bart express any sort of frustration on that score. We'll agree the victim was loyal and content with the status quo. That doesn't mean Var or any of the others were. Are. There are considerably less messy ways of dissolving a partnership or changing the status quo. Her smile edged toward smirk. Easier ways to get rid of a husband than cracking him open with a pipe wrench. I believe I'm going to see that any tools we might have around the house are locked away. On to Benny. He'd be, to my mind, the most intellectual of the four. He enjoys spending his hours in research, sifting through details, theorizing about the underlying meaning of a game, and the reasons they're played. He'll research myths, real crimes, historical figures, wars and battles and strategies to add other layers to a game. Good with details, strategy, and the art of combat. You don't seriously believe just pointing out the facts. She pulled out her PPC, added something to her notes. When it comes down to it, they all had the means and the motive, and all could easily have arranged the opportunity. In fact, they all, or any two of them, might have planned it out together. To what end, really? Rourke asked. Uplay will likely get a quick boost in sales from curiosity and the public's thirst for scandal. But without Bart, they're going to be set back on their heels, at least for a bit. He was, and this is from a business standpoint, essentially the glue that held those four parts together into a productive whole. Nodding, she keyed in more, spared Rourke an absent glance. I agree with that, but that doesn't account for ego, and again that deep, passionate fury that only people who are intimate in some way can feel for one another. These four were intimate. Family. Yeah, and nobody kills more often than family. In fact, I believe I'll have the tools taken out of the house altogether. He swung over to grab a parking spot and watched her frown. What's this? I thought we were going home. I see for once you were caught up enough in a game not to pay attention to your surroundings. I didn't say home, he reminded her. I said dinner. I haven't updated my reports, or finished with the analysis of the runs. I have to run a full series of... As he stepped out and shut the door of the car, that was all he heard. He came around, opened her door. Come on, Lieutenant. Put it away for an hour. It's a pretty night. Time for a little walk and a meal. See? She poked a finger in his chest when she got out. This is why people in intimate relationships bash each other over the head. He took her hand, kissed it. An hour shouldn't kill either one of us. I have to go through the game scenarios on the disc. I've eliminated half of them. You're looking for one that uses a sword. There's only the two, Quest 1 and Usurper. The others involve more modern weaponry. Still... She trailed off, and he saw when her annoyance faded enough for her to make the neighborhood. Just as he saw her smile bloom with surprise and with pleasure when she stopped in front of the hole-in-the-wall pizza joint. Palumbi's. It's been a while since I've been here. It hasn't really changed at all. It's nice, isn't it, when some things remain constant? You told me you came here when you first got to the city. You had your first slice of New York pizza, watched the people walking by. And you were happy. You were free. I felt like my life could finally begin when I sat at the counter at the window. Nobody knew me or cared. I had no friends, no lovers, nobody but me. And it was incredible. She looked at him, those gilded eyes warm. So for a moment it seemed no one else walked the sidewalk, no one else breathed the air. Only the two of them. Things are different now. It's good they changed. It's good this is the same. This time she took his hand, linked fingers firmly. Let's go have some pizza. They didn't take the counter, but grabbed a narrow two-top and sat on squat, stingily cushioned stools. He could have chosen anywhere, Eve thought, snapped his fingers and scored them a table for two at the most exclusive restaurant in the city. Somewhere with snooty waiters, a superior wine cellar, and a temperamental chef who created complex dishes with an artist's skill. But he'd given her a crowded, noisy joint where the tables crammed so close together the patrons' elbows bumped, where the scents of spices and onions and cheap wine in squat carafes stung the air. More, he'd given her a memory. When they'd ordered, she propped her chin on her hand. Yes, things were different now, she thought. She was hardly embarrassed at all that she went gooey over him. Did you buy this place? No. Some things should remain constant. But we're keeping an eye on it, in the event the owners decide to retire or sell off. So it could stay as it was, for her, she thought, even if years passed before she came back. It seems to be the day for people to give me presents. I've got one for you. Really? What would it be? There's a cookie in my file bag. A really good cookie with your name on it. Figuratively. What kind of cookie? She grinned at him. Mega chocolate chunk. Nadine came by. It's her own fault she got the bullpen used to being bribed with baked goods, but she comes through. She wanted info on the investigation? Actually, no. The beer came in bottles, which made it a much safer bet than the wine. Eve picked hers up when the waitress set it on the table. She did say she'd had Bart on the show a couple times, and I think she might have pushed there if she hadn't been so whacked. Her book hits this week. Exactly. And when were you going to remind me about this party deal tomorrow night? Tomorrow. He smiled, sipped his beer. Giving you less time to fuss and fret about having to go to a party when you're deep into a case. I don't fuss and fret. No, you bitch and complain, but it's such a nice evening I used code. She eyed him over a swig of beer. There was no point in denying what was truth. I suppose you've already decided what I'm wearing. There would be suitable attire earmarked, though naturally you might decide you'd prefer something else. He brushed his hand lightly over the top of hers. You could always go through your closet tonight and give it some thought. Yeah, that's gonna happen. I have to go. I mean, if the case breaks, I can work around it and put in an appearance. If the case breaks, assuming you're right about it being one of the three, you'd hardly be facing down a career criminal or fighting for your life. At the core of it, they're still geeks. One or more of them killed a fellow geek in a really creative and ugly way, she reminded him. But yeah, I think I can handle him, her, or them. So tell me why you have to go, which is not your default statement when it comes to events like this. She blew out a breath as the pizza landed in front of them. Because I meant it when I said Nadine was whacked. She's got herself all wound up, wrapped up, twisted up about the book thing. How maybe it sucks and all that. Lack of confidence isn't what you call her default setting either. She put a lot into it, and it's, for her, a new area. I get it. Eve shrugged with another sip of beer. So I've got to at least show my face, do the moral support deal, which is one of the annoyances of friendships. There's my girl. She laughed, picked up a slice, then took a bite. Closed her eyes. She could see herself, with absolute clarity, taking that first long-ago bite by the window, while New York and all its possibilities rushed, pushed, and bitched along on the other side of the glass. She opened them, smiled into the eyes of her friend, her lover, her partner. It's still damn good pizza. He'd been right, she thought as they walked outside again. The hour had cleared her head, settled her mood, geared her up for the next steps and stages. I want to go by Uplay before we head uptown. It would be closed by this time, he said, as his fingers linked with hers. I can certainly get you in if you're after a bit of B&E. Nobody's breaking and entering. I don't want to go in anyway. Then, I figure it's closed, sure. But I wonder if it's empty. He indulged her, wound his way through traffic and farther downtown. The summer light lengthened the day, spun it out and gilded it. The heat of the day had given way just a little, just enough, to a few fitful breezes. Both tourists and those who made their home in the city took advantage, filling street and sidewalk with a throng of bare legs, bare arms. She watched a woman, blonde hair flying, race along, long tanned legs scissoring with pretty feet balancing on towering needle heels. How did they do that? She pointed to the blonde as she watched her lope along. How do women, or the occasional talented tranny or crossdresser, walk on streets like this in those heels, much less run like a gazelle across whatever gazelles run across? I imagine it's the result of considerable practice, perhaps even for the gazelle. And if they didn't? If women, trannies, and crossdressers everywhere revolted and said, "Screw this! We're not wearing these ankle-breaking stilts anymore," and they didn't, wouldn't the sadists who designed those bastards have to throw in the towel? I'm sorry to tell you, your women, trannies, and crossdressers will never revolt. Many of them actually appear to like the style and the lift. You just like them because they make the ass jiggle. Absolutely guilty. Men still rule the world. I don't get it. No comment, as any would be misconstrued. Well, you are right about this. He eased onto the edge of the warehouse lot. Closed, no doubt, but not empty. She studied the faint glow of light against the glass. Imagined the way the sun would slant through the windows this late in the day. The shadows cast, the glare tossed back at certain angles. Yes, they'd want the artificial light. For comfort, she thought, and for practicality. Just as she imagined they'd want to be together, the three of them, in that space. For comfort, and maybe for practicality. Are you seriously imagining them in there, discussing how they'd managed murder and what steps to take next? Maybe. She tilted her head, studied him. You don't like it because you like them, and because you see something of yourself in all four of them. Just a little piece here and there. Because of that, because you'd never kill a friend, never kill an innocent, or kill simply because killing was expedient, you don't like the idea one of them did. That may be true, all of it true enough. But you and I have both killed Eve. And once you have, you know taking a life isn't a game. Only the mad think otherwise. Do you believe one of them is mad? No. I think they're all very sane. I'm not looking for a mad scientist or a geek-gone psycho. This is something else. She watched as a shadow passed behind one of the windows. Whoever did it may regret it now, may feel it's all a terrible mistake, a nightmare that won't let go. I may crack the killer open like an egg with that guilt and horror when we get that far. She watched those windows, the lights and shadows, for another moment in silence. Or, and we both know this too, sometimes the taking of a life hardens you. It calcifies your conscience. He deserved it. I only did what I had to do. Or worse yet, it excites. It opens a door in you that was so secret, so small, so tightly locked, no one, even you, knew it was there. And there's a kind of joy in that. Look what I did. Look at the power I have. It could still make her sick, deep in the belly, if she let it. That's the type who can never go back, she said quietly. But her eyes were hard, almost fierce. Who have to do it again, because sooner or later the power demands it. Some of the shrinks will claim that's a kind of madness. that compulsion to feel that power and excitement again, but it's not. It's greed. That's all. She shifted to him. I know this. I felt that power, even the excitement when I killed my father. You can't toss self-defense in with murder. You can't equate murder with a child fighting for her life against a monster. It wasn't murder, but it was killing. It was ending a life. It was blood on my hands. He took the hand she held out, shook his head, pressed his lips to the palm. Rourke, I know the power of that. The sick excitement. I know the horrible, tearing guilt, and even the hardening of the heart, the soul, because I felt all of that over time. All of it. I know, even though what I did wasn't murder, what the murdering can and does feel. It helps me find them. It's a tool. She touched his cheek, understanding that the memories, the idea of what she'd been through until the night when she'd been 8, hurt him as much as they hurt her. Maybe more now, she realized. Maybe more. I was 23 the next time I took a life, she continued. 15 years between. Feeney and I went after a suspect. He'd beaten 2 people to death in front of witnesses, left DNA and trace all over the scene. Slam dunk, just have to find him. We followed a lead to this dive, sex club where his girlfriend worked. We figured we'd shake her down a little, see if she knew where he was. Well, where he was happened to be the sex club. Idiot girlfriend screams for him to run, and runs with him. He's mowing people down right and left, and those who aren't mowed are stampeding. We chased him all the way up to the roof, and now he's got a 10-inch blade against the idiot girlfriend's throat, who is now singing another tune. It's summer. She could still feel it, smell it, see it. Hot as a fucking hell. Sweat's pouring down his face. Hers, too. He's screaming at us how he'll slice her open if we come any closer. And now there's blood trickling down with her sweat, where he's given her a jab to show he means it. He's using her as a shield, and Feeney doesn't have the angle for a stun stream. But you do, Rourke murmured. Yeah, I do. Barely, but I've got it. And we're trying to talk him down, and it's not going to happen. He gives her a second jab. Feeney keeps talking, pulling the guy's attention to him, and gives me the go signal. And Rourke could see it, too. He could see it in her eyes as she spoke. I stun him. Nice clean stream. And his body jerks the way it does with a hit. She shoves forward to get clear, pushes clear, bumps him back, and he's jerking. The son of a bitch went right over the edge. Momentum, gravity, bad luck, whatever, but he went over and hit the sidewalk 8 stories down. I didn't feel excited when I looked down at him. I didn't feel guilty, either. A little shaky, sure. Jesus, it was a straight stun. Neither of us expected him to go over that way. I didn't even have to go through testing. We'd turned on our recorders when we started the chase, and it was all on there. It showed the girlfriend's push and stumble caused the fall. Or basically, bad luck for him, that's all. She let out a breath. But I'm the one who aimed and fired. 15 years between. It took me that long to be sure, absolutely sure, I wouldn't feel that excitement, or that guilt, or that hardening when I had to take another life. She looked back toward the building. One of those 3, at least one of them, might be wondering if they'll feel that again. One of them may want to. I can't tell you how much I hope you're wrong. Her eyes, flat and cool, met his. I'm not. No. I very much doubt you're wrong. Chapter 13. She spent a great deal of time picking through data on the lives of 3 people, analyzing it, scraping away at tiny details of family background, education, finances, and communication. She played each one against Mira's profile, and the computer matched each one of them with a reasonably high probability to the general outline. Organized, detail-oriented, competitive, wide E skills, known and trusted by victim. But the violence, that face-to-face, blood-on-the-hands cruelty bottomed them out again. Still, nowhere could she find any hint, much less any evidence, that any had bought a hit. Money wasn't the only currency, she mused. A favor, sex, information, all those could stand in for dollars and cents and never show on any balance sheet. But that didn't account for the fact Bart had known his killer. There was simply no reason to believe he'd allowed a stranger into his apartment, into his hollow room, into his game. One more time, she told herself, and rose to study and circle her board. Vic comes home happy, whistling a tune, and comes in alone, according to both the doorman and the security cameras. EDD verifies by all that's holy there'd been no tampering with the locks and no entry before the Vics in any access into the apartment. Still, she considered, we have 3 very skilled, very clever e-geeks. If there was a way to bypass without it showing, they'd find it. Or, more realistically, one of them or another party met the Vic outside and entered with him. Only the droid says otherwise. And once again, EDD remained firm that no one tampered with or reprogrammed the Leia droid. Eve shut her eyes. Maybe he doesn't secure the door immediately. He's excited, happy. The droid brings him a fizzy. He tells her to go ahead and shut down. The killer may have entered at that time, after the droid shut down, before the door was secured. It's possible. The friendly face shows up, Eve thought. Tells the Vic, I couldn't resist. I want in on the game, or want to observe. One of the partners, she thought again. You play, I'll document and observe. Also possible, she concluded. Why wait until after hours? It's almost ready, let's run it. The killer could have brought the disc, which explains why the Vic didn't log it out, as was his routine. Or the killer told the Vic he or she would log it for him. The weapon might have already been on the premises, or brought in by the killer. And the game begins. System reads solo. Bart plays, killer observes. It's logical, it's efficient. But at some point, the killer stops observing. Bruising, wrenched shoulder indicate a scuffle. And that, Eve thought, was where it just didn't fit for her. The weapon's there, the plan's in place, so why the scuffle? Bart's in good shape, superior shape for a geek, and he's studied combat moves. Why risk a fight? Why risk him getting some licks in? An argument? Passion of the moment? No, damn it, it wasn't impulse. Too many safeguards in place. Ego? She studied the 3 faces on the board. Yes, ego. I'm better than you are. It's about time you found out how much better. Tired of playing sidekick and loyal friend and partner. Have a taste of this. She studied the autopsy photos, the data, rocked back and forth on her heels. Considering, she opened the panel for the elevator and ordered Rourke's weapons room. She used the palm plate, keyed in her code, and stepped into a museum of combat. Display after display held what man had used against man or beast over centuries. To kill, to defend, For land, for money, for love, for country, for gods. It seemed people could always find some new way to end each other, and some handy excuse for the blood. From ancient sharpened points to silver swords with jeweled hilts, from crude and clumsy muskets that used powder and ball to rip steel into flesh, to the sleek, balanced automatics that could wage a storm of steel with the twitch of a finger. Lances, maces that looked like iron balls studded with dragon's teeth, the long-ranged blasters of the urban wars, the razor-thin stiletto, and the two-headed axe all spoke of the violent history of her species, and very likely its future. She found studying them, seeing so many killing tools in one space, both fascinating and disturbing. She opened a case, selected a broadsword. Good weight, she decided. Good grip. Satisfied, she stepped out and re-engaged the security. "Is there a problem?" Somerset demanded, as he seemed to eke out of the shadows. Eve gave herself points for not jolting, smiled instead as she leaned on the sword. "Why do you ask?" "The weapons ought to leave the display." "Gee, maybe you should call a cop." The long, cool stare he gave her was as derisive as a sniff. "What you have there is very valuable. Which is why I'm not poking you with it. I might hit the stick up your ass and break the tip. Don't worry. Rourke's the one who's going to be using it. I expect it to be returned to the display in the exact condition it was in when you removed it. Yeah, blah, blah." She stepped back on the elevator and couldn't resist tapping the flat of the blade to her forehead in a quick, sarcastic salute before the doors closed. "I'd better not be stitching someone up tonight," Somerset muttered. Eve stepped out in her office, walked over to Rourke's. "Hey." He made a humming sound and continued to work his comp. "Can you come in here a minute?" "In 5, he said. While she waited, she went to her own comp, ran a reenactment of the murder, using a figure representing each of the partners in height, weight, reach. "What do you need?" Rourke asked her. "And why do you have that sword?" "I'm trying to figure how it went down. So?" She stepped into the center of the room, and imagining Somerset's horror, tossed the sword to Rourke. "Come at me." "You want me to attack you with a broadsword?" "We'll start with that version." "No." "Why not?" "I'm not going to go at you with a bloody sword." "Well, for God's sake, I don't want you to whack me with it. I don't want it to be a bloody sword. Demonstration purposes only. You're the killer." She pointed at him. "I'm the Vic," and tapped her chest. "Now, you've got that big, sharp, shiny sword, and I've got some useless hollow weapon. So wouldn't you just—" She broke off as he took one quick step forward and had the flat of the blade an inch from her throat. "Yeah, like that. And see, my instinctive reaction to that move would be to bring my useless weapon up like this." She moved slow, to block, shoving the sword aside. The thing is, the gash was on his other arm. Vic's right-handed, so logic says he'd have the useless hollow weapon in his dominant hand. The wrenched shoulder's on that side. But Morris said it's the kind of injury you'd get from over-rotating. Maybe, in surprise defense, he brought his other arm up. Yeah, but see, if he did, the gash is just wrong. She demonstrated again. Logic again says the wound should go across, not up and down. Besides, if you had a big, long sword and I didn't, wouldn't you just ram it into me? You've got the advantage of reach. I would, yes, get it done. But it didn't just get done. Bruises on the arms and legs. See, if we're fighting, put it down a minute. When he had, she gave him a finger curl. "Come at me." She blocked, pivoted, He blocked her sidekick. See, we're fairly even here, and if we meant it, I'm going to get some bruises where I either land a blow or you block me. But you're not going to block me with your arm when you've got that big sword. She held up a hand for peace. I ran some reenactment. They just don't play out logically. We argue. It gets physical, he suggested. I lose my head, grab the sword, and take yours. If it went down that way, why is the sword there in the first place? She paced away, frowned at her murder board again. If it went down that way, why isn't the disc logged out? Why was it timed so the killer arrived after the droid shut down? And why did the killer evade building security on the way in? Might be coincidence. One might be a coincidence. Hands on her hips, she turned back. Put them together, it's a pattern. Well, I'm forced to agree with you. So we've had our fight. What do you do when I pick up the sword? I say, what the fuck are you doing? Or words to that effect, Rourke agreed. And when I come at you, I run. Or at least try to get the hell out of the way of the really sharp point. And you'd run, one would think, for the door. If the game's still up, he might have been disoriented. True enough. As she did, Rourke tried to see it, to put himself into it. Then wouldn't you do one of two things? Use the game, the holo features, for cover, attempt to hide, or call for the game to end, then try for the door. Yeah, but the body was well inside the room, nearly center and facing, so to speak, away from the door. She huffed out a breath. It skirts all around the edges of logical. I can't make it work in my head. I can't see the steps. Maybe there were two people. Mira believes there might have been. She tilted her head at the reconstruction she'd paused on screen. Maybe she needed to add another figure. The killer and the planner. If so, he still had to know and trust both of them to let them into that room during gameplay. The game was too important for him to let anyone he didn't know, anyone who wasn't involved, get a sneak peek. It depresses me to say it, but maybe it was the lot of them. All three. Possible. She'd circled around that herself. I can't figure why all three of them would want him dead, but possible. 2 to do the job, 1 to stay back and cover for the other 2. She paced away again. I can't find anything in the business that indicates there was any trouble. Anything that makes me think he might have been throwing his weight around or threatening to walk away, or anything else that relates specifically to the partnership that comes up motive. So it was personal. I think it was, yeah. That, she mused, was the one element that kept repeating for her. Personal could have come out of the partnership, the business. They practically lived together in that place. Worked together, played together. The only one in a semi-serious outside relationship was Bart. Need to talk to her again. The girlfriend, Eve added. She turned back to Rourke. Are you up for a game? Will I need my sword? Ha! She gestured toward the broadsword. Bring that one, too. Ha! He echoed. I want to run the 2 scenarios you called out. She retrieved the disc. From the level he started. They moved into the elevator. Solo play, she decided, when Rourke ordered the holo room. Let's replay as close as possible to what he might have done. Question. Why does what he was playing matter? Because I can't see it. And that, she had to admit, was a pisser. I can't make it work, no matter how many ways I play it out. The injuries, the timing, the entry and exit by the killer. Every time I get one part of it solid, another part goes to goo in my fingers. Something's missing. I could bring the three of them in, she said, as they stepped out again. Pressure them some. Try playing one against the other. Maybe I'd crack it. Or maybe I'd shore up whoever did it, because something's missing, and I don't have it to use. Whoever did it would know that. Right now, they think they're clear, and maybe, just maybe, the killer relaxes and makes a mistake. If I push when I can't see it, a mistake's more likely. You play the first one. Bart's character menu. All right. They could do it again. He paused, looked back at her. Why? If it was specific toward Bart, why again? Because it worked. Gaming can be a kind of addiction. It's what they do, what the killer does, all day, one way or the other. It's what feeds them, what excites them, what gives them purpose and pleasure. Higher stakes once you've killed. A new level. Some gamers start skipping the lower levels like Bart did once they nail them. It's a little boring, right? Yes, you're right. It's hard to go back to the simple stuff once you've proven yourself. Not just the kill, like we were talking about before, but the challenge. More, if it is one of them. Say just one of them. They're close. They're tight. Day in and day out, one little slip, something said or done that makes the others wonder. Good excuse to do it again. You're just protecting yourself. The murder of another partner would increase your focus on the two remaining, Rourke pointed out. True gamers juice on the risk, the challenge, right? They want the buzz. Maybe need that buzz. You believe the killer's playing against you now. Yeah, at least on one level. And the ego's saying, hey, I'm better than she is. The ego would be wrong, Rourke commented. She tucked her thumbs in her front pockets as he inserted the copy of the game into the holo unit. Since I feel like I'm spinning my wheels, I'll take the confidence booster. You're not spinning anything. A day ago, I wouldn't have believed one or more of his friends would plot his death. But you've picked it all apart and laid it back out so that there's simply no other answer. To my mind, that puts you well ahead in this game. I wish I was wrong. For my sake or Bart's? Both. Don't wish it, he told her. Just win. He programmed Quest 1, Level 4, and requested the last run by Bart on the copy. I'll take the sword, Eve said, and kept it by her side as the room shimmered into a forest glade where silver beams of sunlight streamed through tall trees in full leaf. Rourke wore a brown tunic, rough trousers, knee boots. His sword was sheathed at his side, and on his back was a quiver of silver-tipped arrows and a golden bow. She couldn't have said why the costume suited him, but understood he looked both heroic and dangerous. Out of the shadows and into the gilded stream of light came a white buck. "What's the play?" she asked him. "This world is under the enchantment of a wicked sorceress who's imprisoned the king and his beautiful and tempestuous daughter." As he spoke, he sidestepped into the cover of trees, but didn't approach the buck. "I'm the apprentice of the wizard she killed to cast her evil spell. Before he died, he told me I must complete 7 tasks of valor, collect 7 treasures. Only then would I be ready to face the sorceress and free the king and his daughter." He glanced back where she stood in the observation circle. The white hind is classic quest symbolism, and in this case, how my master, the wizard, is able to guide me. Okay, then. The hind leaped, began to race through the trees. Rourke followed. She watched, and the sunlight died into dark and storm. The rain that pelted down was red as fire and sizzled like flames on the ground. And watched as the yellow eyes that peered out of the torrent became skulking black forms, and as the forms became a pack of huge wolves that circled him. The sword hissed as he pulled it from its sheath, and whistled as he swung and struck. He battled fang and claw, spilled blood and shed it, and to her surprise, shot flames from his hand. "Fairly frosty," she murmured, when the wolves lay smoking on the ground. "Every level you win awards you with a bit more magic," he explained. An arrow whistled by his head. He said, "Bugger it," and dove for cover. At the end of 40 minutes, he'd completed the level and was well into the next, where he was currently tasked with crossing a chasm to a cave guarded by a dragon. "Okay, that's time." "I'm just getting started." "You can slay the dragon next time. You're past Bart's game time." He gave the cave a glance of regret before ordering game end. "No sword fights," she commented. "What do you call that bit with the wolves?" "Man against dog." The fireballs were interesting. Fire burns. He had burns, but... "I'll take the second one. Usurper, right? What's the story?" "You're the right-wise king. Make that queen, in your case, of Juno. When you were only a child, your family was slaughtered by the machinations of your uncle, who desired the throne, and by the hand of his henchman, Lord Manx. Only you survived, and were secreted away by loyalists. You've been at war all your life, trained in that art. You fight to avenge your family, to regain your throne from the man who ordered their deaths, and has for 2 decades raped the land, oppressed your people. At this level, you've taken back the castle, but the uncle, being a coward, of course, escaped. The castle is now under siege, and the man you love is defending it. To get to him and bring your reinforcements, you must fight your way through and at last meet Manx in battle." "I bet we're outnumbered." "Naturally. You'd have already given your St. Crispin's Day speech." "My what?" "We'll discuss Henry V later. You'd like it. Ready?" "You bet." She wore light battle armor and sturdy boots, and God help her, she was on a horse. "Shouldn't I know how to ride this thing before I... ride this thing?" Rourke grinned at her from the observation circle. "It'll come to you. Easy for you to say. Jesus, it's big. Okay, avenging warrior queen." There were hills and valleys, forests and streams. She tried to see them as Bart would have. He'd think in character, she imagined, and noted the men she led were battle-scarred and weary. Some carried fresh wounds, but she was the hero, the leader. He liked playing the hero, liked being the leader. The good guy, always the good guy, fighting for a cause, searching for the answers. The going was rough and rocky. She heard the creak of the saddle under her, the ring of the horses' hooves on the hard ground. She saw storm clouds gathering in the west, and heard the sounds of battle. The castle bore scars of its own, and people stood on its parapets, shooting arrows that flashed and flamed. Others fought viciously with sword and axe on the burned and barren ground around it. He would probably think of home, and about his lover, Eve decided. About vengeance. She thought, Shit, I hope I don't fall off this thing, and charged. She drew the sword, instinctively squeezing her knees and thighs to keep her seat. Wind rushed through her hair, over her face, and the speed, the sheer power of motion lit a fire of excitement in her. Then she stopped thinking, and fought. Bloody and bitter, the battle raged. She felt her sword slice through flesh, hit bone. She smelled blood and smoke, felt the mild jolt from a glancing blow as the horse danced and pivoted under her. She saw him, his armor black and stained with blood, sitting on a huge black horse with the castle, her castle, at his back. The sounds of the battle receded as she rode forward to face him. "So, we meet at last. A pity for you, our acquaintance will be short." Yeah, she responded. "Let's go. This day my sword will wear your blood, and the blood of your lover." Yawn. "You rush death? Then come meet it." The programmers, she noted, and quickly, had made Manx very big and very strong. Blocking his blows sent shocking aches up her arm, into her shoulder. Wrenched shoulder. Sweat ran down her back, down her face, into her eyes to sting. She'd never beat him on these terms, she realized. She had neither the skill nor the strength. And when he slid past her guard, she felt the jolt as his sword drew blood. Arm wound. He lifted his sword, the dark light of death in his eyes. She ducked and plunged her sword into his horse. It screamed. She had a moment to think the sound was eerily human before it stumbled. As it fell, she swung out, caught her opponent in the side. Not a death blow, she decided. Time to finish it off. Pause game, save and stop. Breathing hard, she turned, looked at Rourke across the empty hollow room. "I don't get to kill the bad guy? You're past Bart's time by a minute or so. Interesting strategy, killing the horse. It worked. They built that bastard strong. He was going for the—" She swiped her finger across her throat. He certainly was. And if he'd landed the blow, game over. You'd have to repeat the level until you defeated him to move on to the next. This is the game he was playing when he died. It all fits. Bruises from fighting, the shoulder, the arm wound, and the loss with the decapitation. K2BK. King to Black Knight. Yes, I got that when he came into play. Obviously, there weren't real horses and a bunch of dead guys littering the ground, but the killer reconstructed the game, using a real weapon. If he got in, programmed himself as the Black Knight, and used a real weapon. The right steps, the right angle. I'd agree, but it doesn't explain how he got in, and how he managed to delete a two-man competition from the unit without leaving a single shadow or echo anywhere in the system. Screw logic, she thought. Sometimes facts weren't logical. He figured it out because the Black Knight killed the king. Bart played that exact scenario before. That's why it's on this disc, but he didn't stab the horse, and he lost. He'd have been more prepared this time, may have avoided the loss, or that exact loss, but when his opponent's sword actually cut him, the pain, the shock, the blood, all real, he was too stunned to react. And the game ended for real the same way it ended in play before. This works. I need to fast-talk my way into search warrants. By their own statements, only the 3 partners knew all the details of the game. Only the 3 partners ever participated in play. Those 3 knew this program, this level, and the results of previous play, so they're the only ones who could have used it to kill him. While I hate knowing you're right, I don't see how it could be anything or anyone else. On shifting that to me, I'm considerably pissed off I could have made such an error in judgment. I'd never have believed any of them capable of this. Neither did he, and he knew them all a hell of a lot better than you. People can hide and hoard and stroke all kinds of nasty stuff no one else sees. You saved that play, right? I did. He smiled now. You were fairly magnificent. We'll have to go riding in real life sometime. I don't think so. But she remembered that sensation of speed, of power. Maybe. Anyway, I want to view it, then do an analysis. He'd have saved the play, too, so he could study it, see his mistakes. Absolutely. The one he used the day he died is toast. We're getting some of it. A little some at this point. She nodded as she called for the elevator. And maybe that was his disc, where he'd saved his play, his levels. Or maybe, since it wasn't logged out, the killer gave it to him. You know, hey Bart, I did some tweaking, or whatever words you geeks use. You need to try it out. If so, there'd be another copy, Bart's copy, which, if the killer has any sense, has been destroyed. Maybe. But people keep the damnedest things. That night she dreamed of blood and battle, of castles and kings. She stood, observer now, her feet planted while the wind whipped the stench of death around her. Men, their wounds mortal, moaned and begged as they scattered the ground. Those who turned their faces toward her she knew. Victims, so many victims. So many dead who lived inside her head, whose ends she'd studied, evaluated, reconstructed to find the one who'd ended them. Some who fought, who sliced with sword and axe, she knew as well. She'd helped block the cage doors behind them. But here, in dreams, they'd found freedom. In dreams, in the games the mind played, they could and would kill again. Only in dreams, she reminded herself. And if she shuddered as she saw her father, her eyes met his manic ones coolly. Only in dreams. She watched with pity and resignation as Bart fought a war he'd never win. Swords and sorcery, games and dreams, life and death. She watched his end. Studied and evaluated even as his head, eyes still wide in shock, rolled to her feet. And the Black Knight wheeled his horse and grinned at her fiercely. When he charged, she reached for her weapon. But all she had was a small knife, one already stained with her father's blood. Only in dreams, she told herself, but knew a terrible fear as he came for her. Chapter 14. She jerked up, shoving herself free of the dream. For an instant, just one beat of the heart, she swore she felt the keen edge slice at her throat. Shaken, she reached up, half expecting to feel the warm wet of her own blood. Shh, no, it's all right. His arms were there, drawing her in, closing around her like a shield. As her heart continued to bound, she leaned into them, into him. Just a dream. You're home. I'm right here. I'm okay. No blood. No death. It wasn't a nightmare. Or not exactly. I knew it was a dream, but it was so real. She drew one breath, then another. Slow, she ordered herself. Slow and steady. Like the games, you lose track of what is and what's not. He tipped her face up, and in the glow of moon and stars through the sky window, met her eyes. We're real. He touched his lips to hers as if to prove it. What did you dream? The battlefield, the last game. Bart's last game, she thought, but not hers. I wasn't playing. I was just watching, observing the details. She sighed once, rubbed her hands over her face. If you don't watch, you don't see, you don't know. But it weirded on me, the way dreams do. How? The dead, the dying, their faces, all those people I don't know until they're dead. In those eyes, so blue in the starlight, came understanding. Your victims. Yeah. The pang in her heart was pity, weighted down by resignation. I can't help them. can't save them. And their killers are out there, free, killing more. It's a slaughter. And the simmer beneath it was an anger that bubbled up in her voice. We put them away, but it doesn't stop it. We know that. We all know that. There's always more. He was there. You have to figure he'd be there. Your father. But he's just one of the many now. Still she trembled, just a little, so he rubbed her arms to warm them. I'm not engaged. I'm not playing. I'm not one of them. Not one of the dead or dying, not one of the killers, just an observer. It's how you stop them, he said quietly. It's how you save those you can. And some of the weight eased. I guess it is. I watched Bart fight. I know what's going to happen, but I have to watch because I might have missed a detail. I might see something new. But it happens just the way I see it happen. Then the Black Knight, his killer, turned to me. Looks at me. It's just a dream, but I go for my weapon because he's coming for me. I can feel the ground shake and feel the wind, but all I have against that fucking sword is the little knife I used all those years ago in that horrible room in Dallas. She looked down at her hand, empty now. That's all I have. And it won't be enough, not this time. The sword comes down, and I feel that, too. Just for a second before I wake up. She let out a breath. Sometimes they crowd me. Yes, I know. Killers and victims, they get in your head, and they never really leave. She cupped his face now. They'll get in yours because you can't just step aside, just watch me do the job. You can't just observe any more than I can. I'm in the game, always one of the players. Now you are, too. Do you think I regret that? One day you might. I wouldn't blame you. I knew you for a cop the minute I laid eyes on you. And I knew, without understanding how or why, that you would change things. I'll never regret that moment or any that followed. He gave her shoulders a little shake, as comforting as a kiss. You have to understand, you're not alone on the battlefield. And since that moment, that first moment, neither am I. I used to think I was better off alone, that I needed to be. And maybe I did. But not anymore. She touched her lips to his cheek, then the other. And never again. Then laid her lips warm and soft on his. What they brought to each other closed all the rest outside. A touch, a taste, a promise renewed. He enclosed her, brought her in, brought her close. He knew, she thought, simply knew she needed to be held, to have his arms around her. His hands warming her skin were gentle, so gentle after the blood and brutality of the dream. His lips, those slow, tender kisses, offered her peace and solace and love. Passion would come, she knew. It was a low fire, always kindled between them. But for now, he gave her what she reached for, could always reach for with him. He gave her comfort. Did she know, could she know what it meant to him when she turned to him, when she opened herself to him like this, in absolute trust? Her strength, her valor remained a constant wonder to him, as did her unrelenting determination to defend those who could no longer defend themselves. These moments, when she allowed her vulnerabilities, her doubts, her fears to tremble to the surface, compelled him to take care. In these moments, he could show her it wasn't just the warrior he loved, he treasured, but the woman, the whole of her, the dark and the light. Softly, softly as if tending wounds, he stroked her skin, unknotted muscles tight from the day and the dream. And when she sighed, he laid his lips on her heart. It beat for him. In the blue wash of moonlight, she moved for him, rising up, another sigh, giving over, giving. Her fingers slid through his hair, glided down his back and up again. An easy rhythm, even when her breath quickened and her sigh deepened to moan. Lost in it, this quiet pleasure, she drew him closer, closer still. Body to body, mouth to mouth, thrilled with the weight of him, the shape of him. She drew in his scent like breath, and opened to take him in. Smooth and slow and sweet they moved together. As sensation shimmered through her like light, she cupped his face in the dark. Not all magic was fantasy, she thought. There was magic here, and she felt it glow in her body, in her mind, and her heart. I love you. Rourke. I love you. Magic, she thought, watching his heart rise into his eyes. Accra. My love. And with the word, he lifted her home. In the morning, Eve drank the first half of the first cup of coffee with the concentration of a woman focused on simple survival. Then she sighed with nearly the same easy pleasure as she had the night before under Rourke's skilled hands. No question, she admitted, and set the coffee aside long enough to jump in the shower. She'd gotten spoiled. She didn't know how she'd managed to get her ass in gear every day before Rourke, and real, honest-to-God coffee, black and strong and rich. Or how she'd lived with the stingy piss trickle of the shower in her own apartment before she'd discovered the sheer wonder of hot multijets on full, pummeling her awake. Good things. Little things, really, that she'd lived without all of her life, like the warm, clean-scented swirl of air in the drying tube. She'd gotten used to those good things, those little things, she realized, so that she rarely thought of them. She stepped out of the tube and noted the robe hanging on the door. Short, soft, and boldly red, and probably new. She couldn't be absolutely sure, as her man had a habit of buying her pretty things, good things, little things, without mentioning it. She put it on, picked up her coffee, and stepped back into the bedroom. A typical morning scene in their household, she supposed. Rourke sipped his own coffee on the cushy sofa in the sitting area, stroking Galahad into a coma while he scanned the morning stock reports. Already dressed, she observed, and he'd probably dealt with at least one link conference or holo meeting before she'd cracked her eyes open. He'd nag her to eat breakfast, unless she came up with the idea on her own, and very likely let her know if whatever jacket she pulled out didn't go with whatever pants she pulled on. Good things, she thought yet again. Little things. Their things. While she'd come to rely on the routine, sometimes, she decided, you needed to shake it up. "What are you hungry for?" she asked him. "Sorry?" He glanced over, obviously shifting his attention from screen to her. "What do you want for breakfast?" He cocked his head, lifted his eyebrows. "Have you seen my wife? She was here just a minute ago." "Just for that, you'll eat what I give you." "That sounds a bit more like the woman we know and love," he said to the cat. "And yet—" He rose, sauntered over to her. He gave her a spin and a dip, then a kiss more suited to steamy midnight than bright summer morning. "Well, well, it is you after all. I know that mouth." Keep it up, Ace, and that's all you'll be tasting. I could live with that. She gave him a poke to nudge him back. I've got no time to wrestle with you. I've got search warrants to secure, suspects to grill, killers to catch. She programmed waffles and mixed berries, more coffee. She imagined Rourke had already fed the cat, but programmed a shallow bowl of milk. Galahad leaped on it like a puma. It'll keep him out of our hair, she said as she sat. And isn't this nice, our little family having breakfast together? He plucked a fat blackberry from his own plate, popped it in her mouth. You look rested. No more dreams? No. Something relaxed them right out of me. She picked up a raspberry, popped it in his. But I was thinking about it. Dreams are subconscious wacka-wacka. A little-known psychological term. Whatever. I can figure out most of it. It's just not that deep. But I have a lead suspect in my head. So why was it the fantasy figure that killed Bart in the dream? Maybe because my subconscious was just following the game, or maybe because it's telling me I'm wrong. You might run it by Mira. Maybe, if there's time. When the warrants come through, the searches are going to take a while. Hitting 3 places means extra time, extra men. Mira might back you up on the need for those warrants. Yeah, I'm holding her in reserve. The killer knew Bart's routine. That's part of the thing. His inside-his-own-place routine, and that takes a certain intimacy. It's like this. Us, she explained, wagging a finger between them. The way I knew you'd be sitting here when I came out of the shower, drinking coffee, petting the cat, checking the stocks and morning media. It's what you do. You deviate now and then as necessary, but odds are it's like this. Rourke cut a bite of waffle, and the killer played the odds. They were good odds, just like I favor the odds on whoever killed him making a move to take the leadership role that you play. Bart's death leaves a void, and part of the benefit of that death would be filling it. You're leaning away from more than one of them being involved now. It's still a good possibility, but killing a friend, a partner, it's an absolute betrayal of trust. He nodded. And anyone who's capable of that sort of betrayal wouldn't easily trust someone else. She tapped her fork in the air. You got it in one. These people live by creating scenarios and calculating all the steps. Take this choice, get this result, and that leads to the next. I think the killer would have calculated the pros and cons of pulling someone into it with him. If the other weakens, makes a mistake, threatens, it's a new problem. Difficult to kill another partner, Rourke commented. It would shine your light brightly on the remaining 2, but... He knew her, too. Her routine, her thought patterns. You're concerned that might happen. It depends on what's to be gained or lost, and how much ego and satisfaction were stoked by the first kill. When someone believes they're smarter, more talented, just plain more right than anyone else, and they harbor this kind of need, they're very, very dangerous. Eve tried Cher Rio first. The APA was another friend, and Eve supposed in a broad sense, another partner. I knocked them down, she thought, as she pushed her way through morning traffic. You put them away. When she contacted Rio's office, she learned the APA was already at Central, overseeing Reineke's case. That didn't take long, she mused, and cut west, away from Broadway and the crowds that inevitably partied there. The pizza would roll on the pipe wrench, she concluded, or vice versa. One would take a deal, and the other would do the full weight. And that had to be enough. She left a voicemail on Rio's link, requesting a meet as soon as she finished sealing the deal. But it surprised her to find Rio already waiting, with coffee, in her visitor's chair. Thought you'd take longer, Eve commented. They were at it since just after 2 this morning, which was when your boys decided the happy couple had had enough snuggle time. Rio stretched, rolled her shoulders. She'd slipped into his place about 8. Lights went off at midnight, or thereabouts. They have it documented. She yawned, combed her fingers through her fluffy blonde hair. They got sloppy. Didn't even bother to pull the privacy screen. Your guys got quite a little show before and after the lights went out. I'm betting the wife rolled on the lover. Like a wheel down a steep road. Tried all the usual first, apparently. She was just looking for comfort after the loss. Ria widened her eyes, batted her lashes. Oh, my God! He killed my husband? Shock, dismay, tears. Anyway, she shrugged. They got very detailed confessions out of both, and I saved the taxpayers a bundle. She'll do a solid dime, he'll do double that. She held up a finger before Eve could speak. Yeah, we probably could have gotten them both life in a trial, but this seals them up. It's not a bad way to start the middle of the night. She might have argued, for form's sake, but Eve wanted Rio's good graces. I need 3 search warrants. For what? Eve got her own coffee, sat, and spelled it out. Frowning, Rio tapped a finger to the side of her mug. No physical evidence on any of them? That's why I need the warrants, to find some. You don't really know what you're looking for, but I'll know it when I find it. The weight's there, Rio. Motive, means, opportunity, e-skills, and an intimate knowledge of the Vic's domicile, habits, and security. Add in by their own statements, only those 3 had full knowledge of the game. They're alibied. Eve shook her head, dismissing it. The alibis are soft. They're so soft, they're squishy. You haven't seen the place. I have. It's like a beehive, with the bees buzzing everywhere. It's a 5-minute walk to the scene. Any one of them could have slipped out for an hour without anybody knowing. And if someone had, the killer would have had another alibi ready. It's the way they think, in cause and effect, action and reaction. Mira's profile adds more. He knew his killer. Rio puffed out her cheeks. I can work it. You say they've been cooperative so far? Oh, yeah. You could always request a search, see how each of them reacts. And that gives any of them time to ditch whatever it is I might find. I can work it, she said again, and I sure hope you find something. She rose. Do you know how uncomfortable that chair is? Yeah. Rio laughed, rubbed tired blue eyes. Regardless, if you'd been another 10 minutes, I'd have been asleep in it. I need a damn nap. See you tonight? Nadine's party? I'll be there. I'm going to have to trowel on the enhancers to look half human. I'll get your warrants, she added as she headed out. Thanks. One down, Eve thought, then walked out to pull Peabody away from her desk. Let's go have another talk with Cece. As they started for the glide, she spotted Reinecke at one of the machines in vending. Good work, Detective. Thanks, Lieutenant. Jenkinson's walking them through processing. He drew a very sad-looking Danish out of the slot. You know, turns out in the end, they were just a couple of idiots. He still had the clone phone he used to tag her before he went out and bashed the dead husband, and the pizza box hadn't run through his recycler yet. And her? She bought fancy underwear online a couple hours after she's notified she's got a dead husband. Stupidity should have gotten them more than 10 and 20. I bet they don't come out any smarter. Good work, she said again. And I don't want to find you and Jenkinson shared the surveillance dock around the bullpen. It's too bad, because they may be stupid, but they're damn flexible. She waited until she was on the glide to grin. We're not looking at the girlfriend? Cece? Peabody asked. No, it's one of the partners, but she may know more than she thinks. She's had some time to settle. I want to poke at her memory and impressions. They found Cece at home, in a tidy little apartment she shared with a trio of goldfish in a glass bowl. Eve wondered about people who kept fish. Did they like to watch them circle, staring out with those weird eyes? What was the appeal? I took some time off work. Cece sat in a high-backed scoop chair. She'd pulled her hair back in a tail and hadn't bothered with enhancements. She looked pale and tired. I just can't go back yet. It feels like if I do, it's saying Bart didn't matter enough for me to stay home, and he did. Have you called a counselor? No, I guess I'm not ready to feel better. That sounds stupid. No, it doesn't, Peabody told her. I don't know if we'd have stuck. I mean, things were good, and I think maybe, but I don't know, and I keep thinking about that. Would we have moved in together, or even gotten married? I don't know. Did you ever talk about it? Eve wondered. Moving in together? Cece managed a little smile. We sort of circled around it. I don't think either of us was ready for that. I think if we'd stayed together a few more months, we'd have talked about it seriously. We weren't in a hurry, you know. We thought we had plenty of time. And you each had your own interests, Eve prompted. Your own routines and your own friends. That's true. I had a boyfriend once, and he crowded me. It was like if we weren't together 24/7, I didn't care enough. It wasn't like that with Bart. We did a lot together, and he liked my friends. I liked his, but we didn't have to be together every minute. You got along well with his partners, his closest friends. Sure, they're great. Good thing, she added with a smile that warmed her tired eyes. I don't think I'd have been Bart's girl if I hadn't liked his friends and they hadn't liked me back. Oh? Well, they're like family. Some people have trouble with family. I could tell you about my sister. She rolled her eyes now, and Eve began to see some of the charm and energy that must have attracted Bart eke through the grief. But I guess, I don't know, when you choose your family, it's different. You can still disagree or argue, but you're always going to stand up for each other, too. I guess that's true with my sister, even when I'm mad at her. It'd be natural for Bart to get mad at his partners sometimes. Maybe, but he really didn't. It was more like he'd shake his head and go, "Geez, what's Sil thinking about this? Or what's Benny doing that for? Or Var's out of orbit on this one?" He'd talk to you about them. Sure. I'd be a kind of decompression chamber for him, if they'd had a rough few days. I know they'd been working really hard on a new project, long hours and lots of testing stuff. Maybe they argued a little, the way you do over stuff like that, especially when you're overdoing it. Anything specific? Every detail helps, Eve added when Cece bit her lip. One thing can lead to another. Give us a better picture. Oh, well, I know he was miffed at Sil a couple weeks ago. Nothing big, but he was upset that she'd gone over budget for a marketing campaign proposal. And she was miffed because she put a lot of time into it and thought it was worth the extra. And he didn't. She gets madder than he does. Did. She sighed, then shook it off. He said they yelled at each other, but he didn't really yell, so I'd say she did that part. But they made up, like always. He bought her flowers. He liked giving flowers. And he and Var got into it about the direction of this new game. It was technical, so Bart didn't really say what. Just about how they weren't going off mission statement and not everything should reach its full potential. That's a weird thing to say, isn't it? Yeah. What did he mean? I don't know. He just said Uplay was about play, and that was that. He could be a little stubborn. Not often, but when he was kind of cute. How about Bart and Benny? Any tension? They go back so far. They'd tease each other a lot. That kind of ragging guys do on each other. Like I was over there last week because we were going to catch a vid after work. He and Benny were testing one of the games, going one-on-one, and Bart just slaughtered him. And Bart rubbed his face in it. They do that all the time, but I guess all the work they'd been putting in was starting to tell, because Benny got steamed. I could see it. Benny said maybe they'd try it IRL, in real life, next time, and stalked off. Bart just laughed. I told him when we left he'd hurt Benny's feelings. She shrugged. It was just guy stuff. Stupid guy stuff. She's a nice woman, Peabody commented when they got back in the car. I know it's pointless to speculate, but I think they would have stuck. His history indicates he's the sticking kind. Yeah, and he feels a little more normal now. Gets irritated with friends, has some arguments. None of them seemed murderous. Not to him. We can't be sure about the friend. Syl, questioning her authority and creativity. Var, shutting down an idea for change. Benny, skewering his ego and e-skills. It tells us he's normal, that two of the partners wanted something he didn't and were overruled, and the third got his ass kicked in front of others. It's unlikely any of those incidents were the first of their kind, and very possible any of those incidents was, for one of them, a last straw. You and I argue, and you've been known to shut me down and kick my ass. I'm not plotting your murder. At this time. I bet you've imagined kicking my ass. Peabody cast her gaze up to the roof of the vehicle. Imagination is not against the law or any departmental regulations. That's the point. It takes a certain type or a flashpoint incident to cause someone to turn imagination into reality. She drummed her fingers on the wheel, thinking it through as she drove. They all fit the profile, in my opinion. And turning imagination into something as close as possible to reality is what they try to do every day. So, one step more, and it's absolutely real. She glanced down at her dash link, smiled at the text on screen. Rio came through. Put 3 teams together, she ordered Peabody. Me? Is someone else here? No, but... An E-man with each team. We'll circulate. I want all weapons confiscated, even the toys. I want all discs evaluated, all comps, all comms evaled on site. She ran down the list briskly, while Peabody scrambled to key tasks into her PPC. Any question on any of them, they come in. I want all sinks, tubs, showers, and drains tested for blood. I want any and all droids on any of the premises also evaled. Okay. Peabody swallowed, then nodded. I follow you. Good. Make it happen. You and I are going by Uplay to notify the partners. Tell the ranking officer on each team to secure the warrant for his or her area. Copy that. Dallas, do you really think if one of the partners killed Bart, they'd leave evidence in their own space? She thought of a simple pizza box. It happens. Chapter 15. While Peabody put the teams together via link, Eve contacted the commander with an update. Are you looking at all 3 partners, acting in concert? No, sir. I don't believe they could have pulled it off. Nor do I believe all 3 of them could or would have turned against the victim and toward murder. It's possible, and it's possible 2 of them conspired, as Mira's profile indicates a strong probability for 2 killers. But how to explain? It doesn't fit for 2 of them in a conspiracy. It's too off balance. If half the whole goes bad, how can the other half not notice? I believe they've all been under a lot of pressure to complete the project, and that caused some friction in the group. But to plan a murder like this takes time and thought, and goes deeper than friction between friends and partners. It may have been the excuse, the catalyst for one to act, but it was always under there. Which one? She hesitated. I'll be better able to answer that after we see what the searches turn up. Having their personal space searched also adds pressure. I want to see the reactions. Turn up the heat and see if one of them boils over? Something like that, sir. When she completed her update, Eve glanced over to see Peabody staring at her with cool, narrowed eyes. What? You know. Many things. You know which one. Eve shook her head. I leaned toward one. Which one? You tell me. That's not fair. The cool look edged into a pout. We're partners. You're supposed to tell me. You're a detective. You're supposed to figure it out. Fine, okay. I get the whole half of the whole. Off balance. How could 2 of them turn on their old pal? But I think it had to be 2. Not just because of Mira's profile, which plays out for me, but because logistically it's more solid. One to slip out and do the job, the other to hang back and cover. You're right. It's more solid. And you still think it's just one of them? Yeah, I do. They're a tight circle, square, whatever. A closely knit and tied group. One of them veers off on this. That individual could disguise the resentment, hate, envy, ambition. Whatever of those served as driving force or excuse. Bad mood, overwork, distracted. Now make the individual a pair, which first means the spearhead in this has to take on a partner, has to trust. Off balance, she thought again. Too much weight, or hate, on one side of the whole. Now you have 2 people trying to hide murderous intent, Eve continued, and by and large people aren't that good at strapping down their more passionate feelings. And after the deed's done, both those people have to project shock and grief, not only to us, but to the last remaining member of the group. If all 3 of them conspired, then Bart Minnock would have had to been completely oblivious to what was going on in his circle of close friends and partners. That's not how I read him. Certainly not how I read him after this last interview with the girlfriend. He had a sensitivity, a read on his people. And at the base, there's just no motive, no sense in the 3 of them plotting to kill him. They'd be the majority. If they all wanted something from him, from the business, wanted a change, or were just fucking sick of him, they'd vote him out or off or push as a unit. The murder and the method equaled more than business, Eve thought. More than a bigger share of the pie. In the legal sense, the partnership agreement, they went with majority rule. And he didn't have any more authority or power than any of the others. They gave him the authority and power, a tacit sort of deal. They let him run the show because he was best suited for it, and it was working. Okay. You're talking me into it, Peabody said. And one of them didn't want him to run the show anymore. But that meant it was 3 against 1. So take him out, and it's no longer a problem. That's part of it. It has to be deeper. But the method of murder says raging ego to me and serious loathing. The loathing may have built over time. Bart got the majority of the media attention, and he was the go-to guy at Uplay. He said no, or let's go this way. They tended to go along. Now there's a void, and voids need to be filled. That's correct, Detective. Given their backgrounds, skills, and personalities, any one of them could fill it. I'm not convinced on the personalities. She pulled into the lot. For now, let's go in and screw up their day. The warehouse was busier than the day before. Machines beeped and buzzed, shapes and colors filled screens. People went about their business with black bands around bare arms or the sleeves of colorful tees. Eve spotted Syl riding up a level in one of the glass-walled elevators. The long fall of black hair had been tamed into a single neat braid. She wore a black suit and black dress shoes with short, squat heels. Respectful, Eve mused. Sensible. And unless she missed her guess, new. Out of curiosity, Eve tapped one of the techs. Where can I find Syl? Her office? She's been in there all morning. Uh-huh, thanks. She glanced at Peabody, then jerked ahead toward the stairs. Most of these people are in their own bubble, or in a bubble with whoever they're working with. They don't pop it unless they're told to or need something. The alibis aren't going to hold. They didn't find Syl in her office, but in the break room where she sat alone, rubbing her left temple and staring into a power drink. Her head snapped up and her knuckles whitened on the tube. You're back. Does that mean no? Not yet. Her body slumped. I don't know why it matters so much. When you find out who killed Bart, he'll still be dead. I don't know why it matters. Don't you want to know who killed him? Yeah. Yes. But right now, it just doesn't seem to matter. Sorry. She waved a hand. I'm just bottomed, I guess. Do you have more questions? Actually, we're here to notify you that we've obtained search warrants for your residence and for those of Benny and Var. They'll be carried out this morning. I don't understand. You're going to search my apartment? That's correct. But why? For what? Eve watched her face change. Those sharp green eyes fire, her cheeks flush with furious color. You think I did this to Bart? To Bart? What the hell is wrong with you? You're supposed to be ace high at what you do, and you think I killed Bart? No one's accusing you. It's necessary to explore all avenues. That's just bullshit. You're getting nowhere, so you start hassling us. You waste time with us, while whoever killed him gets away with it. Tears sparkled in her eyes for a moment, but the heat of temper burned them off. I thought it didn't matter, finding Bart's killer. Don't you even say his name to me. Her voice spiked up, her fists clenched. I don't want you pawing through my things. We have a warrant to search, and that warrant will be executed. It's your right to be present during the search, and to have legal counsel or representation present. You're a stone bitch. I loved him. He was my family. Jesus God! We're having his memorial service this afternoon. His parents are coming. I've been dealing with all the details, and now you come at us with this? You think I can just leave and go watch you get your rocks off poking into my private space? Your presence is a right, not an obligation. What's going on? Var rushed in with Benny right behind him. Silly, we could hear you on Mars. What's going on? Contact Felicity. We need to contact her right now. This excuse for a cop thinks we killed Bart. What? Come on. No, she doesn't. Var reached her first, squeezed her arm. Once again, Benny followed. They flanked her. The 3 points of the triangle, Eve thought. What's going on, Lieutenant? Var asked. She's going to search our apartments this morning. What for? Benny stared at Eve as his arm went around Syl's shaking shoulders. Is that legal? Var looked from Eve to Peabody and back again. I mean, don't you have to ask or get a warrant, something? We have warrants. As a courtesy, I'm notifying you that these searches will take place this morning. None of you is being accused. We're simply pursuing all avenues in the investigation. You could have just asked. Benny drew Syl closer, angled his long, skinny frame toward her. We'd tell you anything you want to know. We have. It's not right what you're doing. It's not right that you'd upset Syl like this, today of all days. It's Bart's memorial. Var pressed his lips together. Couldn't you just wait one day? One day! His parents will be here. If they hear about this, it's only going to make it harder on them. God, isn't it hard enough? He turned away, stepped over to brace his hands on the counter. We're trying to do what's right for Bart, what he'd want. Yeah, Eve said. Me too. He wouldn't want you upsetting Syl, Benny cut in. He wouldn't want you making us feel like suspects. I'm not responsible for how you feel, Eve said, deliberately harsh. I'm responsible for the investigation. It's within your rights to be present during the search and to have a legal representative present. I want Felicity, Syl insisted. I'll take care of it, I will, Benny told her. Don't worry. We can't all go, all be there. He glanced over to Var. We can't all leave, especially today. You can go, Syl, if you'd feel better. I can't. I still have things to do for the memorial. I haven't put it all together yet. I can take care of that. No. She tipped her head to Benny's chest briefly. I need to stay and finish it. You go, Benny. Var turned back, sighed. One of us should. Syl and I can handle things here. It's just what they do, the police, I guess. Just what they have to do. So what? It's not personal? Syl snapped, then immediately closed her eyes. Sorry. I'm sorry, Var. It's okay. Weariness more than anger reflected on his pleasant face. We're all upset. Let's just get it over with. Benny, maybe you could check at each of our places. I can do that. I can do that, sure. I'll go to your place first, he told Syl. I'll be there when they start. Don't worry about it. My place is a mess. He smiled at her. What else is new? It doesn't matter, does it? She reached out, took Var's hand so they were once again united. It's just what they have to do, Var said. But I'll get in touch with Felicity. You're right, Syl, she should know. Okay, that's the plan. Syl lifted her chin. If that's all, Lieutenant, we'd like you to go. We don't want you here. Your attorney can contact me directly if she wants to see a copy of the warrants. She started out, giving a quick shake of her head in case Peabody spoke before they were clear of the building. Impressions? Eve asked when they were in the vehicle. Well, Syl's got a temper. A lot of heat there. Passionate, territorial. Yeah. Benny's protective. He was pissed too, but he pulled it back, tried to smooth it over with Syl. He's stuck on her. Oh, yeah, he is, Peabody nodded. Which makes him, since there's no sign there's anything going on there, controlled, maybe repressed. Var seemed rocked back on his heels initially, but he recovered. Pretty seriously pissed, too. He had to take a minute to pull himself together. Insulted. They all were. A lot of people react that way to search warrants. Each of them took a role. Nobody stepped forward and said, okay, you do this, you do that, I'll take care of the other thing. Nobody's established a clear leadership role yet. It's subtle, but it's there. Eve shrugged. Then again, maybe I'm looking for it, projecting it. Something else. Insulted and pissed, yeah, but none of them seemed especially worried about what we might find. Tracks covered. Detail-oriented. But people never cover their tracks as well as they think. We're not going to walk in and find the murder weapon in the closet or an e-diary of the plot, but I think it's going to be interesting, whatever we do find. We'll start at Sill's. She pulled up at the nondescript 3-story building. You know, they all live within easy walking distance of work and each other. Bart, he goes for a little jazz. Doorman, penthouse, multi-level. Not so fancy inside, but the foundation is. Sill goes for the loft, a little more bohemian. Not as many people living inside the building. Good building security, though, Peabody pointed out. Yeah, I bet she had a hand in that. Who's on this one? I put Jenkinson and Reinecke. They're pretty clear after closing a case this morning. I've got McNabb with them. I'll check on their ETA. Do that, Eve said, as her own link signaled. She lifted her brows as she scanned the readout. That was quick, she commented. It's the lawyer. Dallas, she said. She did the dance, then signaled for Peabody to go ahead inside when the team arrived. Before she'd finished with the lawyer, Benny came down the sidewalk at a steady jog. Changed his shoes, she noted. He'd been wearing dress shoes with his memorial suit, as had his partners. Now he bolted up the short steps to the entrance in black and white running shoes that showed some wear. She slid her link back in her pocket as he keyed himself in. He'd never even noticed her, she mused, too focused on the mission at hand. She went in, and up an elevator designed to resemble an old cage type, but its guts were fully 2060. She ordered Sill's third-floor loft, and obeyed the computer's request for her name, her business, then a badge scan. The team had already begun their work when she stepped into a wide and open living area. Benny stood, hands in his pockets. Fists, she corrected. Seriously pissed. She's very private with outsiders, he said to Eve. This has really spun her out. She's already down, and now this. We all do what we have to do. A lot of space, she added, glancing around at the bright, cheerful colors, the framed comp art, the triple screens, the cushy chairs. So what? It's not a crime to like space. Never said it was. You'll want to chill, Benny. It's going to be a long day. She wandered through, glanced at the kitchen, which appeared to actually be used to cook. A few dishes scattered the counter, the sink. Eve opened the fridge, noted some brews, some soft drinks, heavy on the power type, water, milk that had expired the day before, some sort of lettuce that seemed to be wilting. Hasn't been shopping for a while, she thought. Do you expect to find a clue in the damn fridge? Benny demanded. Eve closed it, turned so they were face to face. She read passion on his, as bold and bright as his red dreads. This is going to be harder on you if you try to pick a fight with me. I don't mind a fight, but you're going to end up losing and potentially being hauled down to Central for interfering with a legal search. She left him stewing to walk through the loft. Lots of space, she thought again, lots of comfort. No frills, but still subtly female. Plenty of toys, game systems. At first glance, the office appeared to belong to a disorganized teenager, but Eve saw the method under the clutter. She'd bet a month's pay Sill could put her hands on exactly what she wanted. On the far side of the office from the workstation was a screen and several game systems. She could work on something, then try it out right here, do her testing, her tweaking. No guest room, she noted. Not much on company. In the single bedroom, the sheets on the unmade bed were a tangle, projecting restless nights. She just bought the suit and shoes she had on. Peabody turned from the closet. The bags are in here, with the receipt. Just yesterday. It's kind of sad, She doesn't have another black suit, or much black at all in here, so I guess she felt she needed to get something appropriate. Good-sized closet for a woman who didn't own a black suit until yesterday. A lot of costumes, con wear, and work clothes if you're an E. Couple of formal things, a couple cocktail-type things, but mostly it's work and play. With a nod, Eve slid open a bedside drawer. She found what she thought of as basic female self-serve sex tools, a scatter of unused memo cubes, and an e-diary. She kept a journal. "That's private!" Benny stood in the doorway, fury vibrating off his skin. "If she wrote something in there, it's private." "There's nothing private now. I don't care about her personal thoughts unless they pertain to the investigation, and you're making me think I might find something here that does." "That's off. That's so off. You don't know her. She's never hurt anyone in her life." "Then she doesn't have to worry. Detective, log this in and see that it's transported with the other electronics to Central." "Yes, sir." Peabody took the diary, slipped out. "You want to take me on, Benny?" Eve said quietly. "You've got the training, so it might be an interesting fight. Before you're charged with assaulting a police officer, with obstruction of justice, with interfering with the legal search, do you want to spend Bart's memorial in a cage?" "I'm never going to forget this. Never." He spun around, walked away. "Bet you won't," Eve murmured. She left the bedroom, crossed the length of the loft to Sill's hollow room. To satisfy herself, she tried the log, was denied. She went in search of McNabb. "I want the data from the hollow log as soon as you can get it. I want to know when she last used it and what she used it for." "No problem. This place." He let out a low whistle. "These people know how to live." "Yeah, until they don't." "Peabody," she called out, "with me." She opted to walk, and though Benny's building was only a half a block away, chose to cover the 3 blocks to Vars. "Who's on this one?" "I put Carmichael, Foster, Calendar on this one. It's supposed to storm tonight. Do you think it's going to storm?" "How do I know? Do I look like a forecaster?" "I've got these great shoes to wear to Nadine's party, but if it rains and we get stuck getting a cab or have to walk to the subway, they'll get screwed." Peabody searched the sky for answers. "If it storms, I need to wear these pretty mag boots, but they're not new, plus the shoes are so totally uptown." "Peabody, your footwear is of absolutely no interest to me, and at the moment the source of mild annoyance." "Since it's only mild, let me continue. I sprang for a new outfit, too. It seemed like a good excuse for one. Nadine's book, fancy deal, and the Icove case was ours. I'm in the book and all that. I want to look complete. What are you wearing?" "I don't know. I don't care." "You have to." To bring the point home, Peabody stabbed Eve's arm with her finger. "You're like the star of the book." "I am not the star of the book." The idea was horrifying. "The case is the star of the book." "Who was in charge of the case?" "I'm going to show you my current footwear, Peabody, up close when my boot connects with your nose. It's usually my ass, so that's a nice change." She stopped, tipped down her shaded glasses to study Vars' building. "Post-urban. One of those temps that became permanent. It's in good shape, though. Good security again. He's on the top 2 floors, roof access. I bet it's a nice view from up on the roof." Inside, they rode up to 10. "I bet you guys are taking a limo tonight," Peabody said with some envy. "I don't know. I don't care." "Easy not to care when you have a limo just by snapping your fingers." Eve sighed. She supposed it was. Look, If I get you and McNabb a limo, will you stop whining and say nothing more about your damn shoes or anything else about the damn party?" Peabody let out a very uncop-like squeal and grabbed Eve in a hug before Eve could evade it. "Yes, yes! Wow! Oh, thanks, Dallas. Serious thanks. I can wear my new—" "I can stop having any concerns about the weather." Eve shoved her back, struggled to realign her dignity as they stepped out. Var didn't command the entire floor, but took the west side of it. He went for more muted tones, she concluded, more masculine, and a style she found more restful than that of his other two partners. In furniture, he'd gone sleek, leaning toward avant-garde, curved shapes, sharp angles. Order, she mused, a certain style, and clean to the point of shining. Unlike Syl, he avoided clutter, but he shared her predilection for mega-E in comps, systems, screens, toys. A display held a collection of weapons. Props, she noted. Toys again. No reels. She studied the contents of his fridge. All liquids. Wines, beers, soft and power drinks. He relied on the auto chef for food, and had that well stocked. Like Bart's, she mused, heavy on the pizza, burgers, tacos, sweets. Steaks, she noted, potato sides, big on fried. Guy food. His place is neater than hers, Peabody observed. Seems more organized and more stylish. She has her own organizational style, but yes, tidier. She moved on to his office, where Calendar was already at work on the comps. She said, "Yo." "Nice setup." "Nice? Baby, it's rocket. Like total command center. From the main comp, he can control all the systems, the screens, even the ones in other rooms. He can multitask, no problem, but he adds to those capabilities with the AUGs. Workstations equipped with built-in smart screen. Oh, he gets hungry? He can command the auto chef here or in any of the rooms. Have one of the droids serve it up." "How many droids?" "He's got 3. No human replicas, straight mechanical. I haven't gotten there yet, but my guess is cleaning, serving, security, that kind of deal." "Get me everything there is to get." Calendar wiggled her shoulders. "Good thing I'd be happy staying here all day." Eve stepped out. "You can see why they're friends." Peabody gestured toward the bedroom closet. "Lots of costumes, lots of work gear. He's got better clothes than the woman, but basically it's the same deal. And like hers, and the Vic's for that matter, this room, like the rest of them, is set up for lots of play. Not bedroom-type play, gameplay. Not bedroom gameplay, but I get it, Peabody." The bed, a roomy platform with a padded headboard, was neatly made with a good all-weather duvet and a few plumped pillows. "No sex toys," she announced. "Memo cubes, unused, a couple of handheld games, over-the-counter sleep aid." "Bathroom kicks ass," Peabody called out. "Bubble tub, multi-jet steam shower, sauna deck, music, screen, and VR systems built in, drying tube, the works. Check for meds and illegals." She toured the rest. The second bedroom, outfitted for games, a small, well-outfitted home gym, and, as she'd expected, a hollow room. She gave Calendar the same instructions as she had McNabb, called Peabody, then headed out to check the last space. "Baxter, Trueheart, and Feeney," Peabody told her before she asked. "Feeney wanted in. He just wants to play with the toys." "Impressions so far?" "They live and work as they please, and they live their work. She's busy, likes to have several things going at once, so she's got clutter because she doesn't necessarily finish one thing before going to the next. She does a little cooking, and since she doesn't have to, she must like it. No droids, which is kind of odd, given what she does. I think it's that privacy issue. When she's in her personal space, she wants to be alone. He's more streamlined and pays more attention to style. The second bedroom's set up for gaming, but he's got a convertible sleep chair in there just in case. Okay. There's our shadow. Eve jutted her chin. Across the street, Benny stood on the steps of his building, watching them come. As they approached, he jammed his hands in his pockets, hunched his shoulders, then walked quickly in the direction of Var's apartment. He's mad, but he's sad, too. At least I think so, Peabody added. You can kill and be both. Benny had gone for a loft, too, with the space that occupied the rear of the building on 2 levels. Peabody gaped as they entered. Wow! It's Commander Black's quarters! Who the hell is that? Commander Black! StarQuest! This is a reproduction of his living quarters aboard the Intrepid. Peabody ran her hand over the scrolled arm of a brown sofa. It's even got the burn marks from when Black had the blaster fight with Voltar. And look! That's the old desk that was his great-grandfather's, the first commander of the Intrepid. He lives in a vid set? Vid and game, and it's a really frosty set. It's got every detail, plus some that aren't. She gestured to a pair of worn white socks, an open bag of soy chips, 2 empty brew bottles. Still, tidier than the woman. Eve repeated the routine, going room by room, absorbing. Yes, she thought, she could see why they were friends. Though individual preferences came through, the overall focused on the same: fun, games, and fantasy. Like Bart, he kept a replica droid. Male, she noted. Name's Alfred, Feeney told her. Butler to Bruce Wayne, confidant of the Dark Knight. She spun around. What? The Dark Knight? Batman, kid. Even you've heard of Batman. Yeah. Vigilante with psychotic tendencies who dresses up in a weird bat costume. Rich playboy by day, right? She turned, frowned at the droid. The Dark Knight's an icon. Feeney's jabbed finger matched his tone. Insult. And he uses those so-called psycho tendencies for good. Anyway, old Alfred, he has been shut down the last couple days. His basic programming is to clean the place, serve meals, greet guests. I'll fine-tooth his memory board, but at a quick once-over, I don't see anything hinky. Eve opened the fridge. He's out of beer. You thirsty? He's been drinking. Sitting out there in his fantasy commander's quarters, drinking his brews. Wouldn't mind doing the same myself. He was just here. Yeah, I saw him leave. He tried to slip something out. What? A photograph. Had it in the bedroom, drawer by the bed. Trueheart caught it. The boy's got it. He's upstairs. She went up to where Trueheart continued to work on the master bedroom. The bed was made, half-heartedly. 2 more empty bottles stood empty on the nightstand. Lieutenant. In his uniform, the young, studly, and shy Trueheart looked fresh as spring grass in the crowded, cluttered room. Eve glanced toward a large object draped in a colorful throw. It's Mongo, Trueheart told her. A parrot. The subject covered his cage so he wouldn't get too excited. Curious, Eve crossed over, lifted the throw. Inside, an enormous bird with wild feathers cocked his head and eyed her. Hi, how you doing? Want to play? Let me out of here. Want to play? Jesus, Eve muttered. Benny, Mongo called. Eve dropped the throw. Damn it. Mongo said clearly, and with what sounded like true bitterness. She turned away to see Trueheart grinning. He was doing a lot of that when I came up. It's pretty chill. He even asked me my name. Benny said he's about 35 years old and— Trueheart paused, cleared his throat. I agreed it was best to cover the cage so as not to excite the bird or distract from the search. The subject requested I uncover it when we're done, as the bird enjoys the light. Sir. Right. Where's the photo he tried to get by you? Here, sir. Trueheart opened the drawer, removed it. I checked it. It's just a standard digital, standard frame. He was more embarrassed than mad when I caught him. Syl looked out. Half profile, face bright with laughter. There were other photos around the room, around the loft, as in his office at Uplay. But those captured the group, or various parts of it. This was only Syl, and obviously his private memory or fantasy. Do you want me to take it in, sir? No. She handed it back. Leave it. She finished her tour, filed her impressions. Unlike Syl, Benny wasn't a loner. He kept a replica droid and a pet, a talking pet, things for company and conversation. Not as tidy as either Var or Bart. A brooder, she concluded, thinking of the empty beer bottles. Before she left, she walked to the window. From the angle, she could see Syl's building, pick out her windows. What was it like, she wondered? And what did it do to a man who could stand here and look out and see the woman he loved night after night? Both sad and mad, Peabody had said. And Eve thought, yes, that was just about right. Chapter 16. Eve split off from Peabody, sending her partner back to Syl's to work with the search team, while she divided her time between the other two apartments. The problem was, as she saw it, what they looked for and hoped to find would be buried in electronics. It put her at a disadvantage. There's something to find, Feeney told her. We'll find it sooner or later. It's the later that sticks in me. You're not showing much faith in me and my boys. Feeney, I'm putting all my faith in you and your boys. Hands on her hips, she did a circle around Benny's home office. These three live and breathe E-air. When it comes to outside interests, they still wind back to it. And according to Rourke, they're exceptional. They ain't hacks. She pointed a finger. Why not? It's tempting, isn't it? Almost irresistible to hack when you're just that good. It's another kind of game. You're not going to tell me you've never poked your finger in that pie. He smiled. I'm a duly authorized officer of the NYPSD. Hacking's a crime. Hypothetically, theoretically, and saying you ever say I did, you're a lying SOS. It could be experimental type hacking keeps the gears oiled. And a group of geeks with exceptional skills, playing games all damn day and night, would likely experiment. If they, or one of them, wanted to take it a little further, keep an eye on the innards of competitors, say, unregistered equipment would be handy and damn near essential. Adds a nice layer of control and security, he agreed. It'll cost, but they could afford it. Hell, this place could probably build their own with spare parts. Everything in this place, and everything at Uplay HQ, is properly registered. Yeah, and I've been through each apartment twice now. If any of them have a hidden room, it's in another dimension. Off-site, maybe, but still in the area. Hands on hips, she turned another circle. They keep everything close. If they or one of them has a hidey hole for unregistered, That would be the place they'd do the hacking. Just follows. And where you'd work up the outline, the scenario for murder. Where you'd play the game. Another angle, she thought, another line to tug. But first she drove back to Uplay and Bart Minnock's memorial. Full house, she noted, and glanced at the screens where a montage of Bart's life played out. She heard his voice over the voices of those who'd come to pay respect and to mourn. Media interviews, cons where he'd given seminars, holiday trips, parties. Moments, big and small, of his life, she thought, spliced together. Food and flowers, as much staples of a memorial as the dead, spread out in careful and creative displays. Simple food, simple flowers, she noted, along with self-serve fizzy bars. She heard as much laughter as tears as she wound her way through to offer condolences to her victim's parents. Mr. and Mrs. Minnock, I'm Lieutenant Dallas. I'm very sorry for your loss. Lieutenant Dallas. The woman who'd passed her eyes, the shape of her mouth, onto her son, gripped Eve's hand. Thank you for coming. This isn't the time to ask if your son has all my attention and the determination of the NYPSD to bring his killer to justice. His life was just beginning, Bart's father said. I've gotten to know him over the past couple of days. It seems to me he lived that life very well. Thank you for that. Thank you, Lieutenant. She eased away, moving through the crowd, scanning faces, listening to bits of conversation, and searching for the partners. She saw the Singh family, the two beautiful kids in dark suits she thought made them look eerily like mini-adults. Susan Singh had an arm around Cece's shoulders, so the five of them formed their own intimate little unit. Connected, she thought, by Bart's life and by his death. Eve started toward them when Syl spotted her. The outrage on her face held as much passion as a scream. Anticipating her, Eve crossed over, away from the main packs of people, forcing Syl to change direction to come after her. You're not welcome here. Do you think you can come here now? Now? When we're remembering Bart? Do you think you can just grab some pizza bites and a fizzy and spy on us now? You don't want to cause a scene here, Syl. You don't want to do this here. This is our place. This was Bart's place, and you— Syl. Rourke laid a hand on her shoulder. Your anger's misplaced. Don't tell me about my anger. She shrugged his hand away. Bart's dead. He's dead, and she's trying to make it seem like we killed him. What kind of a person does that? For all I know, she's decided this is an opportunity, and she's passing our data on to you. Be careful, Eve said softly. Be very careful. Syl jutted up her chin, and her eyes sparked challenge. What are you going to do? Arrest me? Come, walk outside with me, Rourke told her. Just you and you can say whatever you need to say, but away from here. You'll upset Bart's parents if this keeps up. Fine. I've got plenty to say. As Rourke took her out, Eve gave them a moment. It was just enough time for Benny to elbow his way through the crowd. What's going on? What did you say to her? Very little. She needs to blow off some steam. It'll be better blown outside where it doesn't upset anyone else. God. He scrubbed his hands over his face, then watched, as Eve did, as Syl paced and pointed, threw up her hands, and Rourke stood, listening. She's better off mad, Benny said at length. I'd rather see her pissed off at you, at everything, than so damn sad. Does she know you're in love with her? We're friends. His shoulders stiffened. It would be hard working with someone every day, as closely as you work together, and having those feelings. It's a lot to hold in. We're friends, he repeated, and that's my personal business. Lieutenant Dallas. Tight-lipped, Var strode up. This isn't right. You can't come here now and interrogate us, anyone. This is for Bart. His parents deserve... What's Syl doing out there with Rourke? Blowing off some, Benny said. No, come on. He took Var's arm as Var turned toward the door. Let her work it out. Let's not do this today, okay? Let's just not do this today. You're right. Okay, you're right. Var closed his eyes, dragged both hands through his skullcap of hair. Look, can't you leave us alone today? He asked Eve. Just leave us alone while we get through this. It's not like we're going anywhere. I'm not here to hassle you. I came to pay my respects to Bart's parents, as I was the one who had to tell them he was dead. Oh, hell. Benny let out a long breath. Sorry. I guess... sorry. We're the ones who have to be here for them now, and for each other. We get you're doing what you have to do. Well, Benny and I do, Var corrected with another glance through the glass. It's gonna take Syl a little longer. It's personal for her. It's routine for you, we get that. Murder's never routine. She glanced back at the screen, at Bart. It's always personal. He's mine now, every bit as much as he's yours. Believe me when I say I'll find who killed him, whatever it takes. She walked away, thinking she'd planted the seeds. Now she'd see how long it took them to sprout. She went out to her car, leaned against it, and watched Rourke and Syl. He was doing the talking now, or most of it. Syl shook her head, turned away with her hands pulling at her hair until the tidy plait frayed. But she was winding down, Eve judged, and within a few moments was weeping against Rourke's chest. Eve waited them out, wished fleetingly for some coffee as she started a search for property using the warehouse and the 4 apartments to triangulate. She glanced up as Rourke walked to her. So, how's your day so far? She asked him. Up and down. You're still a bitch, by the way, but she's decided I'm not a heartless fuck using Bart's death for my own gain. Good thing I pride myself on my bitchery. I don't know how many things light her fuse, but once it's lit, it's short. Yes. I should tell you, I felt obliged to let her know we had a project nearly ready for marketing that's similar to theirs. I bet she loved hearing that. I always considered you a champion of creative swearing, but I believe she'd give you a run. Like Eve, he studied the building, the shapes and movements behind the glass. When I managed to cut through some of the blue, I gave her some details. You wouldn't understand, he added. It's technical. And I don't speak geek. Why? Why did you tell her? When I was in, we'll say, the habit of stealing, I didn't mind being accused of it. My people have worked very hard on this project and don't deserve to have that work diminished. She's a very bright woman, and with the details I gave her, understands full well we're ahead of their curve, not only on timing, but on certain elements. That doesn't diminish their project or their work. I have more resources, more people, and she understands that as well. Just as she understands, if it had been my goal, I could have swallowed Uplay long ago. And she's smart enough to remember who Bart sometimes went to for advice and who sold them that building. Competition makes the game more fun and more meaningful. In a few years, they'll give me plenty of game. He reached up, skimmed a finger down the dent in her chin. And how is your day panning out? Searches are still ongoing. It's a lot. I'm going back to Central to tug a new line. As pissed as they all were about the search, none of them actively tried to stop or stall it. Which makes you think whoever killed Bart already removed anything incriminating. Or thinks so. Movements behind glass, she thought, weren't always the same as those in the shadows. But it made me wonder if there's another work area, a more private one. One where someone could hack and practice and plot and plan without sending up any flags. A place for unregistered. I thought of that as well. Then again, some people are inherently honest. Present company accepted. He smiled at her. Murder's the ultimate in dishonesty, isn't it? So yes, there may very well be another place. Well, good hunting. He flicked her chin again, kissed her mouth. I've work of my own. Don't forget Nadine's party, he added, as he walked to his own car. I can remember more than one thing at a time. He uncoated his locks, smiling at her over the roof. What time does it start? Tonight. 8. I'll see you at home. Wait. Shit! I promised Peabody a limo if she'd stop talking about her shoes. Naturally. I'll take care of it. It's your own fault, she called out. You make it too easy. Darling Eve, there's enough hard in the world. She couldn't argue. She glanced back at the warehouse, thought of flowers and food and tears. There was plenty of hard in the world. She was deep into the search for a second space, playing with alternate names, anagrams, hidden meanings, while running her own scenarios on secondary, when Peabody tagged her. We finished up here, and I've checked in with the other teams. Flagged electronics are on their way in for analysis. I want that diary. McNabb's working on it. He's decided it's his personal mission to get past her journal security. We're gonna head home from here, if that's okay. We're already cutting it a little close. Cutting what? Prep time for Nadine's party. Oh, and thanks again for the limo, Peabody added, as Eve thought, shit, damn, fuck. Somerset contacted me with all the info. So, we'll see you at the do. Yeah, right. Eve cut Peabody off, saved all current data, ordered the whole works copied to her home office unit, and fled. She wasn't late, she told herself as she slammed the brakes in front of the house. She had plenty of time, since she didn't take hours to primp in front of a damn mirror. Besides, nobody got to one of these deals on time. Which made no sense to her. Why have a time, then ignore it? Social functions were unwieldy and strange, and had their own set of rules that were even more unwieldy and strange. She burst into the house, started to curl her lip at Somerset, then stopped, and stared. He wore black. Big surprise, but not his usual gear. He wore formal black, tuxedo black, with a white shirt that looked as stiff as his neck. You might save the excuses for another time, he began. You'll need all you have left to transform yourself. Why are you wearing that monkey suit? It's a formal affair. You're going? He inclined his head. Yes, and as I'll be on time, I'll explain to your friend why you are, as usual, late. They're waiting for you. I'm going! She dashed to the steps. They? She repeated, but Somerset had dematerialized. He can't be human, she muttered, and hurried up to the bedroom. I'm not late, because everybody goes late, which is only another reason why... She broke off in sheer horror. What's she doing here? Trina, all slitty eyes and exploding red hair, lifted what sure as hell looked like a glass of champagne. She sipped, long and slow. If you think you're going to this shindig wearing that hair, Somebody must have stunned you with their own weapon. We're set up in that palace you guys call a bathroom. I don't have time. We're going to be late." Trina's smile sent a fast chill down Eve's spine. "Everybody goes late," she said, echoing Eve's initial excuse. "It'll take me about 20 minutes because I'm a friggin' genius." She pointed a silver-tipped finger before Eve could speak. "I've got a rep. I've got a salon. I do Nadine's hair for now, and I finished her about an hour ago. Most who know anything know I have your hair. I have my hair." Eve tugged it. "It's attached to my head. You skated out before I could take care of it at Louise's deal. Murder and all that," she added. "And it looks like somebody hacked it with an ice pick. Are you going to this mag deal with that hunk of superior man-flesh, looking like you've been in a fight with a farm animal?" "I thought it was an ice pick." "A farm animal with an ice pick. Do you look better when I've worked you or not?" Eve opened her mouth, tracked her gaze over to Rourke, let it burn there. "I have nothing to say whatsoever." "Superior man-flesh with a brain," Trina said approvingly. "You hit the jackpot square, Dallas. Now get your skinny ass in that bathroom." Trina flounced on 5-inch heels shaped like the heart Eve wasn't certain she had, into the bathroom. "Traitor." The word was low, vibrating with dark. "Completely out of my hands. You can turn your knife in Somerset, as you're wont to do in any case." He let her in. "Dallas, you don't want me to come out there." Eve's shoulders hunched. "I'll deal with you later," she promised, and marched in to face the music. "Just make it fast," she told Trina, "and don't do I tell you how to track down killers." Crap. Eve dropped into the portable salon chair. Trina couldn't have gotten up there by herself. One of them had helped her, Eve thought, and they would pay. "It's a big night," Trina began, as she swirled a protective cape over Eve. "Nadine looks abso-fab thanks to me, and so will you." She pulled a lock of Eve's hair between her fingers. "Nice and clean. Good." She pulled it back, secured it, then lowered the chair to half recline. "Wait a minute," Eve said, as Trina pumped some foam from bottle to palm. "You said hair. Your hair's attached to your head, remember? Your face is part of your head. You're getting a lightning facial. That's all we have time for." "What's wrong with my face?" "You've got a good one, and we're gonna keep it that way. Give it up. Close your eyes and it'll go faster." Stuck, Eve closed her eyes. She'd never be able to explain, she supposed, how weird and creepy it was to have somebody rubbing and stroking her face, unless it was Rourke, and he didn't put goop all over her while he was doing it. "Wait till you see Mavis. Leonardo designed a killer outfit for her. I did them this afternoon and got to play with Bella. She's the baby girl of all baby girls. Almost makes me want one. Mavis is going to help Peabody with her due, since I'm up here." Eve let the words slide in and out of her brain while she tried not to think about what gunk and goo was going on her face and hair. The chair vibrated lightly under her, massaging muscles she hadn't realized were so tight, so tired. She didn't realize she'd dozed off until Trina brought the chair upright again. The snipping and tugging and combing and gunking began. It didn't seem to take long, but she couldn't check because her wrist unit was under the cape, and she was afraid to move while Trina's sharp tool clicked around her. Trina stepped back, took the last sip of champagne. "Okay, totally alt. Low on the flash, up on the class." She put away her tools, then swirled the cape off. "Up, up. I gotta rock." She set her cases on the seat of the chair Eve vacated. "See you there," she said, and rolled the chair away. Cautious, Eve turned to the mirror. Her hair lay sleek against her head instead of tousled, and whatever Trina had plastered on it to get it sleek brought out the lighter shades so it looked just a little streaky. She ran a hand over it, relieved when it felt like her regular hair. Her eyes looked bigger, but that was all the crap Trina had smudged on. Her cheekbones looked a little sharper, her lips more defined. "Still you under there," she murmured. "It's just a kind of illusion, or a costume. I trust she didn't knock you unconscious to—" Rourke paused in the doorway, then stepped in for a closer study. "She is very good at her work. It's a different look for you, but lovely and a bit elegant. Very suitable for the occasion. Here, I thought you'd need this after your ordeal." He handed her a glass of champagne. "I guess I'm now worthy of superior man-flesh. I feel so objectified," he said, as she took the first sip. "You ate it up with a spoon." She took another sip, and a long look when he laughed. "But you do look pretty superior. And since you're already dressed, I'd better get my skinny ass moving. I adore your skinny ass." He gestured toward the bed when they went out. "If you don't care for the dress, we'll find another." She would have called it yellow, but it wasn't accurate. It was deeper, richer than yellow. Not brown, not that deep, but something that blended both into the tawny. It had light, she mused, not sparkle or shine, just light. No fuss, no flounce, to her relief, just a column as sleek as her hair, and at a touch of her finger, as fluid as water. "I'd be stupid not to care for it. I'm not stupid, and I'm also smart enough to know I'm lucky you think about things like this so I don't have to. I enjoy it. You don't. Leonardo does exceptional work, and he knows your body, your style, and your preferences." She couldn't argue with that, especially after she'd put it on. The material simply slid down, light as air, leaving her shoulders bare, and giving her breasts a bit more of a boost than she thought they deserved. But the hidden pockets in the side seams distracted and pleased her. She could easily tuck her clutch piece in one, her badge in the other. What else did a woman need? "You'll want these." Rourke handed her earrings. Canary diamonds in long teardrops, and a cuff that married yellow diamonds with white. She added the necklace herself. The giant's tear diamond he'd given her the day he'd told her he loved her. "You're beautiful." Sparkly, she thought. Shimmery, and a little sleek. A costume, she thought again. Everyone wore them. It's hard not to look good with all this. What color is this thing? She brushed a hand down the dress. I can't figure it. It should be easy for you, as you look at it every day. He stepped behind her, laid his hands on her shoulders. It's your eyes. He laid his cheek against hers for a moment while she frowned. We'd better be off, or we'll be more than fashionably late. Why is late fashionable? I suppose because it gives the impression you have so many things to do you couldn't possibly be on time. Ha! Who knew? I'm almost always fashionable. She held out her hand. Come on, man-flesh. We've got to rock. Music rang from the rooftop and into the deepening skies. People glittered and gleamed and glided, bussing each other's cheeks, chattering happily over bubbling wine. Candles, already lighted, flickered. The wind was picking up, Eve noted. They were likely to get that storm before it was done. They're going to want to close the dome before long, Eve said to Rourke. We might as well enjoy the night air while we can. You'll want to congratulate Nadine. She's surrounded. And Trina had been right. Nadine looked abso-fab in siren red. Her hair artfully tumbled and scattered with sparkling pins that caught the last light of the sun. I'll wait until she's got some breathing room. "You're here!" Peabody, her hand caught in McNabb's, hurried over on the famous shoes. They were silver, opened at the toe to show off pale pink toenails, strapped multiple times at the ankles, and as sparkly as Nadine's pins. "Isn't this mag? Total. Everybody's here, and Nadine's so happy. The music's completely hot, and Mavis said she's agreed to do a number later. Gosh," she said after she'd taken a moment to breathe. "You guys look beautiful. Seriously." "You couldn't look lovelier." Rourke took Peabody's hand and kissed it. "You're a lucky man, Ian." McNabb grinned. "Damn right. And if things go my way, I'll get luckier later." Peabody giggled and elbowed him. Eve heard the squeal and turned. No one squealed like Mavis Freestone squealed. Her hair, summer blonde and cotton candy pink, bounced down her back as she bulleted on the towering toothpicks held on her feet by two skinny crisscrossing straps toward Eve. Her pink gown, caught at the hip with an enormous jeweled pin, flowed and flared with a slit that showed her pretty leg right up to the hip. "I knew that dress would be triple T on you!" She danced into Eve's arms, then back again. "This is the juiciest party, and look at us! We're the juice! Moon Pie, come see what your dress does for Dallas!" Moon Pie, or Leonardo, walked over in his version of a tux. The long, smoked silver coat suited his coppery skin and his considerable size. That same silver wound here and there through the rich copper curls that fell around his wide, fascinating face. "It's what Dallas does for the dress. I hope you like it. It's terrific. Thanks for the pockets." He smiled at her, kissed her cheek. "I thought you'd like having them. Let me get you all a drink." "I'll help you with that," Rourke said. And after another Peabody elbow poke, McNabb went with them. "Hey, there's Trina! Be right back," Peabody said. "I need to ask her a hair question." "You sicked Trina on me, didn't you?" Mavis rounded midnight blue eyes in innocence. "Don't you have to read me my rights before you question me?" Another smartass. "Speaking of reading you your rights, we go back. Yeah, to when you first arrested me on the grift. Now look at me. I'm a married woman and a mommy, and I've got a career. I didn't have to steal any of it. Life's twisty keen. At least. I've been friends with you longer than I've been friends with anyone. Double back at you. So we're tight, and we know each other about as well as people ever do. You could say we love each other, in a non-lesbian lifestyle way. We might have done the les, if we'd gone a really long time without men. If we, washed up on a deserted island for months, or— Yeah, you'd be the first I'd jump, Eve said, and made Mavis snicker. But what I'm wondering is, what would it take? What would I have to do to make you want to kill me? Literally kill. Not think, I could kill Dallas for that. Oh, easy. If you did the steamy pretzel with my honey bear, I'd stick the first sharp implement I could find in your heart and in his balls. I'd probably be sorry after, but too late. That's it? Sex with Leonardo is the only reason you'd want me dead? Think about it, Eve insisted. What if I stole from you, or insulted you, made fun of you on a regular basis? Okay. Mavis tipped her head side to side in thinking mode. If you stole from me, you'd need whatever you took really bad. If you insulted me, you'd piss me off, and I'd insult you back. If you made fun of me, You'd hurt my feelings, and I'd tell you to knock it off. So the only reason you'd stick a knife in me, or a really sharp nail file, maybe a kebab skewer, that would be, like, inventive. See, you were doing the steamy with my cuddle-up in the kitchen, so I just grabbed what was there, murder by kebab skewer, and I'd get off on the temporary whack. Fixing rage on her face, Mavis demonstrated by pumping a fist toward Eve's heart. It's a good one. Anyway, the only reason you'd plunge that kebab skewer in me is the blind passion of the moment? Yeah. So remember that if you ever get ideas about my baby doll, 'cause I'd kebab your ass. So warned. Mavis grinned her sparkling grin. Speaking of babies, you've got to see this mini-vid of Bellamia. Mavis opened a tiny bag the same pink as her hair and the shape of a tulip. Eve laid a hand on hers. You wouldn't do it even then. You might want to, even think it, and you'd hate me, but you wouldn't kill me. I'd really want to, but no. But you'd never go after my man because you'd never hurt me that way, ever, much less cheat on Rourke. Real friends, real lovers don't do that shit to each other. Not the reals. Exactly. You're exactly right. Okay, let's see the vid. Chapter 17. Eve didn't know if Bella was the baby girl of all baby girls, as she didn't have much experience with babies of either variety. But the kid was ridiculously pretty, especially if you overlooked the drool. Still, she was happy to be spared watching Bella clap her hands, blow kisses, and babble a second time as the men came back with drinks. She cornered McNabb while Rourke was treated to Bella's goos and giggles and baby spit kisses. What's the status on the journal? She's tricky. I got through the first level, but she put another layer on. Paranoid, and really good. I could probably get a court order for her to open it. And suck out my fun? Give me a couple more hours. If you don't have it by 1100, I'm going to see what Rio can do. A woman who lives alone in a secured apartment who keeps a journal with that kind of protection has something to hide. Everything in her place is locked down double, even her house link. Again, can you say paranoid? Calendar and Feeney said the other two were overcovered, but this one, it's like global security. We'll brief at 1100, Eve decided. That gives you and the rest of EDD time to comb through what we have, while Peabody and I go over what the rest of the team brought in. Then we better party now, because we're going to kick it early tomorrow. There's Baxter, looking tight. Baxter? Glancing around, she spotted Baxter and a scatter of other cop faces. What? Did Nadine invite the entire NYPSD? Looks like it. I spotted Tibble over at the bar. I guess you got to do the invite to the commissioner. He looked like he was in a good mood. Let's close this case and keep him that way. Cop talk? This is a party. Nadine hooked arms around McNabb's and Eve's waists. With all my favorite people. From the looks of it, Eve observed, you have a lot of favorites, and a good chunk of them are cops. You work the crime beat, you make friends with cops, or you don't work it long. It's a total bash, McNabb told her. The music slays. I'm going to get Peabody out there and show them how it's done. Cha! He's a cutie. Nadine beamed after McNabb. It's the first time I've ever seen a man in an orange tux. It's the glow-in-the-dark bow tie that makes it. It does add a flair. Well, look at him go, Nadine added with a laugh. He's got some moves. They look so happy. She sighed. I'm so happy. All those nerves are gone now. I guess it takes a party and a few hundred of my closest friends to flip them over to happy. Congratulations. Rourke stepped over, gave Nadine a kiss. It's a wonderful party, and the centerpiece is stunning. Thank you, both of you. I'm just so happy, Eve finished. She's very happy. Perilously close to giddy. After lifting her glass in toast, Nadine drank deep. And buckets of this adds to it. I need to steal Dallas for a minute. She laid a hand on Rourke's arm. I won't keep her long. You're not going to introduce me to a bunch of people I have to make conversation with, because that's the problem with parties. You have to get dressed up, then talk to a bunch of people you'll probably never see again, and you don't care about their opinions or life stories anyway. You're such a social butterfly, Dallas. I don't know how you get any work done. Nadine kept a hand on Eve's arm, steering her through. Like a dance, Eve thought. Not like whatever Peabody and McNabb were doing, which looked more like sexual calisthenics, but a kind of gliding ballet. A pause here for a word, a gesture there to acknowledge someone, a turn, a laugh, all while moving without any visible hurry. They passed an enormous display of the cover of the book. On a background of icy blue, interlocking faces stared out. The same face over and over, female and striking, with a small secret smile. They shimmered against the ice, while those eyes seemed to glow with some inner life. It's creepy and compelling, Eve decided. Exactly. You didn't use Averill, or any of the others we identified as clones. No, it didn't seem fair. Some of them were still children. They deserve a chance at some sort of normal life, or at least a private one. You let Diana, the one from the school, go. She escaped during the confusion. That's the way I wrote it, but that's not what happened. I hope I would have done the same. She slid her hand down Eve's arm to link their fingers in a kind of silent solidarity. In writing the book, I hope I would have done the human thing when given the choice. There's a room for me inside here, she continued, going through the glass doors, for interviews, and in case I want to catch my breath. She opened the door of a small lounge filled with flowers. A bottle of champagne sat waiting in a silver bucket beside a tray of glossy fruit. Nice, Eve observed. Louise and Charles sent champagne and flowers, and the publisher, they're treating me like a star. I hope I don't disappoint them. Knock it off. Nadine waved a hand. The book's good. Damn good. You're right about that. And I know what I'm doing when it comes to promotion. But you can never be sure what the public's going to like, or not. So we'll see. Whatever, I've accomplished something I'm proud of, so... Nadine walked over to a counter and picked up a copy of the book. I want you to have this. You have an actual library, so I wanted you to have a print copy rather than the E. I'm pretty sick of all things E at the moment. I imagine you are. Anyway, seeing as Rourke has a liking for physical books, I thought I might find my way into your library. Guaranteed. Thanks. Really. You don't have to cart it around all night. I'll have it sent, but I wanted to give it to you personally. Eve turned it over, studied the photo of Nadine in one of her sharp suits with the New York skyline behind her. Sexy and capable. It says, I cover New York and nothing gets by me. Nadine laughed. That was the general idea. There's another addition to the version you read. Nadine took the book back, opened it to the dedication page. Here. Eve read, For Lieutenant Eve Dallas, courageous, relentless, insightful, who honors her badge every day as she stands for the living and the dead. Well, wow. Flustered, touched, and mildly embarrassed, Eve looked up at Nadine. Thanks. I'm just doing my job. Me too. We're damn good at what we do, Dallas, you and me. And we're damn good not just because we have the chops, but because it matters. It matters to us every day. What the I-codes did was obscene, and that story needs to be told. The book matters to me, and what's in it mattered to you. You risked your life for it. So did others. I didn't stop them alone. There's a lengthy acknowledgments page. Read it at your leisure, Nadine added with a smile. Take the book, and the sentiment. I will. I do. Eve narrowed her eyes. This isn't like a box of cookies, is it? On another laugh, Nadine fluttered her lashes. A bribe? From me? What a thing to say. Here. She poured 2 glasses of champagne, passed one to Eve. To 2 capable, sexy women who cover New York and are damn good at what they do. I can get behind that. They clinked glasses, sipped. I'll have the book sent to you. Nadine set it back on the counter. Signed. A new smile bloomed. Yes, signed. And now we'd better get back out there. My assignment is to mingle, and yours is to have a good time, so I won't drag you around introducing you to a bunch of people. Now that's better than a box of cookies. Lightning flashed, a lance of light across the sky as they stepped back onto the roof. Thunder chortled in its wake. Hell, we'll have to close the dome. Yeah, Eve looked up, but it'll still be a hell of a show. As the first bolt of lightning struck, Syl let herself into her apartment. She almost hadn't come home. Knowing the police had been through her things, poked and turned over her personal possessions, invaded her private space, had her dragging her feet every step. Her mother and stepfather had done the same, always looking for something that could incite a lecture, shame, blame, punishment. Nothing had ever been private. Nothing had ever been hers until she'd walked out of that house for the last time. Now what was private, what was hers, had been searched and studied again. But where else could she go but home? She couldn't make herself stay at the office either, not with all those flowers, all the faded echoes of the people who'd come for Bart. He was too much there, she thought. And now she felt exposed in her own home. Maybe she'd move, she considered, or just get the hell over it. Var and Benny were right. It was routine, nothing personal, but it was personal to her. That was the problem. They'd taken some of her things. She could see that immediately. Felicity had counseled them that the warrant allowed the police to confiscate and examine. But why did their rights have to smother hers? Wasn't there enough to be miserable about without adding this? She wandered into the kitchen, finally settled on a power drink. She hadn't been able to eat at the memorial, and she couldn't find the desire or the energy to bother with food now. She took the tube with her to the window to watch the dance of lightning, but she set it down again after the first sip. It was too cold. Everything seemed too cold. She wanted heat and sun, not cold and rain. She wanted to sweat. A good fight until she was exhausted enough to sleep without thinking about Bart, without imagining the strangers who'd walk through her bedroom, touching her things, judging them, judging her. In any case, she'd agreed to work on the program. She didn't know if the push was because she needed to be shaken out of her funk, or if the game needed more tweaks. Either way, she'd do what she promised and accomplish both. She drew the disk she'd logged out of Uplay from the right cup of her bra. Probably a silly and overly girly place to keep it, she thought, but she'd figured nobody could steal it unless they killed her first. She kicked off the new shoes that hurt her feet, then walked barefoot to her hollow room. She loved Hollow. She could go anywhere. She'd seen the world with Hollow, not to mention worlds that only existed there and in the imagination. Benny's research was so thorough. She'd wandered Piccadilly Circus, shivered by a loch in Scotland, explored the Amazon jungles. She didn't need a crowded transport, the hassle of customs, the inconvenience of hotels, where countless others had slept on the bed before you. She only needed Hollow. Even as she slid the disc in, her mood lifted. She set the program, then took a long, calming breath. The heat enveloped her, the heavy, wet heat of a tropical jungle. Instead of the black suit she never intended to wear again, she was clad in the thin, buff-colored cotton, the sturdy boots, the cocky, rolled-brimmed hat of a treasure hunter. She loved this game for the puzzle, the strategy, the twists and turns, and, yes, especially now, for the upcoming battles. Fists, weapons, and wits, with any who opposed her on her search for the dragon's egg. She opted to start at the beginning of the first level, and her arrival at the ancient village of Mozana. It would take hours to run the entire game, but that was all good, she decided. She wanted nothing outside of this, wanted to think of nothing else, maybe forever. She went through the steps and stages, the meets, the bartering, the purchase of supplies. In one part of her mind, she was Syl the treasure hunter, ruthless, brave, and cunning. In the other, she remained Syl the programmer, observing the tiny details of the images, the movements, the audio, searching for any flaws. She hiked through the heat, watched a snake coil itself on a limb and hiss. She waded through rivers and raced to the mouth of a cave as the ground shook with an earthquake. And there, by the light of a torch, she found the cave drawings. Carefully, as she had countless times before in development, she copied them in her notebook by hand and took photographs with her camera. The simplicity of the first level would pull the gamer in, she thought. They want to move up, move on, face more challenges, as she did. She gathered clues, racked up points, mopped the sweat off her brow, wetted her throat with water from her canteen. It tasted sweet and clear, and the salt from the sweat stung her eyes. It was perfect, she decided, so far. On level 3, an arrow whizzed by her head. She knew the path to take, which was maybe cheating a little, but it was fun. And work, too, she reminded herself, as she charged up the steep path, her breath huffing out. Her boots skidded on mud from a recent storm, and when she went down, she felt the warm, wet dirt ooze between her fingers. Up and running again, dodging left, right, as muscle memory guided her. Come on, she thought. Yeah, come on, as her fingers reached for the buoy in her belt. The rival she'd named Delancey Queeg stood in the path, his knife already drawn. The henchmen you hired need more endurance, she said. They drove you where I wanted you. Go back now, and I'll let you live. Is that what you said to my father before you slit his throat, you bastard? He smiled, tanned, handsome, deadly. Your father was a fool, and so is his daughter. The dragon's egg is mine. It's always been mine. He waved a hand, and she glanced behind long enough to see 5 bare-chested natives with bows ready. Not man enough to take me alone? She demanded. Go, he ordered them. You've done what you were paid to do. Though they slipped away, she knew he was a liar. They would lie in wait. She would have to be quick. She shifted her grip on the knife to combat stance and began to circle on the narrow, muddy path. Jabs, feints, and the scrape of blades. Perfect, she thought again. No tweaking necessary. She smelled blood where she'd nicked the bastard Queeg's arm, just above the wrist. He'd cut her next, she thought, anticipating the next moves in the program as she played it. After he sliced her shoulder, he'd smile, thinking he had the advantage. Then she'd plunge it into his side and leap from the cliff into the rock-strewn river below as arrows flew around her. She considered dodging the slice, since she knew when it was coming and from where, but it was better to study the details, to look for flaws if she played it by rote, rather than mixing it up. His knife struck out fast, the tip ripping through cotton and flesh. But instead of the expected jolt, she felt the tear, the fire of it. She stumbled back, dropping her knife as she brought her hand up, felt the blood as warm against her fingers as the mud had been. In disbelief, she watched the knife drip with it. Real, she thought. Not hollow. Real. As Queeg's lips spread in a feral smile, as his knife began another downward arc, she slipped on the muddy path and tumbled over the cliff with a scream snapped off by the rocks and rushing water below. The next morning, Benny paced Var's office. "I'm going to try her again." "You tried her 5 minutes ago." Standing at his window, Var stared out in the direction of Sill's building. "She's not answering the link." He rubbed his hands over his hair. "Or email, or text, or any damn thing." Frustration in every line of his face, he turned back. "You're sure she didn't say anything to you about not coming in today?" "No, I told you, just the opposite. She said she'd be in early. She didn't want to stay at her place any longer than she had to. I told her she could bunk at my place. You know how she is about her things, her space." "Yeah, she said the same to me, and that if she didn't go back and stay the night, she'd probably never go back at all." "God damn it." He looked at the time. "She's probably just overslept, that's all. Maybe she took a sleeper. Maybe she took too many sleepers. Jesus. We should go over. We'll go over and check on her. Just in case. Probably just tuned out for a while, but we should check. Let's go now. Neither of us is going to get any work done until we do." "She logged out her copy of Fantastical," Benny added, as they caught an elevator down. "She did? Well, that's good. That's good. Works good for her, and it's probably why she's tuned out. Sure, she got caught up, worked late, took a sleeper. Probably didn't crash out until dawn or something." "That's probably it. Yeah, that's probably it, but everything's so screwed up." He looked at the flowers, thought of Bart. "I know." Var laid a hand on Benny's shoulder. "Let me tell Stick we're going off-site for a few minutes." When they got outside, they walked fast. "She'll probably be steamed supreme that we woke her up," Var commented, and managed to smile. "Yeah, I can hear her now. What the fuck? Can't I catch a few extra Z's? We'll cadge some coffee off her. Now that's a plan. Hell of a storm last night, huh? The sky was lit up like the raptor battle in Third Planet. Serious window-shaking storm. Cooled things off a little." "Yeah." When they reached the building, Var punched in the code for Sill's visitor alert. They waited, hands in pockets. Moments later, the comp announced no answer at the residence. When Var started to try again, Benny shook his head. "Let's just go in. Let's go." He used the swipe Sill had given him, the palm plate, then the entry codes. "Just tuned out," Var said under his breath as they headed to her apartment. "That's all it is. She's just tuned out." Benny used the side of his fist, gave the door a good pounding. "Jesus, Ben! I'm not waiting." Again he used the swipe, the palm, and the 2 sets of codes. He pushed the door open part way, called her name. "Sil? Hey, Sil! It's Benny and Va!" "Yeah, don't pull out the pepper spray." "Sil?" Benny shoved the door open the rest of the way, hesitated a moment as he looked around the living area. He saw the shoes, the new ones, her bag. Pointed to the bag. "She's here. She never walks out the door without her sack full of stuff. I'm going to check the bedroom. I'll look in the office." They separated. "She's not in here." Benny hurried out again. "I can't tell if the bed's been slept in because it always looks like that. She's not in the office, the spare, the kitchen. She's the hollow room." Spinning on his heels, Benny ran for it. He started to enter the code. "It's not locked, man." Var jerked a head up to the green light. "Open the door." Benny shoved by him. "God! Oh, God, Sil!" He sprinted to where she lay crumpled and bloody and very, very still. "Call 911, he shouted. "Hurry! Hurry!" Var whipped out his link, hit the emergency key. "Is she alive?" "Benny! Benny, tell me she's alive!" "I don't know." He took her hand, stroked her cheek. And as Var's voice came from behind him, as if through a long, dark tunnel, he gathered the courage to press his fingers to the pulse in her throat. In her office, Eve prepped for the briefing. She'd requested Mira's attendance. She needed a professional opinion of her conclusions after having seen and analyzed each partner's apartment. With any luck, EDD would give her something concrete to add to that, and they could pull in her lead suspect. She looked up as McNabb pranced in. "She's good," he said, as he offered Sil's journal to Eve. "I'm better. Thought you'd want it right away." "You thought right. Did you read it?" "No, I wasn't authorized to. Maybe a couple pages," he admitted under Eve's cool stare. "It's just, or what I read was just stuff. Daily stuff, some work shit, that kind of thing. Maybe she wrote a little about this guy she went out with a couple months ago. She decided he was a loser. I have to agree." "Just a couple pages." "Maybe what you'd call a few, just to make sure there weren't any glitches." "I'm going to let you get away with that, because you saved me from having to press her to open it. You've got over an hour before the briefing. Go away, and don't bother my partner." "I wouldn't be a bother," he began, but her communicator signaled, and he slipped out. "Dallas. Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. Report to 431 Spring Street, Apartment 3. "Scylla Allen's residence. Is she dead?" "Negative. Allen Scylla is being transported to St. Ignatius Hospital by emergency unit. Condition critical. Multiple injuries. Report to officers on scene and secure." "Copy that. Dallas out." She swung into the bullpen. McNabb, who was bothering her partner, started to grin. Then he saw her face. He laid a hand on Peabody's shoulder briefly. "Shit. Sil's being transported to St. Ignatius. Critical condition. Let's go." "What happened?" Peabody asked, as she shoved up to follow Eve's long stride. "That's what we're going to find out." She shook her head as Peabody started to speak again. "Try Uplay. I want to know if Var and Benny are there, and if so, I want you to verify that by speaking to them." Peabody followed orders as they rode down to the garage. "Not there. Both of them left, together, about a half hour ago." "Together," Eve murmured, nodded. "Yeah, that's a good play. I want a guard on her, in the ER, the OR, ICU, whatever and wherever. She's under our watch as of now 24/7. See if we can get any details on her injuries, her condition. I don't want to hear multiple injuries critical. I want some fucking details. Yes, sir. Peabody slanted a glance toward Eve as they jumped into the vehicle. She braced herself as Eve peeled out. Chapter 18. Eve ignored the retro-style elevator and bounded up the steps. "Report," she ordered the officer on the door as she grabbed Sealit from her field kit. "Sir, 911 came in from LeVar Hoyt at 9:56 from his link and from this location. My partner and I were dispatched as was a meta-unit. We arrived on scene at 10:02, ahead of the meta-unit by approximately 2 minutes. Good response time, Eve thought, and gave him a go-ahead nod. We were met at the door by Mr. Hoyt, who immediately showed us into the hollow room at the east side of the unit. The victim, Ms. Cilla Allen of this address, was on the floor, unconscious, and appeared to be seriously injured. A Benny Lehman was found in the room with her. He stated that he had not moved the victim in fear of adding to her injuries, but had checked her pulse and attempted to ascertain the extent of said injuries. He was somewhat incoherent at the time. My partner and I removed the 2 men and placed them in what appears to be a viewing room where Officer Utica remains with them. They became increasingly agitated and expressed strongly the desire to remain with the victim, who they identified as their business partner. I returned to speak to the MTs regarding the victim's injuries, which they described as critical and including a fractured skull, a shattered elbow, a broken leg, and at least 2 broken ribs, as well as numerous lacerations and contusions. They transported her to St. Ignatius Hospital, departing at approximately 10:15. That's some report, Officer Coble. I like to be thorough. Stay on the door, she ordered. Yes, sir. She moved directly to the hollow room, where Sill's blood, she assumed, stained the floor. Let's get samples of that. Make sure it's all hers. She walked over to the control. There's a disc in here, and it's going to be fantastical. Same setup as Minnock, Peabody observed. But from the description of her injuries, it sounds like the killer decided to beat her to death. Then why didn't he finish the job? She's down, broken, unconscious. Why leave her breathing after you've gone to all that trouble? Maybe he got spooked, or thought she was dead. No, Eve thought. Just no. He's too smart to leave her breathing. It's a really big mistake. Not if she doesn't make it. Eve shook her head. Go ahead and call the sweepers and EDD. We'll see if the partners know her security code. Maybe we can get this disc out without frying it. Either way, I want to know when she started the game, how long she played it. On it. Do you want me to take one of them in another room to get a statement? No. We'll take them together. Let's see how they play it. Come in when you finish up here. Then interrupt me. Take me aside to give me some news. Keep it low, but I want them to hear you say EDD, breakthrough, recovered data. If they're, or one of them, is guilty, it'll be bad news. Yeah. Sometimes you have to water the seeds. Huh? Nothing. She left Peabody to go into the viewing room. Both men leapt to their feet and started talking at once. Stop! Officer, if you'll join your partner and keep the scene secured. Sweepers and EDD are being notified. No one else gets in. She turned to the 2 men. Sit. They wouldn't let us go with her. They won't even let us check with the hospital. Please, please, Lieutenant. Benny's voice shook with the tears that swam in his eyes. She pulled out her link. This is Lieutenant Dallas, she began, and gave her badge number. I need to know the status of a patient, Cilla Allen, who was just brought in. She held up a finger before either man could speak again, and walked to the other side of the room. She listened, murmured back, then slipped the link back in her pocket before going back across the room. They're working on her. They have a team on her, and they're trying to stabilize her so they can move her to OR. Operate? She's gonna need surgery? Var asked, as Benny simply stared at her. Her injuries are very severe, and they're doing everything they can. She's critical. You need to prepare yourselves. She's not going to die. She's not going to die. She's not going to die. As he said it again and again, Benny rocked in the chair until Var put an arm around his shoulders. Come on, Benny. Come on, man. She's tough. Silly's strong. We need to be there with her, he said to Eve. I need statements from both of you. I'll make it as quick as I can, and I'll have the officers who responded transport you to the hospital as soon as we're done. I need to know what happened. We don't know. Benny shook his head. How could we know? She was lying there when we got here. What time did you get here? Benny shook his head again, then dropped it into his hands. It was about 10 or just before. I don't know exactly, Var told her. We got worried when Syl didn't come into work, and she didn't answer her link or her email. We should have come before. We should have checked on her earlier, then maybe I shouldn't have let her go home alone last night. Benny raked his fingers over his bold hair. I should have made her stay at my place. What time did she go home? She asked Benny. It wasn't late. Maybe 9 or 9:30. We talked about going out and getting something to eat or just getting blasted, but none of us much felt like either. Did she log out a game? Did she log out Fantastical? Yeah. We found out this morning she'd logged it out. Why is this happening? Benny demanded. Somebody tried to kill her. Somebody killed Bart. Why is this happening? We're doing our best to find that out. Eve glanced over as Peabody came in, signaled her. Give me a minute. She crossed over, leaned in. That was a mag-ass party last night, Peabody whispered, modulating her voice to lift just enough on the key words. My feet EDD are killing me today, but breakthrough totally worth it because all that dancing, recovered data probably took a solid pound off my ass. You do understand. You're obsessed with your own ass. Now, nod like I've just given you an order, then pull your communicator out as you step out. Wait a few minutes, come back in, give me a nod, and then stay in for the interview. Got it. She nodded, added a yes, sir, for good measure, and took out her communicator as she left the room. Is that about Syl? Benny demanded. Is it something about Syl? No. So you last saw Syl at about 9:30 last night? She glanced at Var for verification. About that. And what was her state of mind? What do you think? Anger leaked through as Benny fisted his hands on his knees. She was wrecked. We all were. It was hard enough when she was putting the memorial together, editing the vid stream, thinking about the food, but at least that gave her, all of us, something solid to do, to work on. Now... We were tired, Var sighed. We were all just really tired. Where did you go after? We went home. Now Var shrugged. We all just went home. Did you walk together? Yeah. Well, we walked together to Syl's. Then I headed to my place. Benny headed to his. Did you notice anyone hanging around? Anyone near her building? She glanced over as Peabody came back in, gave her a nod. I waited until she went in, Benny said. We even talked for a couple more minutes. I wouldn't have left her alone if I'd seen anybody hanging too close. I watched her go in before I went across to my place. Her light was on when I looked out my window after I got inside. I know she got in okay. Do you always check like that? He shifted a little. If we take off at the same time, I like to make sure she gets in okay. She can take care of herself, but it's just something you do. Did you talk to anyone? See anyone? Have any contacts after 9:30? God. Var rubbed his eyes. I got something to eat, tried to watch some screen. I couldn't settle down, so I went online for a few hours. Into a couple game rooms. I played some world domination, tourney style. You know, elimination rounds. Maybe till around 2. I didn't go out. I didn't want to go out. Benny? I didn't talk to anybody. We talked to people all day. I did some personal email, then some research on a couple of projects. I guess I went down around midnight. Her light was still on. I happened to notice. I almost tagged her, just to see if she wanted company, or just to talk, but I didn't. I figured she wanted to be left alone. I should have gone over. His voice trembled again. I should have just gone over. Stop it. Var laid a hand on his shoulder. Stop. It's not your fault. We need to go be with her, he told Eve. Nearly done. How did you get into the building? Into her apartment? I have a swipe and her codes, Benny said. I live the closest, and if she's got to go somewhere for a few days, I water the plants. She's got a couple of nice plants. Plus, I just make sure her place is secure. It's important to Syl her place is secure. Why, especially? Eve demanded. Why is she so focused on security and privacy? Benny glanced over at Var. Go ahead. Maybe it'll help. It's just her mother and stepfather never gave her any privacy, any peace. They used to search her room all the time, pry into all her stuff. They even put a cam in there once to spy on her, like she was a freaking criminal. She just wants her private space private. That's all. It's why she got so upset with the searches. I guess... He let out a long breath. I guess that's why I did, too. I know how it made her feel, so it pissed me off. Okay. Was her security in place when you got here? Yeah, it was. Var gave Benny's shoulder a bolstering rub, then nodded. We thought she'd maybe taken a sleeper and was just conked. We checked the bedroom and the office, then we looked in the hollow and we found her. I did the 911 right off. And checked her pulse. I did. Benny pressed his lips together tight. I couldn't find it at first, but it was there, barely there. She was cut up and banged up, all torn and bloody. Can you at least check again, for God's sake? Peabody, check with the hospital. We're nearly done. Was the hollow room secured? Benny frowned a moment. No, it wasn't locked. But we've hollowed here a lot of times. I don't think she usually secures the room. I don't in my place most of the time. That was Bart's thing. Super spy Minnock, he murmured, then squeezed his eyes tight. Okay. There's a disk in the hollow program, as I told you. Can you remove it? Benny shook his head. I don't have the code or sequence. He glanced at Var. No, me neither. We could make a best guess, but if we're wrong, it'll hit destruct. All right. We'll deal with it. She's in surgery, Peabody announced. Indications are she'll be several hours. Is there family who should be notified? Eve asked. Just her mother. Var passed a weary hand over his face. They're not close, as I guess you could figure, but I guess she should know. We're her family, Benny said fiercely. We are. I'll have the officers take you to the hospital. Detective Peabody and I will be there shortly. She gave the uniforms instructions, secured the door behind them. We're going to want eyes on those two. Soft close. Their alibis are easy to check out. EDD can confirm or dispute the online activity. If they're in this together, they're both good at the masks. But it would slide in with Mira's two conspirators theory. How do you see it going down, if they're in it together? They walk her home, just the way they said, but they come up, talk her into distracting herself with the holo game. I don't get that, because the place is pretty well soundproofed, but the holo area would be the more secure and soundproofed section in the space. And she would be distracted. They attack her. Or one attacks, one keeps watch. They leave her for dead, go home. Pull the, "We were worried about her this morning," so they can be the ones to find her. Alive. Why not finish her off then? We'd have TOD to coincide with their presence. They have to think fast, decide on calling it in, getting to the hospital. She's a mess, Dallas, and her chances aren't good. Either one of them could finish her there. Or could if we didn't have a man on her. It's not a bad theory. Run some probabilities on it. You don't like it. It's not in my top 5. She gestured to the power drink tube. That wasn't there yesterday, and she didn't come home until last night. Okay. And if she has company, why does she have an open drink? Just one drink, and one it doesn't look like she touched. We'll check the supply and the recycler, but I don't think we're going to find a couple more drinks of any sort taken out last night. Just here, standing by the window, deciding she doesn't want the damn drink after all. She did the same thing the day we notified them Bart was dead. Got the drink, opened it, set it aside. Too upset from the memorial, Peabody concurred. Yeah, that plays. Eve gestured to the shoes. What do you do when you get home and your new shoes hurt your feet? Take them off. But if you've got company, you're probably not going to leave them in the middle of the room, right in the traffic flow. She shrugged. Neither may mean anything, but there are little details that give me a different picture. She doesn't secure the holo room, so they could have come in while she was in game. How did they know she'd be in game? Because one or both of them knew she'd logged out the disk. Now Eve nodded. Yeah, and I'll go one up from that. One of them gave her the disk to take home. The game, under it all, that's the murder weapon. The killer likes the weapon. She walked to the door herself to let the sweepers in. While Eve showed them the holo room, gave them the setup, Peabody chewed over theories. They give her time to come up, Peabody said when Eve came back. Time to settle in a little, to start the game. They come in. She's distracted, into the game, and the rest follows my previous theory. Also possible. You should run all variations. I'm asking why. Why Syl? Why now? Right on top of Bart. It's absolute we're going to be looking at the last partner standing. So, did she become a threat? Find something out? Was she asking the wrong questions? Could be. Yesterday, Rourke told her his people have been working on a similar game, similar technology, and have been for months. That had to be crap news for them. Yeah, and she'd have passed it to the others. She'd have told them. Maybe somebody was pissed enough to kill the messenger. And that one's between you and me. I don't want Rourke going there. Understood. I've got other reasons that's not my number one. You play a game, you make decisions, and one leads to the next. You face off with different obstacles and opponents. It's a good strategy to throw a new problem at your current opponent. Which would be us. She was a ploy? Beating her half, and a good chance all the way to death is a ploy? And it ups the stakes. Yeah, we'll be looking at the last two standing, and isn't that exciting? Especially when you think you're so fucking smart, so much better than the rest of the field. And now, there's one less person who knows him, in and out, intimately. Or thinks he does. It's a calculated risk, but a good move. If she comes out of it, she'll ID him. Yeah, that's the sticking point. I'm working on it. She went to the door again, this time for Feeney and McNabb. Hollow room. I need whatever you can get me, but before you start, I want to talk to you about a setup I have in mind. Syl was still in surgery when Eve arrived at the hospital. Go check on the partners. Be sympathetic, and try to get them to talk. Eve hunted down a floor nurse, badged her. I'm on the Scylla Allen investigation. I need to know everything you know or can find out. I can tell you they worked on her down in ER, had to zap her, but got her back. She's lucky Dr. Pruitt's on today. She's the neuro. The head wounds are severe and priority, but the other injuries are considerable. She's going to be in there a while. Chances? I can't tell you. Educated guess. She's lucky she made it in at all. She looks like she'd been thrown off a cliff. Eve took the nurse's arm before she could move on. A fall? Not a beating? I can't tell you. If she beats the odds, she'll tell you herself. She frowned as the nurse hurried away, and the frown deepened when she saw Rourke coming toward her. I heard. I thought I should come. Are the partners in there? Yes, Peabody's with them now. Impressions? Shocked, scared, as you'd expect. Propping each other up, you could say. Did either of them ask you about your game in development? No, I don't think that's on their scope at the moment. Eve shifted her gaze toward the waiting area. It is for at least one of them. You believe one of them beat that girl, from what I understand, to pieces? No question about it. Not anymore. The only question is how to nail it down. Buy a little time, change the focus, tug the heartstrings. She was the short end of the triangle. Hot-headed, impulsive, the weak spot. So she's a logical sacrifice in the game. Christ Jesus, Eve! The girl's shattered like glass, and it'll take a bloody miracle to put her together again, and you're standing here talking about fucking games? She met fire with ice. Obviously, your heartstrings are playing a tune. It might be because I have them, he shot back. Because I'm not so caught up trying to win some shaggin' game that I consider a young woman a logical sacrifice. She's still alive, Lieutenant. She's not on your side of the board yet. Why don't you go back to the waiting area? You can all join hands. Maybe hold a prayer meeting. You go ahead and do that, while the one who put her in the OR is chuckling up his sleeve. I've got better things to do. She strode away, steeling both her heart and her belly against the hurt. It wasn't just the body, she thought, that could shatter. And it wasn't only fists and pipes and bats that could shatter it. She found an empty restroom, leaned against the wall, and gave herself a moment to settle. She checked in with Feeney, updated Whitney, consulted with Mira. This is how it worked, she reminded herself, how she worked. Sitting around patting heads, stroking hands didn't get the job done. It wouldn't bring Bart's killer to justice or save Syl. She'd be damned if she'd apologize for doing her job the way she saw fit to do it. Calmer, she found another nurse, badged her, and arranged for a setup in a private observation room. She stood alone, drinking hideous coffee, and watching as the medical team struggled to put that shattered glass back together again. Even if she lived, Eve thought, those pieces would never fit quite the same way. Not on her side of the board yet. Fuck that, she thought. Syl had moved to her side of the board the minute she fell to the floor. She glanced back as the door opened, saw Rourke come in, then turned her attention back to the screen. "I have no excuse for that," he began. "Absolutely no excuse for saying those things to you. I'm unspeakably sorry, Eve. Forget it. I can't. I won't." He walked to her, stood with her, but didn't touch. "And still I hope you'll forgive me. It's been a long few days. That's no excuse. It's not even a reason. Fine, give me one." "She wept in my arms yesterday. I knew you considered her a suspect, and a part of me wondered, even as she wept in my arms, if she'd had some part in what happened to Bart. More, from what I've gathered, she was very likely lying on the floor, alone, broken, bleeding, while we were on a rooftop drinking champagne." "You're too close to it." "I am. You're quite right about that, and I can't fully explain, even to myself, why that is, but I can't step back. Those might be reasons, Eve, but they're still not excuses for slapping at you that way. For doing that because I knew you'd take it, could take it. You hurt me. Oh, God, I know it." He took her arms then, lightly. "You know me. You'll have the satisfaction of being absolutely sure I'll suffer for knowing it." "You weren't altogether wrong." "I was, altogether and completely wrong. No. Whatever I think about that," she nodded toward the screen, "about any of it, all of it, I have to maintain. It's not a shagging game for me, but it is for him. I have to calculate how he thinks so I can stop him. I know how you think, and I know how much you care. I can only tell you again, I'm sorry." She looked into his eyes, felt some of the sickness in her belly recede. "I've said things before designed to hurt you. You forgave me. I did, yes. I will again, no doubt. So let's put it aside. You get a big black mark on the asshole side of the column." He smiled, pressed his lips to her brow. "What's the score so far?" "We're neck and neck in that area." "You'd best check those stats. I really think you're ahead. You want another big black mark?" "I don't." He drew her in, letting out a breath when she relaxed against him. "This is better." She turned her head so they watched the screen together. "Why was she a target?" Rourke asked her. "Because he doesn't consider anyone indispensable but himself. He's going to run the show now, and nobody's going to slip ahead of him, the way Bart did. It probably felt good to soak up all that sympathy over Bart, and exciting to have the cops taking a look at him. Part of the game. And he's racking up the points, anticipating the next moves." She glanced at Rourke. "That's the way it is for him." "Yes, I know it. You're right. He's a gamer, so he'd look at what was on the board. Players, scenarios, options. Syl? She was angry, depressed, taking it harder, at least on the outside, than anyone. It made her more vulnerable. She's the most in tune, it feels to me, with the other staff. And being an attractive female may be the most logical next public face for the company. He wants that for himself, and he has a taste for it now. That human nature thing." She eased back a little. I've got some technical questions, and they may be way out of orbit, but... She broke off as on-screen the medical team began to move quickly. Something's wrong. Something's gone wrong. Rourke ordered the screen to zoom in, enhance. Her blood pressure's dropping. Look at the monitor. It's bottoming out. They're losing her. God damn it. God damn it. She's gotta fight. Does she want to stay alive or not? They watched in silence while Syl hovered between life and death. Chapter 19. When Eve stepped into the waiting area, both men jerked to their feet, then seemed to deflate back into their chairs. We're waiting for the doctor, for one of the medical team. Var looked up at the clock. It's been a long time. They said they'd update us, but nobody's been in for more than an hour now. I've been observing the surgery, Eve began, and held up a hand when both men rose again and began talking at once. Hold it! They're working on her. Hard. There was some trouble. Hold it! She ordered again over the peppering questions. I didn't bring my medical degree, but I can tell you it appears they're doing everything they can. You got to watch? To see her? Where? Benny demanded. We could go there, see her. It's got to be better than just sitting here. You're not allowed to observe. Only medical personnel, police in a criminal matter, or family. But You're not family, Eve interrupted as Benny protested. Not legally, Peabody said more gently. I understand what you mean about family. I have friends who are family to me. But you're not legally her family, so they might be sticky about the technicalities right now. It sounds like it's going to be a while more, she continued. You should go get some air, some food, take a walk. It'll make the time go faster, she added. Something might happen while we're not here. I've got your link numbers, Peabody told Benny. If anything happens, anything changes, I'll let you know right away. Maybe we could get some air. And they probably have a chapel or meditation center. We could... Var flushed a little, lifted his hands helplessly. You know. Yeah, that's good. That's a good thing to do. Just for a few minutes. If anything happens, I promise. Peabody watched them walk out together, nodded at Eve as she pulled out her communicator. Tell the shadows not too close, Eve said. I don't want them to know we've got anyone on them yet. She turned to Rourke. Look, I know you've got an interest in this, but if you're not going back to work to buy up the Northern Hemisphere, I think Feeney could really use you. Distracting me? That's a side benefit. Either Peabody or I will be in here, keeping tabs on Syl and watching the partners. I'm going to see if I can cop a room where I can set up shop and do some work while we switch off. Let me be liaison there. I'll see about getting you a work area. Then I'll see if Feeney wants me. Good enough. You said you had technical questions before. Yeah, and I do. Wrong place, wrong time, Eve thought. Let me line them up a little better first. All right. He curled the tips of his fingers in hers briefly. Stay in touch, will you? Yeah. She turned back to Peabody. Anything about the last 90 minutes I should know? No. They're acting and reacting as you'd expect, given the circumstances. I swear, I don't get any vibe off either of them. If I'm gone before they get back, I want you to get them to agree to having officers go to their apartments to check their alibis. Just getting it off the slate so we can focus on Syl and how this happened to her. You know how to play it. Can do. Get their agreement on record. Then get EDD to send somebody to each place. I want somebody who knows how to look for details that aren't on a comp. Just observe, note, report. We have the record from yesterday's search. Let's see what's different today, if anything. Yes, sir. How bad was it? Was she, when you were observing? Jesus, Peabody. She's a mess. She jammed her hands in her pockets as memories of the dream snuck back in her head. You couldn't save them all. They've got the brain doc messing around in her head, and another guy working on her arm. It must be bad, really bad, if they started there instead of the leg. They've got that in a sterile cage, whatever they're called. Her face looks like somebody went at it with a bat. They're dealing with internal injuries on top of it, trying to tie off bleeders or whatever they do when things inside are bleeding out. It looks to me like she was busted up every damn where. She did a short circuit of the room. I've seen a lot of beatings. I'm not sure that's what this is. What else could it be? Eve shook her head. We need to see the medical data, talk to the doctors, get a better look at her. Until then, it's just speculation. I got the report on the blood samples. It's all hers. Yeah, it would be. Lieutenant Dallas. The floor nurse came to the doorway. We have an office set up for you. What's the status on my victim? There have been some complications, but she's holding her own. We'll take shifts, Eve said to Peabody. I'll come back for you. She followed the nurse down the long corridor, then to the right, down another. I got a look at her in observation, Eve commented. She does look like she fell off a cliff. It's really just an expression. Maybe. You people took pictures, bone and body and scans. I'd like to see them. I'm not authorized. You can get authorization. You got a look at her. Yes, I did. Your people are doing everything they can to save her. I'm doing everything I can to find the son of a bitch who did that to her. Her name's Scylla Allen, but they call her Syl. She had her 29th birthday 6 weeks ago. A couple days ago, one of her closest friends was murdered, and yesterday she ordered food and flowers for his memorial. She cried for him. And last night or early this morning, the same person who killed her friend tried to kill her. The sooner I see what he did to her, the sooner I figure out how he did it and who did it, the sooner I put the fucker away so he never hurts anyone else. The nurse opened a door. I'll get the authorization. This room is generally available for family members of surgical patients. You're free to use the equipment. Thanks. It was a small office, and still nearly twice the size of hers at Central. It boasted a sleep chair, an auto chef, and Friggy that took credit swipes. The desk held a comp, a link, and a small vase of yellow flowers. A window let in the summer light, but was filtered so as not to toss glare on the wall screen. She charged another cup of lousy coffee, sat, and got to work. It was probably crazy what she was considering. No, it was crazy, she corrected. And still she started a search on numerous underground and game sites. The weirder the better, she decided. She popped into the chat rooms McNabb had given her, the message boards, and noted that Razor was still putting out feelers for the weapon, with no results. Or none that showed, she thought. She tried Mira, and was told by her chilly-voiced admin that the doctor was in session. Eve requested a link consult as soon as Mira was free. At the knock on the door, she called out, "Yeah, come in." She expected the floor nurse, hoped to have a file of medical data to comb through. Instead, a waiter walked in carrying a tray. "Got your lunch order?" "I didn't order lunch. You've got the wrong room. Scram. Room 880, East Surgical Wing. You Dallas?" Frowning, she gave him and his tray a closer look. "Yeah." Got your lunch order. Got one for Peabody, too. Waiting room A, East Surgical Wing. Who placed the orders? Ordered up by Rourke. Of course they were. Well, what have I got? He set the tray on the desk, pulled off the insulated top. Got your burger. That's moo meat, too. Got your fries, got your small side salad, got your coffee. Real deal. A double, black. Never misses a trick. Eve dug into her pocket, came up with enough loose credits for a decent tip. Thanks. Enjoy. I guess I will, she murmured as he went out. She sampled a fry as she tagged Feeney. What have you got? We're not going to try removing the disc. Working on some ideas first. We got your time frame. Vic set up the hollow at, is that a burger? No, it's a catcher's mitt. What does it look like? It looks like a burger. Is it meat? Mmm. She took a huge bite, grinned around it. That's cold, kid. Genuine sorrow clouded his eyes. Just cold. You get that disc out without blowing it up, I'll buy you 10 pounds of cow meat. Timeline? Hollow starts at 21:46. The program ran until 23:52. Over 2 hours. Longer than Bart. Solo player, like him. We've got us starting off the jump. Level 1. He started at 4. So she ran whichever scenario she picked from the beginning, either because it was new to her, and I don't like that one. She started at square one because she wasn't playing so much as working. Working to shut out the grief. She's going to check the program, look for any flaws or glitches or any place to improve it. Can you tell where she stopped? She nearly finished level 3. Nearly? It reads 91%. She didn't make it to the end of the level. You play? What would make you stop that close to moving up a level? Screwing up? Getting shut out? Losing the level. Okay, what else? If you got interrupted? Nobody's gonna stop me from moving up unless they're bleeding or on fire, and they'd have to be gushing blood or frying, and I'd have to like them. A lot. She glanced up at the knock on the door, then nodded as the nurse stepped in, held up a finger. Can you tell if she messed up, got shut out? Not from the program, but up to then, from the time frame, it looks like she was cruising right along. I got through some of her older logs. She hits levels 10, 12, and up consistent. But we don't know if any of those were this scenario. Can't tell you until I get this disc out, and you hand over 10 pounds of cow meat. But it's unlikely, given her skills and experience, she'd have crapped out that quick, or have stopped voluntarily that close to completing a level. Got it. I'll get back to you. She clicked off. I got authorization to put what we've got on disk. You have to sign for it. Thanks. Eve dashed her name on the form, noted the woman's wistful glance at her plate. Do you want half? She smiled. No, I'm watching my intake, but thanks. It's a nice offer. I went in to get an update on her. She's hanging in, but she's got a long way to go. She started for the door, stopped. We see a lot of hard things in our professions. Yeah, we do. I hope she makes it. Me too, Eve murmured when she was alone. Eve inserted the disk, then called for the data on screen. She studied it, side by side with the records of the first responders. On the hollow room floor, Syl lay crumpled, broken as a china doll heaved against the wall by an angry child. Blood had pooled and congealed under her, while her arm and leg cocked at unnatural angles. Snapped bones speared through the skin of her shin. Jagged, Eve thought, ignoring the movements of the cops, the voices, as she focused on the victim. Not a clean break there. Several gashes, including one on her shoulder that appeared straight and true, rather than torn. Bruising around the eyes, she noted. Scrapes at the temples. She switched off, studied the scans. Several internal injuries, bruised and damaged organs. But the external bruising... She scrolled through, backtracked, scrolled again, studying the battered, torn body as she ate her lunch. She pulled out her beeping link, glanced at the readout. Dr. Mira. Eve. I heard about Scylla Allen. What's her status? She's still in surgery. I'm looking through the records, the scans. It's bad. He used the victim's hollow room again, the same project, the fantastical game. She logged it out, or it's been made to appear she did so. It's the same basic setup. She appears to have been playing the game solo, but the method of attack is markedly different. Why? He'd already won the game, that scenario. He'd want a different challenge with this new player, possibly a game that opponent favored. It adds to the challenge. Yeah, that's my take. And it's meaner than the first victim. That was quick and clean. He may be escalating. Wants more bang for the buck, except... Can you take a look? I'll send you the record from the first responders. Of course. Hang on just a minute. Eve ordered the transfer of data. The two remaining partners discovered her this morning. The statement, from both, is they became concerned when she didn't come in, walked over to check on her. The 911 went out immediately. She sustained severe trauma. Mira's tones remained even as her brows knit in study. Blood loss. The leg. It would seem he spent considerable time in rage. I'm surprised her face isn't more badly damaged. Does it look like a beating to you? Mira's brows unknit and lifted. What else? Could these injuries have been the result of a fall? A fall? Are you considering the hollow room a dump site rather than the attack site? Eve hesitated. Not yet, she thought. Not ready to share quite yet. I'm considering all kinds of things. This isn't my area of expertise, and I hesitate to make a conclusion based on this, but I would say that, yes, it certainly could be the result of a fall. What do our doctors say? I haven't been able to interview any of them. They're pretty busy with her. I can try to make some time later today, come to the hospital and study her data, speak with her medical team. No, that's okay. I've got another angle on that. Why is she alive? That's the sticker. Why didn't he finish her? He may have thought he had. But that kind of mistake isn't consistent. It's possible drawing it out adds to the enjoyment. It prolongs the game. If she lives, it would box him in. He could lose. Yes, it's possible that adds to his sense of competition. It doesn't fit well, but often the criminal mind doesn't follow a logical path. Still, Mira frowned, slowly shook her head. He didn't finish the game, and he should have. He's stuck on this level now, and can't advance unless or until she dies. I'm sure you have her well protected. Yeah, I've got her covered. I'd like to think about this further, review my notes and this additional data. Thanks. I'll get back to you. She clicked off and contacted someone whose area of expertise might give her some answers. And more questions. While she waited, she tried out her theory with a probability run, and got back a percentage she considered the computer equivalent of, "Have you lost your freaking mind?" "Yeah, that's what I thought you'd say." Since she didn't have her murder board, she worked to create a facsimile of one on screen, then sat back, sipped excellent coffee, and studied it. "Whacked theory," she murmured. "Way out of orbit theory. But didn't we just have a party last night to celebrate a book about mad scientists secretly creating generations of human clones? That's pretty whacked." She adjusted the screen, putting her two victims side by side. Partners, she thought. Friends. Those words, those concepts meant different things to different people. History, shared interests, trust, emotion, passion, all shared. Shared business, profits, work, risks. Both attacked during play in their own secured homes. One dead, one hanging on by the skill and efforts of medical science, and maybe her own grit. No weapons, no signs of forced entry, no trace other than the victims. Add the timing. Yeah, add the timing in there too. People were always finding new ways to create and destroy, weren't they? It's what humans did. Technology was a tool, a convenience, and a weapon. She walked over to answer the knock on the door. "Thanks for coming, Morris. It's nice to get out of the house now and then." He wore black, as he had every time she'd seen him since Coltrane's death. But Eve took hope from the flash of the shimmering red tie that the leading edge of his grief had dulled. "I need you to look at these pictures and the medical data and give me your opinion on the cause." "I'd do better with the body." "Well, she's not dead yet." "That's fortunate for her." "I might point out you're in a hospital, and there are likely doctors wandering around who tend to serve and assess those not dead yet." "Yeah, the ones working on her are busy, and I don't know them." Trust, she thought again, the solid base of friendship. "What I'm looking for is your opinion on how this 29-year-old female incurred these injuries." She turned to the screen, ordered the image of Syl on the hollow room floor. "Ah, well, ouch. You say she's alive?" "So far." He moved closer, tilting his head. "If she lives, I hope she has an exceptional orthopedic surgeon on that leg. Enhance that for me." "A bit more," he said when she complied. Now down to the ankle, same leg," he told her after a moment. "You can run it. Take your time." As he went section by section, injury by injury, she swiped the Friggy for 2 tubes of Pepsi. He grunted in thanks and continued. "You have her scans?" "Yeah." Eve ordered them on screen, then rested a hip on the desk as he studied, as he worked. "She'll need the god of all neuros," he murmured. "And even then, I'm afraid I might see her on my table. The head injuries are the worst, and the rest is very nasty. If she gets her miracle, they'll have to replace that kidney at some point, and the spleen, and she'll require extensive PT for the leg, the arm, the shoulder. She's got a lot of work ahead of her. Brain damage is another risk she faces. She may live, but it may not be a blessing. Still, it's a wonder she didn't snap her spine in a fall like this." "A fall." Eve all but leaped on it. "Not a beating." "A fall," he repeated. "The contusions, the breaks, the lacerations aren't consistent with a beating but a fall. She landed primarily on her back, with the impact shattering that elbow and twisting the leg with enough force to break the bone." A hard, uneven surface, I'd say, from the type of injuries. Broken concrete, rocks, something on that order. He glanced back at Eve. I'm sorry, where was she found again? Here. Eve brought the image back on screen, watched Morris frown. A smooth surface. She didn't incur those injuries by taking a tumble on that floor. Could she have been moved and dumped here? He shook his head. I don't see how she would have lived through it. Look at the blood pool. She certainly would have bled profusely at the point of impact. Moving her would mean more blood loss. Added to this? No, I don't see how that could be. He took a drink from the tube, frowned again. This is annoying. I feel I've let you down. Let me go through the scans and data again. No, you haven't let me down. Your findings mesh with mine. Do they? He angled away from the screen, taking another sip as he looked at Eve. Are we going to explain to each other how this 29-year-old female managed to fall onto a smooth surface and incur injuries consistent with a fall of, I'd say, at least 20 feet onto a rough and uneven one? Sure, after I get someone to explain it to me. Well, I love a mystery. Still, I hope she lives, so she can tell you herself. It's rare, if ever, you and I consult over someone with a pulse. Tell me more about her. She's one of the partners of my last victim. Ah, the head job. Hollow room. He gestured to the screen. And this would be a hollow room as well. It would. Hers. In her apartment, which was secured. She was, by the evidence on scene, playing the same game, though it may have been another scenario, as the first Vic. Consistency is often an advantage. Burns? Does she have internal burns at the site of the injuries? I don't know yet. Let me look at the scans again, enhanced. If we can get a strong enough picture, I might find them. I wasn't looking before. Help yourself. It used to be you had to do everything on a comp by hand, right? Fingers on keyboard only. No voice commands, no smart screens. When I was a medical student, we keyboarded nearly everything, and had only just begun to use palm scans routinely for diagnostics. Hollow wasn't yet considered reliable or cost-effective for teaching or diagnostics. I remember as a boy look here. Do you see this? She moved closer to the screen. What am I supposed to see? Along the leg fracture. The shadows? Dots, really. So small, so faint, but there. Burns. I'll give you 5 to 10. See? Yes, see. They're all over her. Every point of impact, every wound. Difficult to separate as she's so badly damaged. This, here. Yes, here on this shoulder wound. They show more clearly. Where he cut her. I agree, it could very well be a knife wound. Or, like your previous victim, a sword. I'd want to see it in the flesh, so to speak. Take measurements, do an analysis. But from a visual like this, a sharp blade. And the burns, these minute internal singes. Fascinating. She'd have been armed, too, but she wouldn't have known it. Sorry? How would she not know? Eve shrugged, her eyes on the scan. Just a whacked theory I'm working on. The door opened. Dallas! Oh, hey, Morris! You're a little early, Peabody said to him. The Vic's coming out of surgery. The doctor's coming out in a minute to give us the picture. I need to shut down here. Then I'm on my way. I'm interested in your theory, whacked or not, Morris said when the door closed. When you're ready to share. I need to run it by another expert. You've made it seem a little less whacked. Always happy to help. He glanced at the screen before Eve shut down. I hope I don't have the pleasure of meeting her. The human body stays pretty much the same, right? Technology changes and science advances. This one, she started out tough, so that's her advantage. Now it's up to technology and science to pull it out. Not just the body, but the spirit. Technology and science don't hold a candle to the human spirit. If hers is strong enough, she may stay not dead yet. Chapter 20. The partners pace now, wearing a groove in opposite sides of the room. If she'd gone by visual alone, she'd have concluded both were utterly exhausted, holding on by those thin threads of hope, faith, and desperation. You should sit down, she said. She wanted them seated together, where she could watch and gauge faces, hands, bodies. Sit, she repeated, putting enough authority in it to make it in order. We'll hear from the medicals soon enough. Meanwhile, you should know we're making some headway on the investigation. Little steps, she said quickly, and I can't be specific with you, but I wanted to be able to give you some positive news. I don't care about the investigation. Not now. Benny sat, eyes trained on the doorway. I can't think about that, just about Syl. We just want to keep focused on her. Like, I know it sounds weak, but like pushing energy to her. Var shrugged. It feels like something we can do. I think you're right. Peabody offered an understanding smile. I believe in that kind of thing. Free-ager, Eve said with the faintest and very deliberate tone of dismissal. She moved slightly to the side as a woman in surgical scrubs entered. She was on the small side, but with broad shoulders. Her hair was as short as Caesar's and midnight black. Her almond eyes tracked the faces in the room, settled on Eve. You're the officer in charge? Lieutenant Dallas. Dr. Pruitt. Please. Var reached out a hand, dropped it again. Is she okay? Is Syl okay? At Eve's nod, the doctor sat across from the two men. She came through surgery. Your family? Yes, Benny said before Var could speak. We're her family. Her injuries are very severe. But you fixed her, Benny insisted. We put together a team of doctors and performed several surgeries. She suffered massive trauma to the head, which required extensive repair. Eve listened while Pruitt explained the damage, the repair, the prognosis, and watched faces. But she'd already seen it, just that quick flash. I don't understand what you're saying. Benny looked at Var. Do you? What does it mean? Scylla's in a coma, Pruitt explained. This isn't unexpected, and it may give her body a chance to heal. Or she won't wake up at all, Var said bitterly. That's what you're saying? Yes. We've done everything we can do for her at this time, but we'll be monitoring her very closely. She survived surgery, and you can take hope from that. But you must be prepared. She remains critical, and should she come out of the coma, there is a possibility of brain damage. God! Oh, God! Don't think about that! Var closed a hand over Benny's. Not yet. You may want to speak to the other surgeons who worked on her. I can give you the basics. Her internal injuries were also severe. One of her kidneys was damaged too critically to save. We replaced her spleen and can, should she wake and elect it, replace the lost kidney. She will need further surgery on her leg. We were unable to complete repairs without endangering her life. Var took a ragged breath. Are you telling us there's no hope? There's always hope. Once she's settled in ICU, you'll be able to see her, very briefly. You can rest assured that we'll continue to do everything we can for her. She'll get the very best of care. Pruitt rose. If you have any more questions, someone will page me, or you can speak to her other surgeons. Someone will come get you when she's ready. Eve followed Pruitt out. Give me her chances, straight. 50-50 is generous, but I'd have given her much less when she came into the OR. She has a strong constitution. She's young, healthy. You had an officer in my OR. That's right, and I'll have an officer in a room 24/7, not just on the door, in the room. You're doing all you can to see that she survives. So am I. You're concerned with security, and another attempt on her life. Not as long as I have an officer in the room. Fair enough. If she makes it through the next 24 hours, I'll consider that 50-50 more solid. For now, we'll go minute by minute. I need to be notified immediately of any change in her condition, one way or the other. I'll see that ICU has those instructions. I'd like a look at her before you let those two in. All right, go on up. I'll let them know you're coming. Eve made her way up, noting the ways in and out, the basic security measures, the movements of staff, ID. Decent, she concluded, but there were always ways around security. She badged the nurse at the desk, pleased when the man didn't merely glance at it, but gave it a good hard look before passing her through. As in Uplay, the walls were glass. No privacy for patients, she thought. Syl wouldn't like it, Eve concluded, but for herself, she liked it just fine. Each room, each patient was monitored by cam and machine. She doubted any of the staff paid much attention to the room screens, but expected they'd hop if any of the monitors signaled a change in patient condition. Still, she was pleased to see the uniformed officer sitting with his chair angled to the door. He rose when she walked in. "Take 5, she told him. "Yes, sir." Eve moved to the foot of the bed. They'd caged the leg, the arm, she noted, which made Eve think of a droid in mid-development. The limbs inside the cages showed the livid red and purple of insult and repair. Tubes snaked, hooking Syl to monitors that hummed and beeped in a slow, steady rhythm. The bruising around her eyes showed black against pasty white skin, and the lacework of bandages. They'd shaved her head, Eve noted, and had it resting on a gel pillow that would ease the pressure. All that hair, Eve mused. That would probably be as much of a jolt as the glass walls and cams. If she woke up. I've gotten messed up a few times, but I have to say, you win the prize. Coming back from being put together again's got to be almost as hard as being busted to pieces. We'll see how tough you are. She walked over to the side of the bed, leaned down. Don't you fucking give up. I know who did this to you. I know who killed Bart. I'm going after him, and I'm gonna win. Then he's gonna pay. You remember that, and don't you fucking give up. We're gonna beat him, you by coming back from this, me by taking him down. She straightened. He was never your friend. You remember that, too. She stood watch until the guard came back. And when the partners went in to see her, Eve stood watch a little longer, studying them on the monitor. "Do you think she'll make it?" Peabody asked when Eve got behind the wheel. "She's not the giving-up type. That's in her favor. Reserve a conference room and set up a briefing with the EDD team. 30 minutes. No, give me an hour. Eve used her in-dash link while Peabody made arrangements. "Lieutenant," Rourke said. "She's out of surgery, holding her own." "That's good to hear. You spoke with their surgeon?" "Yeah. They're doing what they do. Now we'll do what we do." "Can you meet me in my office in 20? "I can, yes." "Bring an open mind." He smiled a little. "I always carry it with me." "You'll need it." "We're set," Peabody told her. "Room B." "You've got something." Peabody pointed a finger. "Something new. What I've got is a dead guy without a head, a woman in critical with injuries consistent with a fall who was found on a hollow room floor. No weapons, no trace, and no security breaches the aces at EDD can find. Logic it out. The weapons were removed, the killer sealed up. The victims knew and trusted the killer who has supreme E-skills that have so far baffled our E-team. They'll find the breaches. Assuming they're there to be found. He miscalculated with Syl. She wasn't supposed to fall. Fall where? That's a question. And we may never have the full answer to that one unless she wakes up and tells us. Meanwhile, we think out of the box. Fuck, we burned the damn box. She pulled into the garage at Central. Set up everything we have, including the scans and data we got from the hospital. Okay, but less talk, more work. Eve double-timed it to her office and began to put her briefing together. She scowled at her computer and wished for better E-skills. She wanted to have at least the bones together before Rourke got there. Okay, you bastard, let's give this a try. She sat, and using the medical data, began to build a reenactment. Marginally pleased, she nodded at the screen as Rourke came in. "Do you want the good news or the bad?" he asked her. "Give me the bad. I like to end on an up note. We've scanned, dug, taken apart, and put back together Syl's security system, and used every test, idea, method known to man and machine going back over Bart's. We can't find a single abnormality. I'd stake my reputation, and yours for that matter, that no one entered those apartments after the victim secured the door." Good. Irritation rippled over his wonderful face. "Well, I'm delighted you're pleased, and we've lost countless brain cells on this. Fact. No one entered the scene after the victim. Facts are good. What's the rest? We've made some progress on reconstructing the disk from Bart's hollow room. It's one painful nanochip at a time, but there's some progress. Even better. Aren't you the cheery one?" He stepped to the auto chef, programmed coffee. "I know who did it, and I have an idea how." "All right, let's start with who." "Var." "Well, that's a 50-50 for most, but you being you, the odds are higher. It's nice to be so easily believed." He waved that off. "You wouldn't say it so definitively unless you were bloody damn sure. So, it's Var. Because? He's the odd man out. The other three go back to childhood. He comes along later in the game. You have to play catch-up. I bet he never liked playing catch-up. But he doesn't hook in with the already established group until college. Before that, if you look at his records, he was the best, by far, in his electronics, math, science, comp, theory classes. Nobody came close. Used to being the star, the champion, you could say." Eve nodded. "Yeah, you could." Then, in college, he hooks up with the other three. Not only are they as good as he is, Bart's better. And he's popular, in a geeky kind of way. Supreme Wizard of the Gaming Club. Where do they come up with titles like that? TA for a couple of classes, dorm manager, responsible guy, cheerful guy, brilliant, skilled, and people tended to like him. Rourke settled in the visitor's chair with his coffee. And that's your motive? It's the root. Who did you approach when you considered recruiting that group? Bart. Yes, he was de facto leader, even then. Go on. And he turned you down. Wanted to build his own company. His initial concept, from all the statements, the data, the timelines. Equal partnership, sure, but Bart was the head and the public face. True enough. But you could say both Sil and Benny had been competing with him even longer. Benny, for instance, always the sidekick. Yeah, I considered that. I had a moment in his apartment during the search with the droid, the Dark Knight connection. Rourke lowered the coffee, obviously baffled. What would Batman have to do with it? How do you know that? Baffled, she tossed up her hands. How do I say Dark Knight and you immediately click to Batman? How do you know this stuff? The question might be, how do you not know? Batman's been part of the popular culture lexicon for more than a century. Never mind. It's just weird. I could... She narrowed her eyes. Who murdered 16 male prostitutes between the ages of 18 and 23 over a 3-year period and fed their remains to his prize-winning hogs? Christ Jesus! Despite the image, Rourke had to laugh. I'm delighted to say I have no idea. Hanson J. Flick, 2012 to 2015. She smirked. You don't know everything. And your particular area of expertise is occasionally revolting. Yet handy. In any case, Benny's stuck on Sil, which could have been a motive on Bart, except there's zero going on there in the screwing around department. And Benny's happy with his place in the company. He likes his research. Sil's apartment was a mess, a kind of organized mess. Benny's was lived in, and he's got Mongo and Alfred for company when he wants them. It's probably healthy in some weird way. Mongo? A parrot. It talks. A lot, I'm betting. And you didn't ask who Alfred was. You said Benny, Dark Knight, so Alfred's the butler. To that, Eve could only heave out a breath. Okay. Benny's place. There were signs of grieving and simplicity, she decided. Var's place was clean, like he was expecting company. He knew we'd need to do a search. He'd anticipated the steps in the game, and he was ready for it. He stocks good wine, fancier food, spends more on clothes and furniture. He opened the door for the cops at Sil's. And that... Benny was alone with her. He could have finished her easily, simply closed off her airway. It wouldn't have taken much, wouldn't have taken long. He got to her first and stayed with her. Var couldn't do anything about it. He expected to find her dead. It had to be a shock when Benny found a pulse, but he thinks on his feet, and he had to hope, to believe, she'd never make it through surgery. It surprised him and pissed him off when she did. It showed, just for a second. He's good, a good actor. Most sociopaths are, and all that role-playing's worked for him over the years. And you believe he played the role of friend and partner all these years. It may have even been true, as far as it goes, off and on. The business is successful. He's making a good living with potential for more. It'll be the more that pushed him, or gave him the excuse he wanted, and the fact Bart could and did overrule him. He's already edging himself into a leadership role at Uplay. Taking Syl out just cements it. Benny doesn't want to run that show. He wants to keep doing what he's doing, so he's not a threat, but an asset. Syl could run it, and Benny would side with her. Remove her, and the field's clear. All right. Say I'm convinced you're right. How? I'll agree he could easily have arranged to go in with Bart. It's trickier with Syl, as Benny claims he watched her go in, and Var walked on. I suppose he could have circled around, entered another way, intercepted her before she went in the apartment, but he was never in either apartment, not at the time of the murder or the attack. Well, then, how did he manage it? By remote control? In a way. Okay, engaging that open mind you carry around with you. The hologram did it. Eve. Even a flaw in the system, which we haven't found, couldn't decapitate a player. Not the system. The hologram. Bart fought the Black Knight, and the Black Knight won. It cut off Bart's head, and in whatever scenario Syl played, it pushed her or caused her to fall. Rourke took another sip of coffee. Let me understand you. You're suggesting that a holographic image, which is essentially light and shadow, attempted murder and committed it. But it's not just light and shadows. Neuro and nanotech have advanced, and the images produced in holoprograms act and react according to that program. They appear three-dimensional, appear to have substance. The player's senses are involved and engaged. It's an illusion, right, but with clarity. And some hold the theory that the wavefront could be enhanced further, and the beams increased in power and remarried to complex VR results in burnout and system failure, he finished. You simply can't create actual substance in holo. It's replicated imagery. You wouldn't have to. But if you found a way to get around the system failure and increase those beams, the enhanced wavefront, to channel that increase, you might also increase the power stream of that light. A kind of current that, okay, not actual substance, but an electronic replication of that substance. A kind of laser. It's... He set the coffee aside, rose to go over and edge a hip onto her desk. Interesting. The jolts you get in the game, tied into that illusion of contact in, say, a sword fight with the Black Knight. But if you found a way to do this enhancement, to take a jump on the tech trampoline, the sword could conceivably cut, slash, sever, or the current could, in the shape of the holo it's programmed to produce, or, in Syl's case, replicate an impact where those currents, or whatever the hell you'd call them, could inflict the same damage as what they'd been programmed to replicate. When he said nothing, she shifted. Listen, laser scalpels cut. Laser blasters, well, blast. Why can't light imagery, essentially, be manipulated to slice and bash? It would run hot. Should run hot enough to shut down the system. To fry it, for that matter. But how come all your hotshot R&D people aren't all over this? Oh, we have some toying with it. But the fact is, on a practical level, it's not marketable. You can hardly produce games where the players can go around chopping pieces off each other, or other mayhem. You'd be shut down and sued within an inch. Her eyes narrowed. Then why do you have anyone toying? And he gave her an easy smile. You never know what you might find when you're looking for something else, do you? And under certain circumstances, such an application might interest the military. In any case, it's low priority. Or was, he corrected. And this would explain a lot. I've eliminated everything else. This is what's left, and when you've eliminated everything else, what's left should be true." "Yes," Rourke murmured. "It certainly should. There's nothing on this technology, on any record or compet you play, or on the partner's equipment. He'll have that private space you're looking for. He'd have to. And he'll take the bait there. He'll have to. We'll find it, and when we do, I think we're going to find a lot more than a game." She checked her wrist unit. "Shit! I spent more time laying it out for you than I should have. I need you to program a reenactment of both events using this theory so I can use it in the briefing." "Oh, well then, no problem at all. I can just take that jump on the tech trampoline in the next 10 minutes, then take my bows." Sarcasm noted. "Look, I've got it started. It just needs to be refined some. It's not like twisting the top off a tube of bloody ketchup after you've loosened it." "Too much for you?" She cocked her head. "No problem. I'll get McNabb on it." "That's bitchy." "On here?" "Yeah. I've just about got— Go away." He sat, then glanced back at her scowling face. "No." "Fine. But don't spend the next century fiddling with it. I just need it clear enough to close the door behind you, whether or not it hits you in the ass." "No need to get pissy," she muttered, and closed the door behind her with a sharp snap. Since she'd forgotten to get coffee before being kicked out of her own damn office, she stopped and snarled at vending. Machine and technology, not her friends in the best of times, were currently on her short list. She fingered the loose credits in her pockets and considered her options. "Hey, Dallas!" McNabb bounced up. "Great minds!" He punched in his code, ordered up a Tango Fizzy, tangerine and mango, Eve thought, as her stomach curdled. "Here, get me a Pepsi." She shoved credits at him. "No prob." "Any activity on the scan?" "Not yet. We brought a portable down so I can keep my eye on it while we brief. Anybody takes a stab at hacking in, I'll know it. Here you go." He tossed her the tube. "Peabody says Sil Allen's hanging in so far. Hope she makes it. But I gotta say, I hate she might pop up and say, 'Hey, it was Colonel Mustard in the library with the candlestick,' and make it easy after we put this much time in." "Who the hell is Colonel Mustard?" "You know, from the game. Clue. You should play it. You'd kill." "I've had about enough of games that kill." She considered him as she cracked the tube. He was young, and as into gaming as anyone she knew. Plus, being a cop, violence was part of his life. Would you want that? Want to play games where the stakes were real? "You mean where I could win $1 zillion? Oh, shit, yeah." "No. Well, okay. Say there's a big cash prize. Because if this thing ever went public, somebody would figure a way to gamble on it. But to win, even qualify, you had to face off against opponents with real weapons, real blood, real pain, and potentially fatal. So I risk getting my ass kicked, maimed, or dead for money and or glory? I do that anyway." He smiled, shrugged. "Why would I want to do it for game? Gaming's how you get away from the real for a while." "Yeah. You're not as stupid as you look." "Thanks." He lifted his fizzy as she walked away, then clicked in. "Hey!" She strode into the conference room, nodded as the efficient Peabody finished the setup. She gestured toward the components and screens. "That's the monitor on the dummy files?" "Yeah. If anyone tries to hack in, access the case files, read, scan, copy, infect, EDD will know and trace. I'm keeping my eye on it for a minute while McNabb grabs some fluids." The others are on their way. Rourke might be late. He's working on something for me. Wouldn't mind him working on something for me. Excuse me? Oh, just talking to myself, Peabody sang. You know how it is. Eve strolled over, clipped the back of Peabody's head with the flat of her hand. Ow! Oh, sorry, just an involuntary reflex. You know how it is. She shifted Var's ID photo from the group on the murder board and set it dead center. Him? Him. Good. I just won a $50 bet with myself. First, how do you win a bet with yourself? See, I bet myself 50, it was Var. I win, so I put it in my investment kitty. When I get a decent chunk in the kitty, Rourke's going to invest it for me. What if you'd lost? Then I'd put it in the investment kitty. But it's more satisfying to win. Okay. Why'd you bet against? Forget that. Why Var? A couple things. His apartment was perfect. Both times a team went in. Okay, a lot of people are neat freaks, but he'd be the first serious gamer I know who doesn't have a few stray discs sitting around or some crumbs where he grabbed a snack while he was playing. And he said he'd been playing the night Syl was attacked. Maybe I just didn't want it to be Benny because he really loves her, and if I was wrong about that, it'd be depressing. Who wants to be depressed? Poets, Eve decided. You have to think they must. Okay, other than poets. Plus, Benny strikes me as more of a follower. You have to be a self-starter to pull this off, I think. So if it came down between the two of them, I bet on Var. I may need a tissue. My pride waters me right up. She looked over as the EDD team came in. All right, let's get started. Rourke's working on something for me, so we won't wait for him. I've already briefed him. She called the first images on screen while the team settled. Victim 1, Minnock, Bart, decapitated while engaged in play of Fantastical in his hollow room, secured in his apartment, also secured. Thus far we found nothing to indicate another entry, invited or forced. Nothing to find, Feeney stated. We have to conclude the killer came in with him, and there's some malfunction with the droid. We're gonna take her apart again. Maybe not. Eve left it at that until she finished laying the groundwork. The victim engaged in solo play for just over 30 minutes, starting at level 4. We've concluded he gamed K2BK, which, through process of elimination, would be usurper. We'll come back to the details of that scenario. Victim 2, she continued, Alan, Scylla, attacked and critically injured while engaged in play of the same game in her hollow room, unsecured, in her apartment, which was secured. No indications of another entry, invited or forced until her partners, Lehman and Hoyt, entered this morning and discovered her on the hollow room floor. After questioning, her partners stated her preferred game is Dragon's Egg, a treasure hunt. We'll go into those details shortly. She glanced at her wrist unit. If Rourke ever finished. Victim 2 began at level 1. Engaged in play for just over 2 hours. We have her just shy of completing level 3. Expert medical opinion, based on her injuries, the scans, concludes she suffered those injuries in a fall from perhaps 20 feet onto a hard, rough, and uneven surface. Can't be, Feeney disagreed. Absently, he took a cube of gum McNabb offered him. Screws the timeline and the entry, and held the physical evidence on scene. The attack went down in the hollow room. I agree. Eve stepped to the side of the wall screen to give the team an unobstructed view of the crime scene record. So how does a woman incur injuries from a fall, such as I've described, on the smooth, flat surface of her hollow room. How does a man get his head cut off when all evidence concludes he was alone? The only logical explanation is Bart was killed and Syl attacked by their opponent in the game. If they were alone, Dallas, they didn't have a damn opponent. Eve shifted her glance toward Feeney. But they did. Each would have to defeat or outwit that opponent to reach the next level. For Bart, the Black Knight. For Syl, the rival treasure hunter. You're saying some hollow jumped out of a game and sliced off the Vic's head? Feeney shook his own. You've been working too hard, kid. I'm saying the killer used the game, Eve corrected. I'm saying he used a new technology programmed into the game as the weapon. Enhanced wavefronts, increased power to beams and the haptic system, a refocus of laser angles and light, forming electrons and light source in the shape of the programmed images, replicating substance. Calendar tilted her head. Wicked. Wicked freaky. Chapter 21. That's science fiction shit. It's fiction until science catches up. Eve rocked back on her heels. Feeney, you work with science every day. Go back to your rookie days and compare them with now. This isn't my area, so maybe it's easier for me to consider the possibility. Nothing else fits. And this? Figuring the evidence, the timelines, the circumstances, the personalities, and the areas of interest? It fits like a fucking glove. There's always some rumbling and mumbling on the underground sites, McNabb commented. His eyes shone bright with the possibilities, what Eve thought of as a geek beam. Way out theories and applications. We got sightings of Bigfoot and little green men on sites, too, Feeney countered. But he was frowning in a way that made Eve sure he was considering. Both Vics had minute burns, internal burns, at the site of injuries. We've gone around chasing some charged-up sword. I think we weren't far off, but it only exists within the program. I believe LeVar Hoyt killed one partner and attempted to kill another through his programming. Let's take him for a minute. She shifted gears, back to the comfortable, and outlined her reasons and conclusions on the suspect. He looks good for it, Feeney agreed. You've got a nice pile of circumstantial. But say I came over to this idea of yours. How the hell do we prove it? He's gonna tell me. He's gonna wanna tell me. She paused as Rourke walked in. Got it? It's rough, considering I was pressed for time, and your equipment is hardly cutting edge, but I have it, yes. Load it up. Display on screen 2. What we're going to see are reconstructions of the crimes using the available data, images, medical findings, and applying the theory. The running time's bottom right. For both, we utilized the victim's game pattern from records of their sessions. She watched as Rourke set the program, displayed it on screen. Bart Minnock enters his apartment, she continued, as the computerized images moved over the screen. Interacts with a droid. He drinks the fizzy she serves him. Orders her to shut down for the night. He leaves the glass on the table, goes to the 3rd floor, and enters the hollow room, secures it. She watched it play out, keeping an eye on the elapsed time. It fit, she thought again. The image moved through the steps, the pattern previously established. Maybe he'd done something different this time, but it didn't matter. He'd ended up, as he did now, facing off with the figure of the Black Knight. Swords clashed. Horses reared. Smoke plumed. Then, the tip of the blade scored Bart's arm, and the knight followed through with the coup de grace. You'll note the positions, The height, reach of the victim, and the hollow image. The blow result in the exact positioning of the victim, head and body, as we have on record at the time of discovery. For the second victim, we'll move straight to level 3. I put considerable time into the lead-up, Rourke complained, which is appreciated and will be of interest to the PA's office, but for now, let's save time. Her characters after this artifact, and up against obstacles, puzzles, and opponents. She needs to reach the top of this rise, gain entrance to a cave in order to complete the level. Note, the path is muddy. Arrows flew. Sill's image dodged, weaved, slipped, scrambled up, then came face to face with her opponent. The timeline, considering her average pace and movements, indicates she found the hollow image here, on the muddy path, leading up the rise to the cave, with the cliff dropping onto the rocks and water at her right. There. Pause program. The images froze as the knife sliced Sill's arm. She sustained this injury. One Morris states was the result of insult with a smooth, sharp object, knife or sword. Resume program. She's shocked, hurt, and off balance on the slippery path. Falls before her opponent can follow through. Or he gives her a nice shove. She hits the rocks and is knocked unconscious. Game over. Since she loses consciousness, the program no longer reads her and ends. She turned away from the screen. Meanwhile, the son of a bitch who arranged it is sitting at home with his fucking feet up, entertaining himself, establishing his alibi, probably practicing his shock and grief. He eliminates 2 of his partners, 2 of his obstacles, and never gets his hands bloody. Feeney scratched his chin. I'll give you the timing works, and I'm not going to argue with Morris if he says that girl fell. But if this bastard figured out how to manipulate Hollow to this level, I'd sure like a look inside his head. Running that hot enough to do this, should have toasted the system. Maybe not the first time, Rourke put in. He may have found a way to shield it. I don't think a standard system would hold up to multiple plays. He only needed one, Eve pointed out. That's what's so screwy about the disc, the one we've been working to reconstruct. McNabb shifted to calendar. The high intensity of focused light, the concentration of nanos. Cloak that in triges to keep the system from snapping. I'd use blue tone. That gunk it inside of 6 UPH. Not if you layered it with a wave filter. Feeney joined in, and Eve turned back to her board as the geek team argued and theorized. Peabody came over to join her. I speak some basic geek, but I don't understand a word they're saying. I guess I'll go back to Calendar's first comment. It's wicked freaky. It's science. People have been using science to kill since some cave guy set some other poor bastard's hair on fire. She turned again, studied Sill's broken body on the hollow room floor. The underlying's the same, but sometimes the methods get fancier. He's a cold, egotistical son of a bitch. He used friendship, partnership, trust, relationships, and affection built over years to kill a man who would never have done him any harm. He put another friend into the hospital, where one more friend has to suffer, has to watch her fight to live, and he's enjoyed every minute of it. Every minute of being the focus of our attention, absolutely confident in his ability to beat us. And that's how we'll bring him down. Hang him with his own ego, his need to win. She glanced over as the monitor began to beep. McNabb! The snap in her voice cut McNabb off in the middle of a passionate argument over hard versus soft light. Sir! She jabbed a finger at the equipment. He sprang up, rushed over. We got a breach on the outer layer. He's testing it. Track the signal. Working on it. He's got shields up and feelers out. See that? See that? Eve saw a bunch of lights and lines. Two can play, McNabb muttered. Three. Calendar put on a headset, began to snap her fingers, shift her hips. He bounced. Yeah, he's careful. There, no, that's a fish. I'll run a line on it anyway. Maybe he'll wiggle it back. Try a lateral, Ian, Rourke suggested. Then go under. He's just skimming now. Let that fish swim, Feeney told Calendar. It's not... There, see? There. He sent out a ghost. Go hunting. Eve paced away, circled, paced back, as for the next 20 minutes the E-team followed squiggles and wiggles, flashes and bursts. He's nipped through the next layer, Rourke pointed out. He's taken his time about it. Maybe we made it too easy for him. Feeney puffed out his cheeks. We're scaring him off. I don't care how many layers he gets through. What he's gonna find is bogus anyway. I want his location. McNabb glanced back at Eve. He's a pogo stick on Zeus, Dallas. He's bouncing, then switching off, banking back. The bastard's good. Better than you? I didn't say that. We've got echoes, we've got cross and junctions, so he's in New York. Probably. I know he's in New York. I'm verifying it, he said, testy now. Rourke laid a hand on McNabb's shoulder. I doubt you want chapter and verse here, Lieutenant. But imagine you were in a foot chase with a suspect who could, at any given time, pop 10 blocks over, or take a jump to London, zip over to the Ukraine, then land again a block behind you. It might take you some time to catch the bloody bastard. Okay, all right. How much time? If he keeps at this pace, and we're able to track those echoes, extrapolate the junctions, it shouldn't take more than a couple hours. Maybe 3. She didn't curse. Var might have been bouncing all over hell and back in cyberspace, but as long as they had him on the monitor, he was in one place in reality. Can you run one of these at home? She asked Rourke. I can, yes. Do you have any problems with that? Feeney gave her an absent wave. A secondary setup at another source might help flank the bastard. Okay, then. I'm going to work from home. In the quiet. I need to put this all down in a way that Whitney doesn't have me committed when I report to him tomorrow. You can save me a lot of trouble by locating the murdering fuckhead. If he keeps up the hack, we'll have him. Yeah, he's in New York, see there? Now let's start scraping away sectors. I'll hang here, Peabody said. Keep them supplied with liquids. Be ready for a go tonight. Eve looked back at the team. It came down to trust again. If they said they'd pin him, they'd pin him. Maybe I should just take it to my office, Eve considered as they headed out. Feeney's right about the value of a secondary source. I can do more at home, and I have better equipment. Added to that, I'd like my hands in it, and here I'd just step on Ian's toes. All right, set up at home, and I'll spend the next hour or two trying to find a way to write a report that doesn't make me sound like a lunatic. You came off quite sane when you ran it by me, and then the rest. Push the science. I'll help you with it, he added, when she didn't quite muffle the groan. We'll dazzle the commander with your in-depth knowledge of advanced holonetics. I feel a headache coming on. He brushed his lips over the top of her head as they stepped into the garage. There now. One way or the other, he's in the box with me tomorrow. My turf, my area, and then we'll see who... Shit. Could it be that simple? Could what? Turf. Area. Shit, she thought again, and pulled up short. I have to figure he's got his hole within the basic parameters of his place, the partners, the warehouse. He's efficient, careful, meticulous. Why would he risk being seen, and maybe even by his so-called friends, going in or out of another building? Rourke uncoated the doors, pulled hers open, then leaned on it. His own building. He'd want his special equipment close, wouldn't he? Easier to secure, to monitor that security, to use whenever he has the whim. Not his apartment. There's nothing in there. But there are other spaces in that building, including the other half of his floor. Let's go have a look. My thoughts exactly. I'll run the address while you drive, see who rents or owns it. He got behind the wheel. Back up? I'll let them know we're taking the detour, but I don't want to call out the troops, then have this turn out to be a bust. Anyway, I think we can handle a cyber geek who kills by remote control. He's a coward on top of... Steuben, Harry and Tilda, ages 86 and 85 respectively. Owners, in residence for 18 years. 3 children, 5 grandchildren, 2 great-grandchildren. It could be a blind. Yeah. She drummed her fingers on her thigh. There was good security on that apartment. 2 doors, both with monitors, cams, palm plates. The inside setup is probably a mirror image of Var's. It's worth a knock. I'll run the other units. Maybe something will pop, but this one feels right. When he parked, she pulled out her communicator. Peabody, we're going to take a look at Var's across-the-hall neighbors, following a hunch. Do you want me to meet you? No, we'll take our look-see. If I don't tag you back in 15, send backup. Copy that. Across the hall from his own place. That would be smart, now that I think of it. Dallas, why don't you just leave the comm open? I can monitor, and if I hear any trouble, I'll release the hounds. All right. While you're babysitting us, go ahead and run the other occupants of the building. And put your comm on mute. I don't want to hear your voice coming out of my ass. She stuck the communicator in her back pocket as Rourke chuckled. Let's make this official. Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, and Rourke, expert consultant, civilian, entering Var Hoyt's building to interview suspect's neighbor. She used her master to gain entry. You know, if I were him, I'd have the outer security rigged to alert me if anyone bypassed the normal entry procedure. Maybe. Still, he'd have to scramble to shut down operations in one space, secure it, get across the hall, unlock, get in, resecure. And when I push for another warrant, the security logs will show exactly that, if so. Or we could just be interrupting an old couple's quiet evening. Maybe they're out doing the tango and drinking tequila shots. He sent Eve a grin. As we will be when we reach their age. After which we'll come home and have mad sex. For God's sake, this is on the record. Yes, I know. He stepped off with her on Var's floor. I wanted those future plans to be official as well. She aimed a smoldering look before stopping outside the entrance to the apartment across from Var's. He's locked up over there. Full red. Here, too, she noted. She knocked, waited, with a hand resting on the butt of her weapon. She poised to knock again when the speaker clicked. Hello? The voice was female and a bit wary. Mrs. Steuben? That's right. Who are you? Lieutenant Dallas, NYPSD. She held up her badge so the camera could see it. We'd like to speak with you. Is there a problem? Is there something wrong? Oh, my goodness, is it one of the kids? No, ma'am, Eve began, even as the locks opened and the security went to green. No, ma'am, she repeated when the door opened. This is just a routine inquiry related to an ongoing investigation. An investigation? The woman was small and slim, in lounging pants and a flowered shirt. Her hair, tidy and ashy blonde, rode on her head like a helmet. "Harry! Harry! The police are at the door. I guess you should come in." She stepped back, revealing a large, comfortable living area, crowded with dust catchers and photographs. The air smelled of lavender. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm just so flustered." She patted a hand to her heart. "You can come right in. Sit down. I was about to make some tea for Harry and me. A nice pot of tea while we watch our shows. Harry!" she called again, then sighed. "He's got that screen on so loud he can't hear me. I'm going to go get him. You just sit right down and I'll go get Harry." "Mrs. Steuben, do you know your neighbor across the hall, LeVar Hoyt?" "Var? Sure we do. Such a nice young man," she said as she started up the stairs. "Smart as they come. We couldn't ask for a better neighbor. Harry!" "Tea and flowers," Eve murmured. "Everything's just so homey." "Which, of course, automatically raises your suspicions. Still, some people—" He stopped in his turn around the room. "Eve," he said, just as the locks on the door snapped shut and the room shimmered away. "It's a goddamn hollow." Eve reached for her weapon and drew a sword. "Oh, fuck me. We'll have to wait on that. To your left." She barely had time to pivot, to block before the blade sliced down. She looked into a scarred face mottled with tattoos. It grinned, while twin red suns turned the sky to the color of blood. She came up with her left elbow, rammed him in the throat. When he stumbled back, she took a fraction of a second to glance toward Rourke. He fought a bare-chested mountain of a man, armed with sword and dagger. Beyond him, in the blue observer's circle, stood Var. Frightened, she thought, as she met the next thrust. Scared, desperate, but excited, too. "They'll come looking for us, Var," she shouted. "Stop the game. It's got to play out." She felt the boggy ground under her feet, and part of her mind registered the heavy, wet heat, the scream of birds, the wildly improbable green of thick trees. Swords crashed, deadly symbols, as she fought for any advantage. To play the game, she thought, you had to know the rules. "What the hell are we fighting about?" she demanded. She leaped when her opponent swung the sword at her knees, then struck back at his sword arm. "We've got no beef with you. You invade our world, enslave us. We will fight you to the last breath. I don't want your damn world." She saved her breath, spun away from his sword, and reared up in a kick that caught him in the side. When she followed through to finish him, he feinted, fooled her, and ran a line of pain down her hip with the tip of his sword. She leaped back. "I'm a New York City cop, you son of a bitch, and I'm gonna kick your ass." Riding on fury, she came in hard, her sword flying right, left, slashing through his guard to rip his side. She pushed in, slamming her fist in his face. Blood erupted from his nose. "That's how we do it in New York." Rage burned in his eyes. He let out a war cry, charged in. She rammed her into his belly, to the hilt, yanking it free as he fell, then whirling toward Rourke. Blood stained the black body armor he wore, and smeared the gleaming chest of his opponent. Beside them, a river raged in eerie, murky red, while enormous, tri-winged birds swooped. As she ran toward him, she took the drumbeat she heard for her racing heart. "I've got this," he snapped out. "Oh, for Christ's sake." She swung her sword up, but before she could land the blow, Rourke sliced his across his opponent's throat. "I said I had it." "Great. Points for you. Now—" She turned with every intention of rushing Var and holding the point of the sword to his throat. Another warrior leaped into her path, then another, and more. Men, women, tattooed, armed. And as the drumbeat came from the bones, more of them rapped rhythmically on the trees. "We can't take them all," Eve murmured, as she and Rourke moved instinctively to guard each other's backs. "No." He reached back, took her free hand in his, squeezed. "But we can give them a hell of a fight. We can hold them off." She circled with them as the first group moved in slowly. "Hold them off until the backup gets here. If you can get to the controls, if you can find the damn controls, can you end it? Possibly, if you could get through to that little bastard over there. Solid line between us and him. A goddamn sword's not enough to—" Wait a minute. Wait a damn minute. It wasn't real, she thought. Deadly, murderous, but still not real. But her weapon was. She couldn't see it, couldn't feel it through the program, but it was there. Muscle memory, habit, ingrained instinct. She shifted her sword to her left hand, drew a breath. She slapped her hand to her side, and her hand remembered. The shape, the feel, the weight. She fired, and watched the warrior struck by the beam fall. She fired again and again, scattering the field. "Clutch piece, right ankle, can you get it?" No time. Rourke whirled to strike at the man who came at her left. "Hit the controls! Blast the bloody controls! Where the hell are they?" She took out another before he landed his sword on Rourke's unguarded side. "Right side of the door!" he shouted, grabbing a second sword from a fallen warrior. "About 5 feet up! Where's the fucking door?" She sent out screams, shooting wild and blind. Those unearthly green trees fired and smoked. Screams ripped the air while she struggled to orient herself. They just kept coming, she realized, as she fired again and again in a desperate attempt to keep the charging warriors off Rourke. Var had rigged the game, programmed it for only one outcome. Well, fuck that. Across the damn river, she thought, and east. She concentrated her fire. 5 feet up, she thought again, and plowed a stream in a wide swath at 5 feet. She caught movement out of the corner of her eye, started to pivot, to lift her left arm, and the sword as she continued to fire with her right. Rourke struck in between her and the oncoming warrior, knocking the sword clear of her. She watched in shock and horror as the dagger in the warrior's other hand slid into Rourke's side. In the same instant, tongues of flames spurted with a harsh electric crackle and snap. The images shimmered away. She grabbed Rourke, taking his weight when he swayed. "Hold on! Hold on!" "You cheated!" Var stood, stunned outrage on his face, in a room filling with smoke. He made a run for the door. Eve didn't spare him a word, simply dropped him. As Var's body jolted and jittered, she eased Rourke to the floor. Let me see. Let me see." "Not that bad." He took a labored breath, reached up. "You took a few hits yourself. Be quiet." She ripped open his already ruined shirt, shoved his jacket aside. "Why do you always wear so many clothes?" She didn't know she was weeping, he thought. His cop, his cool-headed warrior. When she shed her own jacket, ruthlessly ripped off the sleeve, he winced. "That was a nice one, once." She folded the sleeve, pressed the cushion of material to the wound in his side. "It's not bad." Well, he hoped to Christ it wasn't, and concentrated on her face. Eve's face. Just Eve. "Hurts like the bloody fires of hell, but it's not that bad. I've been stabbed before." "Shut up. Just shut up." She yanked out her communicator. "Officer needs assistance. Officer down. Officer down." "I'm an officer now, am I? That's insult to injury." As she shouted out the address, He turned his head at the violent thumping at the door. "Ah, well, there's the backup. Wipe your face, baby. You'd hate them to see the tears." "Screw that." But she swiped the back of one bloody hand over her cheeks. She pressed his hand to the makeshift bandage. "Hold that? Can you hold that?" She ripped off the second sleeve. "You're not leaving me." "Darling Eve, I'm not going anywhere." Her face, he thought again, as the pain seared up his side. "I had worse than this when I was 12. She added the second pad, laid her hand over his. "You're okay. You're going to be okay." "That's what I'm telling you," he said, as the door burst open. The entry team came in loaded, with Peabody behind them. "Get a medic," Eve demanded. "Get a damn medic in here. We're clear, we're clear." "Sweep the place," Peabody ordered. "Secure that asshole." She dropped to her knees beside Eve. "MT's on the way." "How bad?" She reached out, stroked Rourke's hair back from his face. "Stabbed him in the side. He's lost blood. I think we've slowed it down, but let's have a look." Feeney crouched down. "Ease back, Dallas. Come on now, kid, ease back." Feeney elbowed her aside, gently lifted the field dressing. "That's a good hole you got there." He looked into Rourke's eyes. "I expect you've had worse." "I have. She's some of her own. We'll take care of it." "It's clear." McNabb shot his weapon away, knelt down beside Peabody. "How you doing?" he asked Rourke. "Been better, but, hell, we won." "That's what counts. Calendar's grabbing towels out of the bathroom. We'll fix you up." "No doubt." As he started to sit up, Eve shoved in again. "Don't move. You'll start up the bleeding again. Wait, now you shut up," he suggested, and tugged her to him, pressed his lips firmly to hers. Chapter 22. Eve sat in the conference room with the team, her commander, Mira, and Cher Rio. She watched, with the others, while her recording played on screen, and tried to ignore the fact that on it she fought for her life wearing a black skin suit and copper breastplate. If she couldn't still feel the memory of Rourke's blood on her hands and the aches and burns in her own body, it would have been ridiculous. Again, she watched Rourke block her from attack while she fired at hollow images. Why hadn't she hit the controls sooner, she thought. Why hadn't she found them sooner? Seconds sooner, and he wouldn't have taken the knife. Only seconds. She saw it happen again. The pivot and block to save her, the fierceness of his face, and the slide of the knife into his vulnerable side. Then the scene changed, like a flipped channel, and they stood in a room ruined by her blasts and streams, smoke thick, the controls crackling flame, and Rourke's blood staining the floor. "It's bizarre," Rio murmured. "I've watched it twice now, listened to your report, and I still have a hard time believing it." "We'll need to keep as many of the details as possible out of the media." Whitney scanned the faces in the room. "As many as possible inside this room. All of his records and equipment were confiscated?" "Everything in the place," Eve confirmed. "He may have another hole, but I believe that's unlikely. He kept it all close to home. We'll take him into interview shortly." She turned to Mira. "Ego, competition, pride of accomplishment? Yes, all those areas are vulnerable points. He's become not only addicted to the game, but may have lived inside it for some time. It's a more exciting reality, one where he controls all, but stands aloof. He didn't engage in play with you. He's a coward, yes, but one who believes himself superior. You only won because you cheated." He believes that, too. The game was the weapon. He controlled the game. Can we charge him with first degree on Minnock? Eve asked Rio. Tricky. It could be argued he only intended Minnock to play, and that the victim could have won. And we have no proof Minnock wasn't fully aware of the technology when he himself started the game. That's bullshit. I agree, but I can't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt in court. We go for man one. Just hear me out, she said before Eve could object. Man one on Minnock, reckless endangerment on Allen, the same on both you and Rourke, adding assault on a police officer and the stack of cyber crimes, the unregistered equipment, false statements, and so on. We wrap 'em up, Dallas. Make the deal. Avoid the trial that could drag on for months and sensationalize the technology and the crimes in the media. He'll do a solid 50 or more in a cage. A cage, due to the cyber charges, without access to the e-toys he knows and loves. It's harsh, and it's apt. I want attempted murder on Sill and Rourke. I want him charged, goddammit! She pulled herself back, pulled it in. I'm going in on murder one on Bart Minnock. If you deal it down later, I'll accept that, but I want him charged, and I want to start the deal at the high mark. Rio studied Eve's face. Whatever she saw there had her easing back. Let's see what happens in interview, and go from there. Then let's get started. Whitney pulled her aside. He can sweat until morning, until you've had a little more recovery time. I'm fine, sir. Going now, she thought, and going hot. He's already had a couple hours to regroup. I don't want to give him any more. Your choice. Dallas, don't make it personal. No, sir. But it was. It was, she thought, as she walked over to Rourke. He wore a shirt copped from Baxter's locker, and under it she knew his wound was still fresh, still raw. His color was back, his eyes clear. Not pale. So pale, as he'd been when his blood had seeped through her fingers. I know you want to see this through, she began. I get it. But I'll arrange for you to view the record. You need to go home, take those damn drugs you refused, and let Somerset hover over you. I will if you will. Rourke. Eve. We understand each other, don't we? Let's finish this. There's going to be a chair in observation. Use it. She walked away, found Mira. I'm going to ask you for a favor. I need you to keep your eye on Rourke. If he looks like he needs it, jab him with a damn pressure syringe full of tranks. I'll take the rap. Don't worry. Mira slipped her arm around Eve's waist, just for a moment. We'll have him outnumbered. She nodded, then ordered herself to shake it off. Just shake it off and do the job. Peabody. She paused, pushed a hand through her hair. You're sympathetic, even a little impressed. Not too soft. Nobody would buy it. But you're younger than he is, and he'll read that as naive. If he's done any digging, and he would have, he knows you're cohabbed with an E-man. Got it. Suggestion? I'd lose the jacket you got out of your locker. Go in bare-armed, so he can see the hits you took. It'll give him a little rush. That's good. She tugged it off, setting her teeth when her arm twinged. She tossed the jacket to McNabb. Hang on to it. Then she nodded to Peabody and opened the door of Interview A. He sat at the table, hands folded, head down. He lifted it as they entered, gave Eve a sorrowful look. I don't know what happened. Quiet, she snapped. Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, and Peabody, Detective Delia, entering interview with Hoyt Lavar. Mr. Hoyt, have you been read your rights? Yeah, do you understand your rights and obligations? Okay, yeah, but the thing is, look, asshole. I'm not wasting time on your lame explanations and bullshit. I was there, remember? I had a ringside seat to your sick game. That's what I'm trying to tell you. His shackles clattered when he lifted his hands. The whole thing got away from me. Some sort of glitch, and I was trying to fix it when she slammed both hands on the table. Made him jump. But she saw his gaze slide over and up to the wound on her arm. You stood there, you bastard, watching that vicious world you created go for us. You stood there. I was trying to make it stop, but stood there, observing. Too much of a coward to actually play. She reached out, grabbed his shirt front. Too weak to take me on? Easy, Dallas, easy. Peabody laid a hand on Eve's shoulder in warning. The guy created something pretty amazing. He's a scientist. He probably doesn't do much combat. I can hold my own. Eve snorted in disgust, paced away. Well, sure. Peabody sat now. But I'm just saying, up against somebody trained like Dallas, or in the shape Rourke's in, you'd be at a disadvantage, physically. When it comes to E, you're off the scale. Maybe you two would like a moment alone, Eve said coolly. Come on, Dallas. Credit where it's due. How long did it take you to develop the program? The tech's beyond the alt. I can't get my head around it. It's an entirely new level. It took years, but I could only put so much time into it. It'll open up a whole new world, not just for gaming, but, well, for training you guys, and military, that kind of thing. Eager now, he leaned forward. I wanted to create something, to give something to society. I tried dozens of theories, applications, programs before I was able to refine it. The realism offers the player true risk and reward, and that's... He drew back, as if realizing he was digging a hole. I never expected it would cause actual harm. That's why I've been working to retool, to offer that same realism, but without the potential to cause injury. You knew it could harm, could even kill, Peabody said, still wide-eyed. So you've been trying to fix it. Yes, yes. I'd never want anyone to be hurt. Then why didn't you tell Bart? Why didn't you tell him the program was fatally flawed? I didn't know he was going to take the disc. He didn't log it out. He didn't say anything. But what was it doing there at Uplay if you were working on it outside the office? I wanted to run it for him, to brainstorm with him, but he must have taken the disc to try it for himself. Var lowered his head into his hands again. I don't know why he did that, why he took a chance like that. You're stating that you told Bart about your work, about the program and the risks? Absolutely. Just Bart? That's right. I didn't realize he'd taken the experimental disc until... Then why is Syl in the hospital? Peabody persisted. How did she get her hands on the second program disc if you only took one in to Bart? After Bart, I told her about it. He widened his eyes, all sorrowful innocence. I had to tell someone, and she just got some wild hair and repeated Bart's mistake? He sat back, set his jaw. She must have. She didn't say a thing about it. You can ask Benny. We'll be asking her. She's out of the coma, Eve lied, and turned back. The doctor said she's going to make a full recovery, and she'll be able to talk to us tomorrow. She glanced at her watch. Make that later today. Thank God for that. But you have to understand, she's really pissed. She's really wrecked and totally pissed at me about Bart. She blames me. Imagine that. And imagine, Var, who we're gonna believe when she tells us you gave her that disc, told her to work on it. I never did any such thing. You'll never be able to prove that. My word against Sill's, and she's right out of brain surgery. Maybe I should get a lawyer. I bet a lawyer would tell you the same thing. You want a lawyer? Fine. We'll end the interview now while you make those arrangements. And while you are, the E-Team will be dissecting your precious program, your logs and records, your unregistered, and destroying same. Wait! His restraints rattled again as he came halfway out of his chair. You can't do that. That's my work, my property. You've got no right to do that. Tell it to your lawyer. Let's just hold off. Let's just wait. Are you saying you don't want legal representation at this time? Yes. Let's just talk this through. He folded his hands again, but this time, Eve noted, his knuckles had whitened. That work is valuable and complex. Your E-people aren't gonna get it. It's years in the making. It's mine. Yours? Not you plays? You have a contract, Var. Share and share alike. Any of you develop something, it goes in the kitty. That doesn't seem altogether fair, Peabody added. Not when you did this on your own. Something this brilliant. I would have shared it, but Bart... Look, I discussed this all with Bart, and he didn't want any part of it, so it's mine, exclusively. You told Bart about the work, the concept for the program? He's the marketing genius. We could have revolutionized the market. But he was short-sighted. Games are games. That was Bart's line. He couldn't see expanding beyond that, couldn't see the possibilities. He was all about the risks. So it's mine. I did all the work, put in all the time, my own time, and melded it with the concept and technology in fantastical, Eve finished. Not yours exclusively. She pointed a finger. You cheated. I did not. Color rose, hot and bright on his cheeks. Look, he had a choice, and he made it. It's all about choices, isn't it? Every gamer decides what action to take, then plays it out. And Bart was a better gamer than you. Bullshit. He had a better focus, and looked at long-range strategy. You're the detail man, and you tend to miss the big picture. He's the one who's dead, Var snapped back. Yeah, got me there. You set him up, and you took him out. Facts. Var punched a finger on the table. Bart took the disc. Bart plugged it. Bart played the game. I wasn't there. Nobody forced him to play. He had a bad game, a terrible accident, but I'm not responsible. I created the program, worked the tech, but that's like saying the guy who built that weapon you're carrying is responsible when you zap somebody. He's got a point, Peabody nodded. You're just the brains behind it. That's right. I guess you're the smartest one of the four, too. None of them came up with anything close to what you did. They never think outside their box. He drew 4 connecting lines in the air. 4 square. Frustrating for you, to be able to see so much more than they could. Peabody sighed a little in sympathy. Why didn't you ever cut loose? Just go out on your own. You didn't need them. He shrugged. Or maybe you did, Peabody continued. I mean, a smart man knows he needs to use other people, pick their brains, let them handle some of the work so he can focus on what's most important. You've known them a long time, worked with them, so you know their strengths and weaknesses and how to use them for, that big picture. You've got to make a living so you can do the work. Right. They supplied that. I get it. So when you gave Bart the disc, it was really just an experiment. You needed to see what would happen, to test it out with an actual human player. That's right. He gives good game. I thought he'd last longer than... I couldn't know, he said, backtracking. I wasn't there. You couldn't know when you gave Syl the disc either, Peabody agreed. You couldn't know she'd fall. Plus, their weapons were as lethal as their opponents. It wasn't like you sent them in unarmed. It had to be fair. Var leaned forward, focusing on Peabody. Look, Bart played that scenario 1,000,000 times. If he hadn't figured out how to take out the Black Knight, it's not my fault. How could it be? And if you'd told them they were plugging in your program, your new technology, it wouldn't have been a valid experiment. A true gamer is supposed to believe it's real, right? Exactly. He gave the table a quick slap. There's no point otherwise. You had no responsibility to tell them about the program when you gave them the discs. No, I didn't. What happened after that was on them. Eve started to speak, then hooked her thumbs in her pockets to let Peabody play him out. But those can't have been your first experiments. Not for a scientist as meticulous and involved as you. You must have played the game yourself. I used droids. Once I figured out the tech and what was possible, I used droids against the Hollows. It's all in my logs. I documented everything. I didn't do anything wrong. It's not my fault anyone got hurt. Droids and Hollows. On a low whistle, Peabody shook her head in admiration. Man, I'd love to watch that play out. Hollows took it 89.2% of the time, but they could run it for hours. Wicked frosty. You knew they weren't coming out, Eve murmured. When you sent your friends, your partners, into those hollow rooms, you knew they had almost no chance of surviving the game. I couldn't know. He folded his arms, smiled a little. You've got us there. Eve nodded. They walked in on their own. You weren't there. It's not like you forced them to play. He shot out a finger. Bingo! Wanting Bart gone. That's not a crime either. And you did want him gone, didn't you, Var? You'd done with them. You had what you'd worked for, and here's Bart, who's not nearly as smart, as inventive, as visionary as you are, refusing to play. All the resources of the business, all the tools available that you'd helped build, and he said no. No dice. Not going there. What gave him the right to deny you? He didn't have the right. I'm just as much a part of Uplay as he was. Just as important. But if Bart said no, everybody went along. That's a pisser. But if Bart's not around, you go up a level. You have more control, more power, more say. Like you said, wanting him gone's not a crime. And you had a way where you wouldn't be responsible, and he'd be gone. It's brilliant. It's what I do. I build the scenario, create the tech, and the player decides. Win some, lose some. He loses, you win. Eve studied his smug, satisfied face as she rocked slowly back and forth on her heels. And you've tied our hands on it. You always knew we couldn't come at you for murder, even if we figured it out. I have to say, I didn't think you'd figure it out. Not for a while. Not at least until I had the program on the market. Going military and security with that, by the way, it's not for the kiddies. You can see right in my logs and notes that I never intended the tech for the open market. You just can't come at me on this. You gave them the discs and didn't tell them about the augmentation. Yeah, I gave them the discs. So what? And Bart should have figured out the augmentation after 5 minutes if he was paying attention. It's not like I forced him to play the game. Syl didn't know about the new tech. She knew nothing about it. He shrugged. Okay, so what? She should have figured it too. She's so freaking smart. Benny's already making noises about having her take Bart's meetings, the interviews. Pushing her in front of you. Eve nodded. Too bad she fell instead of getting a knife in the heart. The program shuts down if the player's unconscious. I didn't realize that until it happened. That's the problem with droids. Now I know, so I can adjust. Oh, and I wanted to say, you held up good out there. You and Rourke really showed some skill. But you can't bring in alternate weapons. That's not play. And, like I said, I was trying to shut it down, but hit some glitch. These things happen. He smiled again. I saw Rourke took a hard one. I hope he's okay. She leaned in. Fuck you. There's no need to get steamed. He smiled broadly. You happened to come in, and I was in the middle of an experimental game, and that's not against the law either. Listen, you can get me on the unregistered. I'll pay the fine, do the community service, whatever. I won't even sue you for zapping me, in my own place. Now, I should really get to the hospital and see Syl. I can't even imagine how scrambled her brain is after what she went through, so can I go now? Yeah, Var, you can go. To hell, via a cage. You're under arrest. Arrest? He rolled his eyes. Come on, we've been through this. That's right. And you've admitted to creating the program, to giving both Bart and Scylla the discs without informing them of the augmentation or the risks. I didn't make them play. I didn't. You keep going down that road, Eve advised. It's gonna dead end on you. The PA's gonna have a field day on charges. We'll say murder 1 on Bart, then the assault with intent on a police officer and a duly authorized expert consultant civilian. Attempted murder on Scylla, various and sundry cyber crimes. I didn't kill anybody, he shouted. They lost the game. Your game, Eve said. Your rules, your play. You're going to be a very, very old man if and when you get out of that cage, Var. A cage where you'll be banned from the use of any electronics. No more games for you, you fucker. This is whack. He looked at Peabody. You know this is whack. You get it. Yeah, I get it. So let me put it this way, just to play the same theme as my partner. Game over, fucker. You lose. Face cold, eyes flat. Peabody got to her feet. I'll take him through, Dallas. McNabb and I will take him through. Okay. She sat now, suddenly and completely exhausted. Okay. Peabody. Good work. This isn't fair, Var protested. It's just another cheat. You can't put me away for this, he continued as Peabody hauled him up. I didn't do anything. I wasn't there. It's their own fault. Eve closed her eyes as his voice, and the tears in it, faded away. He believed it, she thought, at least in some small part of his mind. He'd done nothing more than provide, so couldn't be held responsible for the results. And maybe his lawyers, when he got them, would play that one, but she had faith in Rio and the system. She had to. She opened her eyes when Rourke came in and closed the door. He sat across from her, kept those wild blue eyes on hers. Been a while since I've been in the box with a cop. Do you want me to read you your rights? I'll waive that. You let Peabody lead him along. She did well. He believes some of that bullshit, enough of it to convince himself it's Bart's own fault he's dead. Syl's problem she's in a coma. Her heart squeezed hard before she finished the thought. If that knife had gone into you a couple inches over, it'd be your own fault. Going by that logic, It would be my own agility and skill that has me sitting here now looking at you. You're tired, Lieutenant, and you're sad and a bit beaten up as well. I want to be pissed and satisfied. I'll get around to it. They thought he was their friend, and they were his. He used them, sucked what he wanted from them, and gave back only what he wanted to spare, that was, in turn, useful to him. They never really meant anything to him. In all those years they worked together, spent together. She drew a breath, let it out. No, worse. They were just a means to an end. Just levels to get through to the win. It made me think about what's involved in friendships and partnerships, relationships. I could try to be a better friend, a better partner, but I'll probably forget. From where I sit, you do quite well enough, but I'm happy to remind you if you like. Rourke. She reached over the table, took his hands. I thought I understood. When Coltrane went down, I thought I understood what you deal with because of what I do, what I am. But I was wrong. And tonight, it was so fast. Blasting that damn room to pieces, trying to find the controls, and I did, but seconds too late. In seconds I saw that knife go into you, and the world just stopped. It just ended. But it didn't. He squeezed her hands. And here we are. I did okay before you, without you. I was doing just fine. Christ knows you were doing just fine before me. I don't want just fine. Do you? She shook her head. I mean, it was okay. When you don't know what you can have, you do okay with what you've got. But now I know. And I don't think I can get through without you. I wouldn't be just fine, or okay, or anywhere close to it. I don't know how people get through. All the people left behind, the ones I have to look in the eye and say he's gone or she's gone, I don't know how they take the next breath. Isn't that why, in a very real sense, you do what you do? You are what you are? Maybe. You can't think about it, or it makes you crazy, or sad and tired. She closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them to look straight into his. When we were in there, and it looked like we wouldn't walk out again, I could deal with it, because I know it's stupid. We'd die together, he finished. She let out a half laugh at the beauty and the oddity of being understood so well. Which is probably sick and selfish, and a bunch of other neurotic shit Mira could pick at, but yeah. Going down together's one thing. Taking the next breath without you? That's not possible. But you have that possibility to cope with every day. Rourke, I wish don't. His fingers tightened on hers, and his tone sharpened. Don't sit there and tell me you wish it could be different. That you could be. I don't want different. I fell for a cop, didn't I? I married a cop, though she discouraged me. We're not easy people, either of us. Really not. He arched his eyebrow. Do you want easy? No, hell no. I want you. Well, aren't we the lucky ones to have exactly what we want? Yeah. We should go home. She let out a long breath. Get a little sleep, she added as she rose. She saw Rourke's body stiffen, saw the wince as he got to his feet. After Somerset takes a look at your side. I don't need him fussing over me. It'll do. It might be small, It might be petty, she thought, but it was both a relief and just a little satisfying to reverse their usual routine. The MTs said you could use a follow-up at the hospital, she reminded him. So, it's that or Somerset. It's literally a flesh wound, as the knife didn't get anything but meat. It's your meat, pal, which makes it mine. In this case, I'll go with Somerset, a soother, and some sleep. And before you argue, think back to the number of times you've hauled my ass to a hospital when I didn't want to go or poured a trank down my throat. Being you're just a consultant, I outrank you. You were injured on my watch. You're enjoying this. Maybe a little. Probably more when we get home and Somerset gives you grief. But for right now... She looked up at him as she guided his arm around her waist. Lean on me. I know it hurts. It bloody well does, he admitted, and leaned on her a little as they walked out together. Epilogue. Eve looked through the glass where Benny sat at Syl's bedside, his hand over her still one. She could see his lips move, and imagined he read her something as his gaze tracked from his handheld to her face. Her eyes remained closed, as they had since the attack. Word is he's here every day, all day, she told Rourke. Most of the night, all, if he can talk the medical staff into it. Still no change. No change. She walked in. Benny stopped in mid-sentence. We're reading the latest issue of Whirlwind. But he set the handheld aside. Got company, Syl? We can sit with her a while, if you'd like to get some air, Rourke said. No, but thanks. I wanted to let you know, Eve began. Var's lawyers and the PA's office have reached a plea agreement. I can break it all down for you if you want, but the short version is he'll do 50 years, hard time, off-planet. It doesn't matter. What happens to him doesn't matter. She's all that matters. 3 days now. The doctors, they say that every day is good. That she could wake up in 5 minutes. Or 5 years. Or never. You believe she'll wake up. Rourke laid a hand on Benny's shoulder. And I think when she does, it'll matter to her that Var pays. For what he did to her, to Bart, to all of you, Eve added. We thought he was one of us, but he wasn't. 4 square. But it was all a lie. I don't understand it. I can't. We were together all these years, every day. We worked together, studied, played, ate, laughed, cried. I don't know how he could do what he did. I'll never understand it, so he doesn't matter to me. He won't ever matter to me again. But he drew in a ragged breath. Why didn't he go for me instead of her? Why? Do you want the truth, or do you want it easy? He looked at Eve. The truth. You were more useful, and she more dangerous. In his mind, in his plan. She's more of a leader, and you prefer the solo, the research. He could use you, and when he'd used you enough, or when he just couldn't resist, he'd have set you up too. If I'd gone in with her, she'd be dead without you, Rourke said. He meant to kill her, Benny. And if you hadn't been there, if you hadn't stayed with her every second when you found her, he'd have finished her. You saved her life. Rourke pulled a chair over, sat beside Benny. What will you do now, with you play? I don't care about that. She will. She helped build it, as you did, as Bart did. If we hadn't, Bart would be alive. She wouldn't be here. No, Var's responsible, Eve corrected. Not a company, not a game, not technology. A man. He put her here. I know that. His tone weary. Benny rubbed his hands over his eyes. I know it, but... You could buy it, he said to Rourke. We have good people, and I could, but I won't. Bart wouldn't want that, and neither would she. She'd hate it. But she's hurt so bad. Even when she comes out of it, she'll have so much to go through. But not alone, Rourke murmured. No, not alone. With his eyes on Syl's face again, Benny stroked the back of her hand with his thumb. I keep sitting here, thinking about all the times I had a chance to tell her I love her. I've loved her since we were kids, but I never had the guts to tell her or show her. I was afraid I'd screw up what we had, and now you'll stop wasting time, Rourke finished. You don't understand, don't I? Rourke looked at Eve. I know, love, and what it does to you, for you. I know that it can bloom out of friendship, or that friendship can open out of love. Both are precious, and when you have both, there's little that can't be done. You need to stop feeling sorry for yourself, Eve told him, and start doing what can be done. Anger flashed over Benny's face, then died. You're right. I'm not helping her by thinking about what I can't do, what I don't want. Fuck Var. We're not going to let him win. Damn it, Syl, we can't let him win. 50 years? Think of all we can do in 50 years. We've barely started. He started to bring her hand to his cheek. Stopped. Her fingers moved. His voice trembled as he squeezed her hand tighter. Her fingers moved. He shoved out of his chair to touch her face. Syl! Syl! Come on, silly! Please! Keep talking to her, Eve ordered when Syl's lashes fluttered. Wake up! Please, silly! Wake up and look at me! Can't you just look at me? I need you to wake up. I need you so much, Syl. He touched his lips to her cheek, then gently, gently brushed them over her lips. Wake up, Syl. Benny. The word was raw and weak, her eyes dull and unfocused, but open. Benny. Rourke rose, nodded at Eve. I'll have them page the doctor. Hey, Syl. Benny's tears dripped onto her face. Hey. Benny, I had a terrible dream. Can you stay with me? Right here. He shoved down the bed guard, sat beside her. Right here. I'm not going anywhere. Eve backed out of the room, stepped aside as one of the nurses hurried in. She walked to Rourke. We'll give them some time. Peabody and I will come back tomorrow and get her statement. She glanced back. She's in for a long, painful haul.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.